I bolted upright in bed, cold sweat soaking through my back. Just a second ago, I'd still been trapped in the hell of highway survival. That van I'd spent an entire month grinding to level 3 had been flipped over by a colossal beast, and mutated creatures surged in like a black tide, tearing away my last shred of life. But in the blink of an eye, I was lying in this all-too-familiar rental apartment. The outskirts of the city, peeling paint on the walls, the old bed creaking beneath me. I snatched up my phone, and the screen lit up. February 5th, 2026. My breath caught for half a second. The 5th, I murmured. 7 days until highway survival begins. I'd been reborn. Carrying the memories of my past life, I'd returned to the time before the disaster. With trembling fingers, I opened the App Store and searched for that name everyone had once written off as a scam. Vehicle Simulator. Found it. On this exact day in my past life, this game had appeared quietly across every platform, blasted out with overwhelming ads. But it had only one function: upgrading vehicles. The materials cost a fortune, there was zero gameplay, and it eventually became a laughingstock, forgotten by everyone. But no one knew, when highway survival truly arrived 7 days later, the vehicles people depended on to stay alive were materialized straight out of this very game. I gripped the phone, my knuckles turning white. In my past life, I'd crawled through mountains of corpses for a full year before I finally pieced together this brutal truth. And now, the answer was sitting right here in the palm of my hand. As long as I max out the vehicles in this game, the corners of my mouth slowly curled up. I can turn highway survival into a road trip. The excitement lasted only a moment before cold reality snuffed it out. My entire net worth was just $500,000, the settlement money from after my parents passed, plus every drop of blood and sweat I'd earned over the years. It was supposed to be for a house. I don't know how much it costs to max out a vehicle, but $500,000, that's definitely not enough. Just as I was fretting over money, bang, bang, bang. Zheng, open up. The instant that voice bored into my ears, all the blood in my body ran cold. Li Ziong, my childhood friend, my brother from elementary school through high school, the only person in this cold city I could drink and pour my heart out with. And also the enemy who, in my past life, drained my savings, tricked me into taking on $1 million debt, schemed against me time and time again during highway survival, and drove me into a corner with no way out. In my past life, it took me a long time before I finally ended him with my own hands and got my revenge. But hearing that voice again now, the urge to kill still surged up from the bottom of my heart. Zheng, you dead asleep in there? I closed my eyes and forced down the churning emotions. No, this time, you're going to be my first pot of gold. I got up and opened the door. Buzz cut, a suit, that same smug, money-grubbing grin. Li Ziong shoved right past me and barged into the apartment. He downed a glass of water like he owned the place. What's taking you so long? Doing something shady in here, he said with a smirk. A guy in his 20s sleeping alone. Aren't you afraid you'll set the bed on fire? Setting down the glass, he suddenly lowered his voice and glanced around. Oh right, that thing I told you about. You made up your mind yet? Seriously, there's nothing to think about. You put in that $500,000, and you're raking in thousands a day just sitting on your ass. I busted my back digging up this opportunity. If you weren't my best buddy, I wouldn't even be telling you. I sneered inwardly. In my last life, I fell for this exact same load of garbage. First I handed over the $500,000, then he talked me into taking out a loan for another $1 million. In the end, he ran off with the money. Phone disconnected, vanished into thin air, leaving me buried under $1 million in debt, nearly ruining the rest of my life. If the highway survival hadn't come along, I'd have rotted away under those repayment notices for the rest of my days. I pulled myself together and put on the greedy look of a man blinded by the promise of easy money. Ziong, I leaned in closer. I've thought it through. $500,000's too little. If we're going to do this, let's go big. Don't you know some people who do loans? I want to borrow more and throw it all in together. His eyes lit up instantly. A loan? Invest even more? What, can't do it? I let out a disappointed sigh for show. If not, forget it. $500,000's not even worth the hassle for me. Yes, of course we can, he cut in eagerly. Borrow as much as you want. Then I'll take out $10 million. How much? Li Ziong froze completely, his face looking like he'd just heard something out of a fairy tale. A chance to strike it rich only comes once in a lifetime, I said, eyes blazing, voice feverish. If 500,000 earns thousands a day, wouldn't 10 million pull in over 100 grand a day? Passing up money like that would be a crime against nature. I watched the shock in his eyes get slowly replaced by greed. I knew exactly why. In my last life, the only reason he'd set his sights on me was because he was drowning in debt himself. Once he got his hands on that 10 million, he could not only clear his own hole, but come out way ahead. For money like that, he'd move heaven and earth to get my loan approved. So, can you pull it off? If not, just forget I said anything. I added, tossing out the bait casually. I can pull it off. With me guaranteeing it, no problem at all. He slapped his chest. Then the second it comes through, I'll transfer it straight to you to put into the project. Don't worry, leave it to me. We agreed to go handle the loan the next day, and he hurried off. I watched his back as he headed downstairs, a smile tugging at the corner of my mouth. The money problem, solved. Outside the window, the moment Li Xiong stepped out of the stairwell, he whipped out his phone and started making one call after another, not even breaking his stride. A moment later, he looked up toward my window, a flicker of guilt crossing his eyes before it hardened into cold resolve. Brother, don't blame me. The wind carried his whisper up to me. I just want to live. Want to live, huh? I repeated it softly to myself, suddenly finding it both absurd and pathetic. In my past life, hadn't I wanted the exact same thing? Only this time, I wouldn't be the one to die first. I went back to my room and opened the game. The interface was ridiculously crude. No studio logo, nothing. It jumped straight to a loading bar. The moment it finished, a payment pop-up took over the entire screen. There wasn't even an X to close it. First purchase pack, pay $1, receive a Tier 2 vehicle upgrade blueprint, and unlock the materials shop. Pay now. You have to pay the second you open it. No money, no play. My mouth twitched. Now I finally understood why nobody played this game despite all the ads they'd thrown at it. Charging you the instant you open it, refusing to let you close it out. It might as well have robbery written across the screen in black and white. Without anyone knowing it was tied to highway survival, only an idiot would touch it. I shook my head, paid the $1, and claimed the pack. Payment successful. Please collect your reward. The screen burst open like fireworks, and out popped a blueprint and a key. The instant I collected them, the view switched to a rundown garage. Inside sat a van that had clearly changed hands God knows how many times, covered in scratches and rust. Vehicle, van. Tier 1. Physical defense, 10. Magic defense, 0. Tonnage, 1 ton. Space, 7 cubic meters. Durability, 10%. Fuel, 5%. Looking at that all-too-familiar stat panel, I felt a lump in my throat. In my past life, I'd started with this exact same piece of junk. One little fender bender, and the driver's side door fell clean off. After that, wind blasted straight into my face every time I hit the gas. If my partner and I hadn't gotten insanely lucky, we wouldn't have survived the first night. But this time, my eyes went cold. Not gonna happen. I opened the blueprint. Tier 2 Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint. Option A. Tier 1 Vehicle plus iron blocks times 50 plus rubber times 10. Option B. Enhanced Tier 1 Vehicle plus steel blocks times 5 plus iron blocks times 50 plus rubber times 10. Effect. Full vehicle reinforcement, expanded storage. The enhanced version, my eyes lit up. In my past life, I'd heard early on that upgrades came in standard and enhanced flavors, and the enhanced version could absolutely wipe the floor with the standard one. But back then resources were so scarce that scraping together enough for the standard version was already a blessing. The enhanced version was something I'd never even dreamed of. If there's an enhanced version, of course I'm going enhanced. Without hesitation, I turned and opened the materials shop, and the next second, the prices made my scalp tingle. Iron block, $100 per unit. Rubber, $500 per unit. Steel, 1,000 yuan per unit. I'd braced myself for it, but seeing the price with my own eyes still stung. Iron blocks were the lowest tier material out there. In highway survival, you could hack apart any random mutant beast and it'd drop a dozen units easy. And here they wanted $100 a pop? No wonder people call this a scam game. Hitting level 2 alone costs tens of thousands. I griped out loud, but my hands didn't hesitate. I loaded up 20 grand and cleaned out the entire material inventory. I selected option B and took a deep breath. Upgrade. The screen snapped back to the garage. A blinding pillar of light crashed down, swallowing the beat-up van whole. That pile of scrap metal began to transform. The abstract art scratches were smoothed away inch by inch. The shell thickened as plain sheet metal became a high-strength alloy with a cold sheen. The junk tires were swapped out for new ones. The chassis rose higher, and the body stretched longer and wider. When the light faded, the wreck had been completely reborn, crouching silently in the garage like a steel beast coiled to strike. So this is the reinforced version. I stared at it, my pulse quickening. If a standard upgrade was just a refurbish and reinforce job, then the reinforced version was a brand new Pro Max. Vehicle has reached level 2. Updating material shop, unlocking blueprint shop. Blueprint shop bundle. Spend a cumulative total of 50,000 yuan to receive the heavy-duty vehicle A, C blueprint, and unlock the blueprint shop. The corner of my mouth twitched violently. The last bundle was $6, and now this one's 50 grand? Did they switch units on me? At this rate, wouldn't the bundles down the line run into the hundreds of thousands, even millions? Good thing I've got Li Xiong's 10 million to fall back on. On 50 grand alone, one more upgrade, and I'd be tapped out. I smoothly dropped another 30,000, claimed the bundle, then pulled up the upgraded stat panel. Vehicle, van. Level 2. Physical defense, 100. Tonnage, 5 tons. Durability, 100%. Incredible. The other stats weren't much different from the standard version, but that physical defense made me clench my fists. Defense was the most reliable lifesaver in highway survival. In my eyes, nothing mattered more. 100 points of physical defense, that's practically neck and neck with a level 3 standard vehicle. A level 3 standard vehicle had 120 points. I remembered it clearly, only 20 more. In my past life, getting my car to level 3 took nearly a month. But now, with a few taps on my phone and in under half an hour, I'd already reached that number. And this is only level 2. If I go reinforced on every level from here on out, by then, what mutant beast could scare me? Park in place and let it claw away. It might not even break through my defenses. In highway survival, more than half the dangers came from mutant beasts. The moment they can't threaten me anymore, all I need is enough food stockpiled, and I can roll wherever I want. Stay calm. I patted my face. It's only level 2. In my past life, I died the second I thought I had it made. Getting lucky enough to save yourself once doesn't mean you can save yourself forever. What kept me alive until today was never luck, it was remembering every single lesson. I pushed down my elation and turned my attention to the newly unlocked blueprint store. Blueprints are one of the hottest commodities in survival. They're not just for crafting daily supplies and making life a little easier. More importantly, every future vehicle upgrade requires enough components installed first. No blueprints, no future. I opened the blueprint store, my heart inexplicably racing. Level 3 vehicle upgrade blueprint, 20,000. High-power headlights, 10,000. Agile steering system, 30,000. Smart massage seat, 30,000. Just 4? That's way too few. I frowned instinctively, then couldn't help laughing and shaking my head. I was getting cocky. Blueprint drop rates are brutally low. In my past life, I grinded for a whole week before pulling my first one, and it was a useless indoor decoration. Now I could buy 4 with a little cash, each 100 times better than that junk, and here I was complaining there weren't enough. Greed is the fastest way to die out here. I took a deep breath, tamped down the restlessness, and glanced at my balance. Just over 30 grand. Can't buy them all. The top priority is upgrading the car to level 3. Aside from the 2 components required for the upgrade, everything else can wait. I bought the level 3 upgrade blueprint and the high-power headlights blueprint. My balance instantly dropped to single digits, leaving just 2 blueprints in the store. I closed the store and checked the complimentary AC blueprint first. High-efficiency AC blueprint. Crafting requirements. Plastic times 10, electronic chip times 2. Effect. Extremely low fuel consumption. Operates in environments from 60 degrees Celsius to minus 50 degrees Celsius. Nice. Half a month into survival in my past life came that week-long extreme heat wave, peaking at 57 degrees Celsius. Even with the car's AC cranked to the lowest setting, it was still over 90 inside, and it burned fuel faster than a sports car. Those days, except at night, my clothes never dried. I was either hunting for fuel or on my way to hunt for it. That's a stretch I never want to relive. With this, I can skip that death trap entirely. High-power headlights blueprint. Crafting requirements. Plastic times 10, electronic chip times 2. Effect. Illumination distance and range are 5 times that of standard headlights. This one's great too. There are no street lights on the highway at night. Hundreds of miles in every direction, black as ink. Standard headlights don't reach far, and once it gets dark, you can't find. Couldn't find the supply crates, and couldn't make out whether any mutated creatures were lurking in the shadows. In those first few days of survival, plenty of people died exactly this way, fumbling through the dark for supplies, only to get bitten in half by a monster they never saw coming. Some people asked, why not search during the day and sleep at night? Because coming back empty-handed in the daytime was the norm. And if you didn't take the risk at night, most people wouldn't make it to dawn at all. Take the risk, and you had a sliver of a chance. Don't, and death was certain. In my past life, I was one of those at the bottom, heading out night after night with my heart in my throat. If I'd had a lamp like this back then, I probably wouldn't have nearly gone insane over a handful of supplies. I shook my head, pushed the thoughts aside, and reopened the materials shop. Both blueprints called for the same thing. Plastic times 10, electronic chip times 2. Plastic was 500 per unit, chips 5,000 per unit. I topped up another 30,000, gathered the materials, and went back to my backpack to start crafting. Crafting wasn't as flashy as upgrading. The materials broke down layer by layer, rapidly recombined, and in the blink of an eye became an air conditioner and a headlight. Finished payloads detected: high-efficiency air conditioner and high-power headlights. Install now. Install. As the words left my mouth, the two finished products dissolved into streaks of light and shot into the van in the garage. The headlights instantly transformed from grubby, dull halogen bulbs into sleek, badass laser beams glowing a faint blue. The air conditioner was mounted inside the vehicle, out of sight, but I knew it was already in place. Next up is level 3. With both payloads in hand, I've met the upgrade requirements. I looked at that level 3 upgrade blueprint, and a wave of emotion welled up again. Experience from my past life told me, going from level 1 to level 2 took 5 days on average. Level 2 to level 3 took 20 days on average, thanks to the added payload requirements. The first lucky soul to hit level 3 didn't manage it until day 10 of the apocalypse. And me? I glanced at the time. Not even an hour. What took everyone else 10 grueling days, I didn't even need a full day for. The sheer, crushing satisfaction of it almost made me laugh out loud. But the smile quickly settled. In my past life, I struggled at the very bottom for far too long and watched too many people die right at the starting line. I wasn't smarter than they were. I just lived through it once more than them. This head start was one thing I would never waste. A level 3 vehicle upgrade blueprint. Option A. Level 2 vehicle plus payload times 2 plus iron block times 100 plus electronic chip times 10. Effect: full vehicle reinforcement, enhanced power. Option B. Enhanced requirements. A level 2 vehicle met. Payload times 2 met. Steel block times 50 not met. Electronic chip times 10 not met. Smart core rare times 1 not met. Upgrade effects: full vehicle reinforcement, enhanced power. I stared at the word rare and shot up from my bed. Level 3 needs rare materials? Rare materials. The drop rate was hopelessly low. You couldn't get them from supply crates, and low-level mutant creatures didn't drop them either. The only shot you had was clearing the small highway dungeons or personally taking down a boss-level mutant. I'd been grinding on the highway for ages, and I hadn't seen so much as a shadow of a rare material. I'd only heard people brag about them in the regional channel. I immediately checked the material shop. Sure enough, nothing. Stuck here already? Don't mess with me. I'd been counting on maxing out my vehicle, and now I couldn't even get past level 3? Ding! Rare material requirement detected. Recharge a total of 1 million yuan to unlock VIP status. The material shop will then grant access to rare material purchases. My mouth twitched a few times. This scheme was so familiar it was almost funny. They hadn't gotten a single legit thing right, but these one trap after another schemes? They had those down to an art. Cursing aside, I still recharged 100,000 and bought the 2 blueprints from the blueprint shop, installing them into my vehicle. One was a responsive steering system, making the vehicle turn like an extension of my own arm. The other was a smart massage seat. For long hauls, your body is your capital. Today I'd recharged a total of 175,000, and my account was down to $6. I glanced at the level 3 blueprint again and sighed. Guess the upgrade will have to wait until tomorrow. The next morning at 8:35, 6 days until highway survival. Ajing, you up yet? I'm downstairs. I set down my water glass and pulled the toothbrush out of my mouth. Coming down in 10. Hurry up, I'm waiting. I hung up, threw my stuff together in a flash, grabbed my ID, bank card, and phone charger, and headed out. Standing at the door, I looked back one more time. Once I left, I probably wouldn't ever be coming back. Quit being sentimental. It's just a rented apartment. I gave myself a wry smile, shut the door, and headed downstairs. Bam! The second I stepped off the elevator, a big cardboard box slammed right into me. I'm so sorry, so sorry. A girl clutching the box apologized over and over. Early 20s, delicate features, 2 little space buns radiating energy. The box blocked most of her frame, leaving only a pair of fair, slender legs in view. The box is too big, I didn't see you. It's fine, you go ahead. I stepped aside. She thanked me and got into the elevator. The instant the doors closed, I frowned slightly. She looked so familiar, like I'd seen her somewhere before. I shook my head and didn't think much of it, striding out to the Santana parked outside the complex. The boxy frame made it clear the car had some years on it. Bro, you finally made it. Li Ziong. He rolled down the window, grinning ear to ear. Get in, everyone's been waiting. I pulled open the passenger door and slid in, fumbling with the sticky seatbelt. You're sure? They can really lend 10 million. Of course. You know who you're dealing with. I won't brag about much, but when it comes to loans, I've got a little pull. He looked proud of himself, then suddenly reached back to the rear seat and shoved a bag of breakfast at me. You didn't eat, right? Grabbed it on the way. I took it, steamed buns and soy milk. I ate as I gave him a thumbs up. Impressive. Huh, just a few connections. He started the car, his face blooming like a chrysanthemum in full bloom. I bit into a bun and scoffed inwardly. Go ahead and smile. Enjoy it while you still can. We drove for half an hour. Li Ziong went quiet after a while, focusing on the road. I leaned back against the seat with my eyes closed until the car stopped and the parking brake ratcheted up. We're here. It's upstairs. I opened my eyes. A 7-story, old-style apartment building. Familiar. In my last life, that 1 million loan was signed right here. Don't let the place fool you. When it comes to loans, this outfit is one of the best in all of Shanghai. Li Ziong added the line quickly, as if afraid I'd get suspicious. I smiled and nodded. Sure, I believe you. After getting out, I looked around. The 7-story building wasn't standalone. It was surrounded by a ring of self-built houses, all different heights and styles. To the left, the ground floor of one building was a mahjong parlor, a cluster of middle-aged men and women playing cards in the haze of smoke. The parlor and the apartment building stood side by side but weren't connected, separated by a narrow passageway you could see straight through. At the far end was a bike share station with a few yellow rental bikes parked there. What are you looking at? Li Ziong leaned in. I pulled my gaze back and changed the subject. Urban village? Yeah, out in the suburbs. Don't let it fool you. Plenty of rich folks around here, and lots of companies too. I nodded and followed him into the building. The moment I stepped inside, a thick cloud of smoke hit me in the face. The stench of cigarettes wrapped in sweat. One breath, and it felt like someone smacked me in the nose with a brick. Even as a smoker myself, I flinched at the reek, forcing myself to size up the interior. A single corridor ran down the middle, 3 desks lined up on each side, surrounded by a crowd of shady-looking young guys. Everyone had a cigarette in hand. Some chatting, some playing cards. It looked nothing like a company. It was clearly a den of thugs. Boss Liu, you finally made it. The boss has been waiting upstairs for you a long time. A short-haired guy covered in tattoos sidled over, gave me a once-over, then turned to speak to Li Ziong. Boss Fong came in person? Li Ziong gave a start. Of course. A deal this big. How could the boss not keep an eye on it? Listening off to the side, my heart skipped a beat. Last life, borrowing 1 million. I never heard anything about a boss. and there weren't nearly this many people here that time either. I swept my gaze around again. That crowd downstairs. So many people, and they'd even called out the boss. Was this a show of force, or were they keeping their guard up against me? Go on up, then. Don't keep Boss Fong waiting, Li Ziong urged anxiously. The short-haired man led the way, cutting through a corridor and climbing an unremarkable staircase in the corner up to the second floor. This was more like it. Potted plants, bookshelves, a tea room, a conference hall. Finally, something that actually looked like a company. He stopped outside an office door and knocked lightly. Come in. I pushed the door open. Desk, bookcase, computer, sofa, coffee table, an ordinary setup. My eyes swept across it all and locked onto the two men beside the desk. The one sitting had a gold chain around his neck, tattoos covering both arms, and eyes as wild as a wolf's. No need to ask, this was Boss Fong. Behind him stood a hulking man, nearly 6'3", muscles knotted like cords, planted there like a nail. The moment I saw that big man's face, my pupils shrank, and I could barely hold back the urge to kill. I knew him. In my last life, it was him and Li Ziong who'd teamed up to rob me of my supplies, forcing me to claw my way out of death again and again. He was even more vicious than Li Ziong. Not content with just robbing me, he humiliated me, even tried to sell me off as a slave. If I hadn't stolen a car and gotten away, I'd have ended up as someone else's merchandise. After that, I never saw him again. There was no way to take my revenge. I never imagined I'd run into him this early in this life. I kept my face tightly composed, but out of the corner of my eye I scanned him over and over, my hands slowly clenching behind my back. Boss Fong straightened up, his gaze landing on me like he was sizing me up. You want a loan? It's him, Boss Fong. My buddy. Li Ziong cut in with a fawning smile. Did anyone ask you? The big man glared. Li Ziong immediately shrank back. Boss Fong didn't even glance at him, just kept his eyes fixed on me. 10 million. 6 months. Pay back 15 million, principal and interest. 6 months. Pay back 15 million. I froze for a second, then nodded. Right. He tapped the desk with his finger. What's it for? I shot a glance at Li Ziong, and only after seeing him nod did I answer. Making money. The corner of Boss Fong's mouth curled up. He pulled open a drawer and tossed a stack of contracts onto the desk. Making money's good. Come on, sign. That's it. 10 million. Signed off in a couple of sentences. I walked over and flipped through them. More than just a loan contract. There were consulting fees, service fees, management fees, a whole pile of them. However many traps were buried inside, I couldn't be bothered to read every word. 6 days from now, I'd be long gone from this world. Just as I was about to put pen to paper, Boss Fong pressed a hand down on the contracts. Think it through. You've only got 6 months. If you can't pay it back. I brushed his hand aside, looked up, my eyes full of amusement. There's no can't pay it back. With returns this high, this money will be paid off in no time. Scratch, scratch, scratch. I signed my name on every single contract. Li Ziong watched from the side. At first a flicker of reluctance crossed his eyes, but it was instantly swallowed by wild elation. His hands were clenched tight, his body trembling slightly. He'd probably already pictured the good life ahead. No more sweating over debts, no more driving that embarrassing old Santana. Boss Fong looked it over carefully, then satisfied, slid the loan contract back. Send the money. The big guy took it, snapped a photo of the account with his phone, and tapped through a few steps. A moment later, my phone chimed. A deposit notification popped up. I calmly counted it out. 10 million, not a cent more or less. A weight lifted off my chest. The money was in hand. As long as I got out safely, I could keep upgrading my vehicle. Zheng, it came through, right? Quick, transfer it to me. Li Ziong caught sight of the notification and leaned in close, his face full of urgency. I ignored him and looked up at the two of them, wearing the expression of spectators enjoying a show, but their eyes were locked dead on me. Come on, Zheng. Every second wasted is money down the drain. Li Ziong's voice climbed higher. Ziong, hold on. I stared at the screen, my voice shaking, the ends of my words going a little shrill. It's my first time seeing this much money in an account. Let me look a bit longer. Stop staring at it. You'll earn it all back in no time, and then some. It'll all be yours then. Look at it as long as you want. That's true. I frowned and nodded. Right now it's borrowed. Later it'll be what I earn myself. Now you're getting it. Hurry and transfer it. The earlier you invest, the earlier you profit. I drew in a deep breath. Then let's go to the bank. I'll transfer it to you there. With that, I stood to leave. Li Ziong didn't think twice and followed. The weight on my chest lifted a little more. Once I was out that door, there was no way Li Ziong could stop me on his own. Once I boarded the flight I'd booked ahead of time, I could wait in peace for the crossover into the games 6 days from now. Hold on. Boss Fong suddenly spoke up, narrowing his eyes at me. It's just a transfer. I can handle it right here. No need to make a special trip to the bank. That's right, Asian. Li Ziong snapped back to attention. Boss Fong can authorize large transfers. The weight that had just settled in my chest suddenly shot right back up. I looked at Boss Fong warily. That won't be necessary. The bank's safer. Kid, what's that supposed to mean? The big guy shot me a hard glare. It doesn't mean anything. 10 million is nothing to you. But to me, it's everything. It's my life. I don't want anything going wrong. I didn't back down an inch, glaring right back. Zheng, you shouldn't think like that. Fine, I won't say anything. Li Ziong cut himself off mid-sentence, running into that same wary look in my eyes, and swallowed his words. Why, you little? The big guy rolled up his sleeves, ready to make a move. Enough. Boss Fong raised a hand, his gaze. No warmth at all. You want to go to the bank? Then let's go. Xiao Wu, get in here. The door opened, and the short-haired guy who'd let us up walked in. Boss, take these two out back to Tomato Bank. Fong grinned at me. There. No problems now, right? I almost cursed him out on the spot. There was a bank right out back, and of all places, it had to be Tomato Bank, the biggest one there is. Now I couldn't even use the "it's not safe" excuse anymore. But I just smiled and nodded. Of course. Xiao Wu, lead the way. Yes, sir. Xiao Wu turned. This way, gentlemen. Come on, come on. Li Ziong urged us eagerly. There was no way to make a run for it, so I could only take it one step at a time. The three of us headed downstairs, back to the Santana parked out front, and ducked into that narrow passageway. Xiao Wu went first, Li Ziong brought up the rear, and I was sandwiched in the middle, sizing things up as I walked. The passage was about a meter wide, barely enough for two people side by side, and no more than 5 or 6 meters long. It's right over there. We came out of the passage, rounded a corner, and after just a few steps, Xiao Wu stopped and pointed ahead. I instinctively glanced back, and my eye twitched. I knew it was close, but I hadn't expected it to be this close. Out back really did just mean out back. A few steps away, that's it. I jerked my head up. Behind the window of that office we'd just been in, Fong was staring right at me. When he saw me look back, he even smiled and gave me a little wave. I smiled and waved back too, but everything clicked into place in my mind. No wonder he'd dare to send me off to make the transfer. He wasn't the least bit worried I'd bolt. From this close, standing at the window watching, at the first sign of trouble, he could have someone chasing me down in an instant. I glanced at the few shared bikes parked not far off, and my resolve hardened. The urban village was a maze of tiny alleys, and cars couldn't get down most of them. And there wasn't a single motorcycle parked at the building's entrance. All I had to do was scan a shared bike, dive into these twisting old lanes, and by the time they reacted, they wouldn't even catch a glimpse of my shadow. So there was only one question left: how to take down Xiao Wu and Li Ziong in the shortest time possible, then calmly scan a bike and go. Li Ziong was easy, the guy was useless. The tricky one was Xiao Wu. Skinny as he was, the fact that he'd been sent to escort us meant Fong trusted him, and the bulge at his waist was probably a knife or a short baton. I had to pick the right moment and take him out first. Zheng, hurry up and get in. At the bank's entrance, Li Ziong tugged at me excitedly. I didn't resist, but my eyes stayed locked on Xiao Wu's every move. The three of us stepped through the automatic doors. The bank wasn't big, maybe 300 or 400 square meters. A few rows of waiting chairs sat just inside the door, completely empty. Up front were 3 teller windows, no customers, and 3 tellers killing time on their phones. Bang! The instant the automatic doors clicked fully shut behind us, I made my move. A hook slammed hard into Xiao Wu's face. He never saw it coming. He dropped straight down like a board, out cold on the spot. Zheng, what are you? Li Ziong was completely stunned, neither running nor backing away, his face full of disbelief. Tough skull. I shook out my tingling hand and walked toward him. Nothing. just putting you to sleep. And also, I stared at him, spelling it out word by word, getting some payback. You. Bam. He'd barely started to step back when my fist landed. Thud. Li Ziong crumpled to the floor, eyes shut, out cold. I rubbed my aching lower back and sucked in a sharp breath. Just as I thought, a body that hasn't been enhanced can't handle an explosive burst like that. Power never comes from nowhere. To survive on that man-eating highway, a moment of grit and a stroke of luck were nowhere near enough. I had to make myself truly strong. In the highway survival world, a lucky break had taught me how to unleash raw power. After that, as my body kept evolving, all it took was an iron rod in hand. One swing, and any low-level mutant creature was basically dead. But now, after just 2 punches, my hand hurt, and I'd wrenched my back. The bank teller's scream tore through the silence. I rubbed my ear. Enough. Time to go. I looked down and stomped hard on Li Ziong a few times, then slipped out of the bank in a flash. Why just knock him out and stomp on him instead of finishing him off for good? Because I didn't dare. A beating to blow off steam was fine, but if I killed someone, then 6 days from now, I wouldn't be crossing into the game from my home. I'd be crossing in from a prison cell. Too bad that big guy wasn't here. I'd have loved to stomp on him too. Can't kill him now, but collecting a little interest wouldn't hurt. Bursting out the door, I looked up again at the second-floor window across the street. Boss Fong was still standing there. I opened my mouth and mouthed silently, "Thank you." Then I pulled my eyes away and sprinted full speed toward a shared bike, already whipping out my phone to open the scan screen on the way. "Kid, you stop right there." Upstairs, Boss Fong just frowned slightly and said nothing. It was the big guy beside him who suddenly shoved the window open and started yelling. I ignored him completely. Click, the lock popped open. I spun the handlebars and rode off in style, right under their watchful eyes. "Kid, stop. F***K. Run again, and I'll kill you." Quit cursing. "The motorcycle. Go back and take the motorcycle." A crowd came pouring out of the alley one after another, but all they caught was the back of me riding away. First they stood there cursing, then, once it clicked, they turned back to grab their rides. Too bad. Just as I'd expected, by the time they actually got the motorcycles out, the bike was long gone without a trace. Even if they wanted to chase, there was nowhere to start. 2 hours later, the second-floor office door swung open, and Xiao Wu walked in with a bruised, purple fist mark on his face. "Boss, no luck. We turned his place upside down. Nobody there." His eyes were bloodshot, fists clenched, his face twisted with rage. He'd been with the boss for years, and when it came to fighting, he'd never lost to anyone. Yet he'd been dropped by a single punch from some nobody named Yu Zhang, and had to be carried back by his own guys. The ultimate humiliation. The moment he came to, he'd rounded up his men and gone hunting, dead set on repaying that punch. But now, forget revenge. He couldn't even find a shadow of the guy. Boss Fong looked unfazed. He picked up his teacup, blew on it, and took a sip. "Bring everyone back. No need to keep looking." "Boss Fong, no. We can't just stop." Li Ziong, who'd fared even worse than Xiao Wu, pushed his way forward. A purple bruise marked his face, and several bloody shoe prints were stamped across his body. He hadn't dared make a sound before, but the second he heard they were calling off the search, he panicked. If they stopped looking, wouldn't that 10 million just vanish? He couldn't repay the money, and he couldn't earn it either. On top of that, to take out this loan, he'd put his own life up as collateral. If they couldn't find Yu Zhang, was he really going to have to pay with his life? "Oh, so you're saying you know where he is?" Boss Fong shot him a cold glance. Li Ziong shuddered. "And no, I don't. You don't." The burly man took a few steps forward and grabbed him by the collar. "Let me make this crystal clear. You brought him here. I don't care how you do it, but you're finding him today, or I'll break you." "Fong, Brother Fong, I really don't know." Li Ziong nearly wet himself. Clink. Enough. The teacup came down on the coffee table. The burly man let go. Boss Fong rose and walked to the window. "Whether we find him or not doesn't matter to me. The contract is legal. A debt that's owed always gets paid. Wouldn't you agree?" Right. Absolutely. You're right, Boss Fong." Li Ziong nodded frantically, then his face fell. But what if he can't pay?" Boss Fong turned with a smile and patted his shoulder. "Then we take something else. Whatever's worth money. And if that's still not enough, well, Then we'll just have to take whatever's worth something on you. We're businessmen. We can't let ourselves take a loss. You understand all this, don't you? Li Ziong didn't dare move a muscle. Cold sweat poured down his face, and deep down he wished that bastard Yu Zheng would just drop dead on the spot. Why did he have to run? Why? Wait. Something suddenly hit him. Boss Fong, I've got it. I know where Yu Zheng went. 3 pairs of eyes snapped toward him. The countryside. His hometown. He definitely went back to his hometown. There's nowhere else for him to go. As his words faded, the office fell into dead silence. Li Ziong, who'd thought he'd grabbed a lifeline, was suddenly at a loss. Xiao Wu, break one of his legs. Take a picture. Send it to that Yu Zheng. Let him understand exactly what happens when you can't pay back your debts. Yes, boss. Xiao Wu grabbed Li Ziong and started dragging him toward the door. Mr. Fong, he's really at his hometown. You've got to believe me. Li Ziong struggled desperately, but Mr. Fong didn't react at all. He just walked back to the couch as if he hadn't heard a word and poured himself another cup of tea. Seeing that Fong clearly didn't believe him anymore, Li Ziong's eyes darted around and he switched tactics. Mr. Fong, wait. The repayment date hasn't even come yet. You can't hurt me. At those words, Mr. Fong raised a hand to stop everything and walked over to him step by step. This has nothing to do with paying back the money. Yesterday, you personally promised me that the 10 million would be transferred back today. Right. Why, yes. So did it come back? And no. Mr. Fong narrowed his eyes. You didn't keep your word. Doesn't that call for punishment? If I cripple one of your feet, that's not too much to ask, is it? Li Ziong swallowed hard, trembling all over. And no, not too much. Mr. Fong patted his ashen face with satisfaction, then waved for Xiao Wu to continue. This time, Li Ziong didn't dare resist. Deathly pale, he was dragged out the door. Boss, I think that Li guy had a point. Maybe the kid really did go back home. They say home's a safe harbor, right? The big man spoke up once the two of them were gone. Mr. Fong shot him a glare. That kid's got 10 million on him right now. If you had that kind of money, would you go back to some backwater village? Definitely not. With money like that, why go anywhere near the countryside? What's the point? Shanghai Airport, boarding lounge. I had no idea what my good buddy was facing, all because I'd run off like this. I glanced at the time, half an hour until my flight to Shaw City. I found a quiet corner with few people and sat down, then immediately pulled out my phone and opened the vehicle simulator. Now I've got the money, time to keep upgrading. I rubbed my hands together, and the moment the game finished loading, I opened the payment screen and dropped 1 million in without hesitation. Ding! Cumulative recharge of 1 million detected. VIP system unlocked. Rare material purchase eligibility unlocked. Congratulations, you are now VIP 1. You may purchase 5 units of rare materials per date. Huh. I blinked. I dropped 1 million and became a VIP, and there's still a purchase limit on rare materials? 5 units a day. 6 days would be 30 units at most. Would 30 units be enough to max out the vehicle? No need to even think about it. Definitely not. Going from level 2 to level 3 already costs 1 unit, and it'd only get more expensive from here. You've got to be kidding me. I can't even max it out with money? My expression had just darkened when. Recharge 2 million yuan to increase your VIP level. Daily purchase limits for rare materials will increase. I let out a sigh of relief. Then my lips couldn't help but twitch. Well, called it. Same old playbook. They really studied it hard. Shaking my head, I let it go and opened the materials shop to start stocking up. 50 units of steel blocks, 1,000 each, 50,000 total. 10 units of electronic chips, 5,000 each, another 50,000. And finally, 1 unit of the rare material Smart Movement Core. 100,000 for a single unit. I froze for a second. I got that rare materials were expensive, but this price, 50 times the cost of a steel block, 20 times a chip. Expensive or not, whatever. At the end of the day, this is the kind of stuff I'll be risking my life for down the road. 200,000 in all, and the materials were bought. I closed the shop, opened my inventory, and locked my eyes, full of anticipation, on the Tier 3 upgrade blueprint at the very top. Let's see what a Tier 3 enhanced version actually looks like. I opened the blueprint, selected the Plan B option, and the upgrade began. Under that familiar beam of light, the Tier 2 vehicle in the garage was enveloped and slowly began to change. Unlike the jump from Tier 1 to Tier 2, the shape barely changed this time. The metal's color just deepened slightly, making it look a bit tougher. The body didn't get bigger, the chassis didn't rise, and even the outer shell wasn't reinforced. At a glance, it looked like nothing more than a new paint job. This upgrade is really understated. I rubbed my nose, at a loss for how to describe it. Ding. Vehicle upgraded to Tier 3. Updating Materials Shop and Blueprint Shop, ***. Notice, player, please continue upgrading your vehicle. Once the vehicle reaches Tier 4, the Blueprint Lottery system will unlock, allowing you to draw lifestyle blueprints and rare blueprints. A blueprint lottery? Lifestyle blueprints. No wonder the shop didn't carry any lifestyle blueprints. Turns out this was where they were waiting. Rare blueprints. Now those are the good stuff. Rare blueprints, like rare materials, could only be obtained by killing bosses, clearing dungeons, or opening dungeon treasure chests. And the drop rate was even lower than for rare materials. Often you couldn't get 1 in 5 tries. How did I know all this so well? I'd cursed about it countless times in the regional chat. There was even a stretch where all the big shots were buying them up like crazy. Too bad I have to wait until Tier 4 to draw. It'd be great if I could do it right now. I knew that most rare blueprints came with extraordinary properties. Take the spatial refrigerator. It looked just like an ordinary fridge on the outside, but the inside had several square meters of space, and food stored in it never spoiled. If my car came loaded with a few rare parts the moment I entered the game, I clasped my hands together, a fierce anticipation for that lottery system igniting inside me. A max-level vehicle paired with rare parts. Once I got there, wouldn't it be pretty much like going on a vacation? Calm down. Take a look at the actual stats of the Tier 3 enhanced version first. I pushed the fantasy aside and pulled up the vehicle panel. Vehicle, van. Tier 3. Physical defense, 300. Magic defense, 0. Tonnage, 10 tons. Storage, 10 cubic meters. Durability, 100%. Fuel, 5%. Loadout, heavy-duty AC, high-beam headlights, responsive steering system, smart massage seats. Note, the vehicle is overweight. Without a more powerful engine, it will not be able to start. Huh. My eyes locked onto that last line at the bottom of the panel, and my brow furrowed. Without a more powerful engine, it can't even start. A wave of dread washed over me. Thankfully, I hadn't had many materials in my past life, so I never forced my way into picking the enhanced version. Otherwise, I would have died even sooner. But that's not an issue now. I've got the blueprint store, and there'll be a lottery system down the line. Getting my hands on an engine blueprint won't be hard. I shook my head, letting it go, and took a careful look at the changes in the stats. Going from Tier 2 to Tier 3, the changes weren't huge, just 2 things. Physical defense jumped from 100 to 300, and tonnage doubled from 5 tons to 10 tons. This defense is insane. My pupils shrank. 300 points. That was a full 180 more than the standard version's 120, nearly triple. In the early survival phase, this thing could walk all over everything. The early bosses probably wouldn't even be able to scratch it. In highway survival, the strength of the mutated creatures wasn't fixed. It scaled up steadily over time. In that stretch right after the game started, 300 defense was flat-out overkill. Back then, even the strongest mutated creatures only hit for around 100. Even if I parked the vehicle and let them wail on it all night long, they probably wouldn't leave so much as a scratch. The tonnage doubled, though. No wonder it needs a stronger engine. My gaze shifted to the tonnage line. Tonnage was a love-hate thing. The love. Higher tonnage meant higher defense. A real sense of security. The hate. The moment tonnage went up, both speed and fuel consumption took a hit. Just like now, the stock engine couldn't handle the load anymore, so I'd have to swap in a stronger one. Even with a new engine, the fuel consumption is going to be brutal. I rubbed my temples. High fuel consumption was the last thing I wanted to see. Fuel could only be pulled from resource chests. Killing mutated creatures didn't drop any. If it did, with my current stats, I could floor it and mow down a whole crowd, farming fuel however I pleased. But no, it only came from chests. The higher the fuel consumption, the more chests I'd have to open, and the more treasure chests I'd have to hunt down. With luck like mine, I'd be. The oil I scavenge in a whole day isn't even enough to burn, and at night, I still have to scour the world flipping through treasure chests. At this rate, how is this any different from not being reborn at all? The thought left me stunned. Sure, I could trade other supplies for fuel, but that wasn't realistic. Fuel didn't have a bad drop rate, but the output was limited, and everyone had to burn it every single day. The more cargo you hauled, the harder you burned through it. Unless you were about to starve, or you were just one material short of an upgrade, nobody would be willing to part with something so essential. Wait. My eyes lit up. I remember there's a piece of equipment, one that can convert the corpses of mutant creatures into fuel. What was it called? The fuel converter. I stroked my chin, thinking hard. That thing showed up not long after the survival game began. The lucky guy who got it managed to claw his way up from an ordinary survivor into the absolute top tier of players. With that, I'd never have to worry about fuel again. I wouldn't even need to get out of the vehicle to have all the fuel I could want. By then I could just barrel around in my car, running down anything I saw. Kill it, drag it back, convert it to oil, simple as that. That converter should be a survival-type blueprint. Once my vehicle hits level 4, I'll be able to pull it from the lottery system. My gaze hardened, and I silently swore to myself. No matter what, I had to get that blueprint. Whatever the cost, I would pull it. Well now, kid, didn't expect to run into you here. A voice cut through my thoughts. I turned to look. The seat beside me, which had been empty, was now occupied by a man in his 40s, thinning hair, dark complexion. He was smiling at me, his eyes lit with pleasant surprise, as if to say, "What a coincidence." Master. The moment I recognized his face, I shot to my feet. This man's surname was Lin Ye. He was the person who, later in the game, would save my life and teach me the secret to unleashing explosive power. I never imagined I'd run into him at the airport. Master. Lin Ye froze. He and I had only met once. His daughter happened to live in the same complex as me. A couple of days earlier, he'd come to Shanghai on business and figured he'd stop by to see her. It was his first visit, and he couldn't find the right building. Just as I was passing by, he flagged me down to ask for directions. Other than that, this was only the second time he'd ever seen me. And yet this kid opens his mouth and calls him master. Something's off. A flicker of wariness crossed Lin Ye's eyes. This punk seemed to live in the same building as his daughter. Could it be that he had his eye on her and was calling him master just to butter him up? Good grief. Working the father-in-law angle first, going the win over the parents route? If he didn't scroll through so many videos in his spare time, he never would have picked up on this kid's little scheme. Asterisk ahem asterisk. Sorry, uncle. My mouth got ahead of me. I snapped back to reality. We didn't even know each other yet. So why had I instinctively started calling him master? Lin Ye laughed and patted my shoulder. Kid, there's no shortcut when it comes to feelings. If you like her, go for it. If you two actually end up together, I'll support you. Huh. I was completely lost now. Where was this even coming from? Huh. Embarrassed already? My mouth twitched. What made him think I was embarrassed? Hold on, let me get this straight. I raised a hand to stop him, rubbing my temples, and frowned. How did you suddenly jump to feelings? Lin Ye frowned too. Don't you like my daughter? Asterisk cough. Cough asterisk. I choked on my own spit and my eyes went wide. Since when did I like your daughter? I knew he had a daughter. In my past life, from the moment the game started until right before I was reborn, he'd been searching for her the whole time. The reason he saved me was because he wanted my help keeping an eye out for her. Later on, he saved a lot of other people, all for the same reason. Because of that, he'd been hailed as a hero by countless survivors at the bottom rung back then. But knowing all that was one thing. When exactly did I fall for his daughter? I'd never even met her. Playing dumb, keep it up. Lin Ye started laughing again. You young folks these days are just too thin-skinned. Not like us back in the day, when we had our eye on someone, we'd chase after them and never let go. I was completely speechless. So he decided I had a thing for this girl I'd never laid eyes on. Don't think you have to be scared of me just because I'm Juanin's dad. I'm not like those stiff old-timers in the short videos. If you like her, you like her. If you two really get together, I'm not gonna break your legs. Lin Ye clapped me on the shoulder, looking totally open-minded. As long as Juanin's happy, as long as you treat her right and build a good life together, I can accept anything else. I didn't even want to open my mouth anymore. There was only one thought left in my head. How did the Lin Ye from the game The one who barely said 3 words a day and always looked like the weight of the world was on his shoulders. Have a brain that worked like this before the apocalypse hit? After that, he didn't stop for a second. How he chased girls in his youth, how he felt about his daughter getting married. His mouth never rested for a moment, and it gave me a splitting headache. Attention passengers traveling to Shaw City. Flight CH0508 is now boarding. Please proceed to gate 3. The instant the announcement came on, I shot to my feet like I'd grabbed a lifeline. Uncle, I'm boarding now. Huh? Boarding already? He raised his arm to check his watch and nodded, still not quite done talking. Then hurry along. Remember what I told you. If you like her, grow a thicker skin. I stumbled and nearly fell flat. He really had convinced himself I had a thing for this Wanine. I didn't waste any more time and practically bolted for the gate. But halfway there, I suddenly turned back, my expression getting serious now. Oh right, Uncle, there's this game on TikTok called Vehicle Simulator. You've got to play it. And remember, level up your vehicles as much as you can. I knew he probably wouldn't. A middle-aged guy has zero interest in games to begin with, let alone some boring money-grubbing gimmick like this. But I still couldn't help throwing that line out there. Just in case. What if he actually plays it? With that, I vanished into the crowd, leaving Lin Ye sitting alone in his chair, staring off into space. Play a game. His eyes lit up. Is she trying to play together with me, get closer to me? So she still hasn't given up on winning me over, huh? Sigh, wasted breath. Why can't I just grow a thicker skin? He shook his head and let out a sigh, but the name Vehicle Simulator got quietly filed away in the back of his mind. The sky was dimming. 6 in the evening. Shaw City, a hotel near the train station. I switched on the AC, plugged in my phone, pulled out the fried rice I'd grabbed off the street, and sat down at the table, digging in. I hadn't eaten a thing since breakfast, and I was starving. My stomach was practically glued to my back. Ding. My phone buzzed. I picked it up, and I nearly laughed out loud. It was a picture message from my good buddy Li Ye. The guy in the photo was a completely different person from this morning. That smile, wide as a blooming chrysanthemum, was gone, replaced by a face twisted in agony, both hands clutching a mangled left leg. Ding. Another text popped up. Listen up, kid. This is what happens when you don't pay up. TCH. I gave it a glance, saved the image first, something to savor later, then took off my jacket and kept eating. A threat? I couldn't care less. If I'm still alive in 6 months, we'll talk. I scarfed down the last bite and chased it with a few gulps of the hotel's complimentary water. Full and satisfied. Time to keep leveling up. I let out a burp, tossed the takeout box in the trash, lit up an after-meal cigarette, rolled up my sleeves, and opened Vehicle Simulator. That whole circus at the airport had cut my leveling short. Between the flight and all the running around, I'd been jerked around all the way till now. Finally, I had some free time. Let's check the blueprint store first. Once the screen loaded, I opened the shop. Tier 4 Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint, 200,000. High Power Engine Blueprint, 100,000. Solid Wear-Resistant Tire Blueprint, 100,000. Only 3. I rubbed my chin. When the shop first opened at Tier 2, there were 5. Now that my level had gone up, the number had actually dropped. Probably clearing space for the gotcha system down the line. I didn't dwell on it and scanned the 3 blueprints. The upgrade blueprint was a must-have, buy it. The engine blueprint, without it the car won't even start, buy it. The tire blueprint was good stuff too, buy it. For 100,000 gone. Plus, the 200,000 in materials for the airfield upgrade, plus the million I'd loaded up. Now I was down to just 400,000. Money really doesn't stretch far. I laughed bitterly. Blueprints were only going to get pricier, materials more expensive, and then there was that lottery system practically designed to drain your wallet. A cool 10 million in hand suddenly didn't seem like much at all. I closed the shop and opened my inventory, starting with the upgrade blueprints. Tier 4 Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint. Option A Tier 3 Vehicle, MET, / vehicle parts ×5 / steel block ×30 / special alloy ×5 / smart core, rare, ×1. Effect, full vehicle reinforcement, expanded storage, reduced fuel consumption. Option B, Enhanced, Tier 3 Vehicle, MET, / vehicle parts ×5 / steel block ×10 / special alloy ×20 / power core, rare, ×4 / smart control unit, rare, ×1. Effect, full vehicle reinforcement, expanded storage, reduced fuel consumption, autopilot. Lower fuel consumption and autopilot. My eyes locked onto that last line of option B. Lower fuel consumption went without saying. Fuel was the hard currency of any survival game. But autopilot? That was the cherry on top. With autopilot, I wouldn't even have to lift a finger to drive. In highway survival, driving was the most exhausting part. You had to watch the road, fend off mutant creatures, and keep an eye out for supply crates. 10+ hours behind the wheel at a stretch, every waking second stuck at that steering wheel, more draining than working a mine. Autopilot would change everything. Sure, I'd still have to watch for monsters and crates, but I wouldn't have to stay wound up tight for 24 hours straight. Besides, with my defenses now, I couldn't care less about monsters. Flip on autopilot, and all I've got to do is hunt for crates. The more I thought about it, the more pumped I got. I wanted to bump the car up to Tier 4 right that second. But a second later, half my excitement fizzled out. These requirements are brutal. 5 vehicle parts. That alone is something an average player couldn't scrape together anytime soon. Vehicle part blueprints were absurdly rare drops. From launch day to my rebirth, I'd hunted for crates day and night for a solid 2 months, and I'd only managed to collect 4. And rare materials jumped from 1 unit to 5. I could hardly believe my eyes. 2+ months of survival, and I hadn't gotten my hands on a single unit of rare material. Good thing money can buy anything now. In an actual apocalypse, you could give me another 2 months and I still couldn't pull off this upgrade. I let out a sigh of relief and turned to the other 2 blueprints. Heavy-duty engine requirements. Steel block times 10/iron block times 10/special alloy times 5. Effect: higher top speed, shorter acceleration time, 2 times power boost, plus 50% fuel consumption. Solid wear-resistant tires requirements. Special alloy times 5/rubber times 40. Effect: durability times 10. Comfort minus 50%. It's all good stuff. The engine guzzles fuel, sure, but it runs fast, dodges well, and hauls a ton. The tires ride a little rough, but they last 10 times longer, and I'll never have to worry about a blowout from running over something sharp again. I didn't hesitate. I opened the materials store and placed my order. Specialty alloy, 11 grand a unit. Above iron comes steel, and above steel comes specialty alloy. It's not exactly rare, and honestly the drop rate isn't much higher either. 11 grand a unit, that's not bad. I dropped 131 grand and rounded up the materials for both parts. Then I pulled the blueprint back up and started crafting. That familiar beam of light shot into the vehicle. The van in my garage now had thicker tires and sat a little higher. The engine didn't look any different, but that line on the vehicle panel reading "requires a stronger engine" was gone. Now I've got to drop more cash again. I sighed, pulled up the payment screen, and threw in another million. Hitting level 4 takes 5 units of rare material, but VIP 1 only lets me buy 5 units a day, and leveling up to 381 unit. So I've only got 4 units of quota left. If I want to keep upgrading, I either bump up my VIP or wait until tomorrow. Waiting? Not happening. Ding. Total payments have reached 2 million. VIP 1 upgraded to VIP 2. Daily rare material purchase quota increased to 10 units. Just 5 more units. Drop a million, get to buy 5 more units a day. This game really doesn't treat money like money. At this rate, every time I level up from here, I'll probably have to bump my VIP first. I was speechless for a moment. Whatever. Leveling up is what matters. Once I level up, I can unlock the lottery. I headed back to the store and bought up all the upgrade materials. Damn, 5 rare materials alone cost 500,000, plus 200 grand for specialty alloy and 10 grand for steel. One measly level 4 upgrade, and the material bills 710 grand. I'd brace myself for it, but seeing the actual number still gave me a jolt. And that's not even counting the blueprint or the parts. Add it all up, and going from 3 to 4 already broke 1 million. This is only level 4. Who knows how many levels are still ahead? I laughed bitterly. I couldn't even imagine what maxing out this vehicle would look like. At the rate the costs were climbing, that 10 million I'd borrowed might not hold up. If 10 million isn't enough, where else am I supposed to scrape up money? My head was pounding. Just pulling together that 10 million had taken insane luck. Scoring another big chunk like that would take another sucker like Li Ziyang falling out of the sky. One step at a time. Maybe it'll be enough after all. I shook my head to clear out the noise, went back to my inventory, pulled up the upgrade blueprint, and selected Plan B, Enhanced Edition. Upgrade. The screen cut back to the garage. The beam of light came down, engulfing the van. This one's a big one. Unlike the jump to level 3, this time the change in appearance was obvious. My eyes instantly sharpened with focus. The first thing to change was the metal. Maybe because it used a large amount of specialty alloys, the shell shifted from grayish white to silver white. Its texture completely transformed. No need to check the panel. One glance, and you could feel it was indestructible. Next was the body. Just like when it went from level 1 to 2, both length and width increased. The whole thing grew a size bigger, and the interior space expanded along with it. Last was the glass. The windows and windshield took on a coat of silver white too, as if they'd been swapped out for tempered glass. This change, it's practically like getting a whole new car. I ran my hand over the brand new van on the screen, as if I could feel the cold metal right through the glass. The affection in my eyes was almost overflowing. Ding. Vehicle upgraded to level 4. Updating materials store. Unlocking blueprint lottery. Notice, once the lottery function is unlocked, the blueprint store will no longer update. Reading that last line, I narrowed my eyes. The store won't update anymore, meaning, from now on, even upgrade blueprints have to come from the lottery? I nearly cursed out loud. The lottery meant relying on luck, and my luck? Never once been good. If I could just buy it outright, I'd swallow whatever price. But gambling on RNG, even if I drained every cent, there was no guarantee I'd get it. Here's hoping there's a pity system. I let out a sigh and opened the panel out of habit first. Vehicle, van. Level 4. Physical defense, 1000. Magic defense, 0. Special ability, autopilot. Tonnage, 12 tons. Space, 15 cubic meters. Durability, 100%. Fuel, 5%. Physical defense, 1000. The instant I registered that number, I shot to my feet, not even noticing the charging cable get yanked loose. 1,000 points, more than triple. The hand holding my phone wouldn't stop shaking, and my heart was pounding like there was a rabbit thumping around in my chest. What does 1,000 physical defense even mean? At the point in time I'd been reborn into, 2 months after the highway survival began, with that kind of defense, I could park the car by the roadside and just let mutant creatures gnaw on it. As long as it wasn't an especially powerful boss or a monster that could cast magic attacks, 1,000 defense meant I could ignore all of them. Insane. This is just insane. I braced myself against the desk, my pupils trembling as I stared at that line of numbers, nearly jumping right out of my skin on the spot. Suppressing the wild joy, I sat back down to look over the rest of the stats. By comparison, the changes were minor. It gained autopilot, tonnage went from 10 to 12, and space went from 10 to 15. I nodded, satisfied. Autopilot goes without saying. I'd been waiting for that far too long. As for tonnage, the less it went up the better, because that meant fuel consumption. Triple the def. Just 2 extra tons, totally worth it. As for space, a van is a van no matter how high you level it up. It's never going to turn into a truck, so every extra cubic meter is a genuine leap. This time it jumped from 10 to 15, a 50% increase. You could call it a massive upgrade. Time to check out the lottery. Please don't let it be one of those pure luck-based systems with no pity mechanic. I glanced at the newly appeared icon in the top right corner, feeling oddly nervous for some reason. What's there to be nervous about? The outcome's already set. Doesn't matter if I pull now or later. I patted my cheeks to psych myself up and clicked in. First came the beginner tutorial, which, as usual, gifted 1 free pull. I went straight for it. The next second, the screen turned into a stretch of sky, and a streak of blue light shot across the horizon. Holy crap, Genshin! This lottery interface looked absurdly familiar. My mouth twitched. Did this game have zero originality? Was it all just ripped off? Ding! Congratulations on obtaining steel block ×1. Cough, cough. I choked on my own spit, eyes going wide. Wait, what did I just pull? A steel block. Wasn't this supposed to be a blueprint lottery? And my very first pull gives me a single unit of steel? I quickly tapped the question mark in the top left corner. After reading through it, I let out a sigh of relief, and I couldn't keep the corners of my mouth from curling up. Good news. Hit 100 pulls, and you get a free level 5 upgrade blueprint. 200 pulls gets you level 6, 300 gets level 7, all the way up to level 9 at 500 pulls. No matter how terrible my luck is, it won't hold back my upgrades. Bad news. It's called a blueprint lottery, but odds are most of what you pull is just ordinary materials. Pulling materials was unexpected, but I can live with it. Getting a blueprint on every single pull wouldn't be realistic anyway. Vehicle blueprints. I stroked my chin. A free upgrade blueprint every 100 pulls was fantastic news for me. No more gambling my life on my luck. But the catch was, the freebies stopped at level 9. Is level 9 the cap, or do I have to get level 10 blueprints from somewhere else? I shook my head. Way too early to be thinking that far ahead. I haven't even touched level 5 yet. My eyes landed on the pity system explanation at the very bottom. Just as I'd hoped, there was a pity mechanic. Every 100 pulls guaranteed one rare grade blueprint. Rare blueprints, treasures you could only dream of. And now, all I had to do was hit 100 pulls, and one would be mine. A rare blueprint. Something that could produce vehicle parts with extraordinary properties. Those words had once been a dream far beyond my reach. Countless survivors had thrown away their lives and still couldn't obtain one. And now, all I needed was 100 pulls to guarantee at least one. With good luck, maybe even 2 or 3. Even if my rotten luck means I can only ever count on the pity system, that's more than enough. Pull for a few more days, and rare blueprints will eventually fill up my whole backpack. I rubbed my hands together, the fire in my eyes impossible to suppress. I could hardly wait to drain the entire prize pool right then and there. But that thought didn't last 3 seconds. The moment the price popped up, it was like someone dumped a bucket of ice water over my head. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 5 grand for a single pull. I rubbed my eyes. Nope, I'd read it right. 5,000 per pull, so 100 pulls was $500,000. Add in the cost of rare materials, and building a single rare vehicle part would run me several $100,000 at minimum, pushing $1 million. At these prices, even forget upgrading the vehicle, I couldn't crank out more than a handful of parts on the lottery alone. My head started throbbing again. Counting on the lottery to stockpile rare parts? Keep dreaming. Hold on. At the very bottom of the screen, a line of small text. Limit 100 lottery exchanges per day. Expensive was one thing, but now there was a purchase cap too? This single restriction cut off any hope of farming rare parts in bulk. Even if I struck it rich later, it wouldn't matter. I took a deep breath and forced myself to calm down. Nothing worth crying over, really. There are still 6 days until the highway survival game launches. As long as I max out the pulls every day, I'm guaranteed at least 6 rare vehicle parts. 6. Other people would kill just to get their hands on one. And here I could snag 6 for free with a flick of my finger. What more could I ask for? I glanced at my balance. 559,000. I cranked it all the way up. $500,000 for 100 chances. Wait, why isn't there a 10-pull option? I scoured the entire screen. There was just one lonely little lottery icon. My eye twitched. Nice. Single pulls only. Guess they figured a 10-pull might come with a discount, so they just deleted it. I shook my head and let it go. Time to pull. I tapped the button. The familiar blue sky and white clouds appeared, and a heartbreaking blue light streaked across. No need to watch. Skip. Asterisk ding. Congratulations, player. You've obtained plastic times 1 unit. Asterisk. $5,000 for $500 worth of plastic. A dull ache spread through my chest. Again. Asterisk ding. Congratulations, player. You've obtained iron block times 1 unit. Asterisk. Damn it. I shot to my feet, eyes practically bloodshot. Last pull was 5,000 for 500, and this one was 5,000 for 100? I knew my luck was garbage, but this bad? Come on. Hoo-hoo, deep breaths. Stay calm, stay calm. I came for the guaranteed drops anyway. I sat back down and kept going. Third pull, rubber, down 4,500. Fourth pull, steel block, down 4,000. Fifth pull, iron block, down 4,900. My face went blank. I'd become a lottery pulling machine. 13th pull, plastic. 14th pull, iron block. My face flushed again. The self-hypnosis had completely failed. I don't believe it again. I slammed my finger down hard, like I was trying to crack the screen. This time, the light streaking across wasn't blue. It was purple. There it is. I yanked back the hand that had been ready to skip, both hands gripping tightly. Gripping tight. I watched that streak of purple light fall. A blueprint materialized in the center of the screen. Ding! Congratulations, player. You've obtained the fresh scent incense burner ornament blueprint. A blueprint. Finally, a blueprint. Useless as it was, I still let out a sigh of relief. I wasn't picky right now. As long as it was a blueprint, I'd take it. Keep going. 20th pull, 50th pull, 70th pull. The remaining count kept shrinking. It wasn't until the 98th pull dropped, another steel block, that I finally stopped. Counting the free pull they gave me. The next one is my 100th pull, the guaranteed drop. I picked up my water and took a sip. For some reason, my heart was beating a little faster. Even the worst rare blueprint blows a common one out of the water. My finger came down. The sky I'd watched unfold 100 times spread open once again. Gold light. Everything before had been blue, common materials. 3 purples, all common blueprints. But this gold light, appearing for the very first time, was dramatically brighter than any blue or purple. The gold streak tore across the sky, plummeted, and burst into a dazzling shower before condensing into a blueprint. Ding! Congratulations, player, you've obtained. Asterisk asterisk. Ding! Congratulations, player, you've obtained the radar detection system blueprint. Rare. Rare. Haha, a rare vehicle mount blueprint. I'd known all along it would be rare, but seeing it with my own eyes still sent my heart racing. My grip on the phone tightened without me realizing, and my face burned hot. The game hadn't even started, and I was already holding a rare blueprint most people wouldn't dare dream of. That feeling was pure, bone-deep satisfaction. Let me take a look. I've only ever heard the legends about how insane rare mounts are. Never seen one for myself. I closed the gotcha screen and opened my backpack. Name, Radar Detection System Blueprint, Rare. Crafting Materials, Smart Core, Rare, X1, Rubber X1, Plastic X1, Steel Block X1, Power Chip X30, not met. Mount Effect, detects the exact locations of all mutant creatures and supply chests within a 5-kilometer radius in real time. My pupils shrank sharply. Real-time lock on everything within 5 kilometers. This effect was absolutely broken. Supply chests were never left out in the open. They were always tucked away in the trickiest corners. Finding even one a day counted as lucky. And mutant creatures wandered mindlessly, with no pattern at all. They could fly, they could dig tunnels, and the next second they might drop from the sky or burst out from under your car. But with this thing, even if a chest was buried underground, even if a monster lurked high in the clouds, the moment they stepped within 5 kilometers, they'd have nowhere to hide. Pair it with autonomous driving, and that's total freedom. No need to drive, no need to hunt for monsters or chests. All I'd have to do is sit back and watch the results roll in. A perfect match. The more I thought about it, the more excited I got. I could hardly wait to hop in the car and test it out right away. The only thing is, there are way too many types of materials here. A vehicle upgrade needs 4, maybe 5 kinds at most, but this single item calls for 6. 1 rubber, 1 plastic, 1 steel block, a single unit of that rare smart movement core, and then the power chip? It demands 30 right off the bat. The cheapest needs just 1 unit, the priciest 30. I was speechless for a moment. Whatever. Let's check the other 3. Name, Fresh Scent Incense Burner Ornament Blueprint. Materials, iron block times 5, rubber times 5, requirements met. Effect, provides a continuous pleasant fragrance inside the vehicle. Name, Grinning Black Man Ornament Blueprint. Materials, iron block times 5, plastic times 5, requirements met. Effect, reduces the sense of emptiness inside the vehicle. Name, Flexible Brake Pad Blueprint. Materials, rubber times 10, steel block times 2, requirements met. Effect, durability increased 2 times, brake responsiveness increased 50%. I fell silent. Out of the 3, only the brake pad was actually useful. The incense burner was passable at best. But as for that grinning ornament, I clenched my fists and gritted my teeth. If I could have somehow ditched the game, I would have chucked that thing so far I'd never have to see it again. Why did I hate it so much? Because this wasn't the first time I'd laid eyes on it. In my past life, this junk was the very first blueprint I ever pulled. Desperate to level up fast, I forced myself to build it and mounted it right in front of the driver's seat. From that day on, every single day, every stretch of road, there was that grinning face sneering at me. That smug mug. I'll never forget it, not even in death. Oh right, hit 100 pulls and I can claim the level 5 upgrade blueprint. My attention had been so completely hijacked by the rare blueprints that I'd nearly forgotten about it. I backed out to the gacha screen and claimed the upgrade blueprint first. Then my eyes landed on that one remaining pull. One pull left. What if I nail it and score another rare? Once the thought took hold, there was no shaking it. I'd been unlucky for so long. Surely I was due for a rebound? I've got a good feeling. After eating this many bad pulls, it's about time luck swung my way. Grinning, I tapped my finger down. Ding. Congratulations, player. You've obtained Iron Block times 1 unit. F asterisk asterisk K. I cursed and slammed the screen shut at lightning speed. Should have never gotten my hopes up. Let's just see what materials the upgrade needs. Level 5 Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint. Plan A. Level 4 Vehicle, requirements met. Cargo mounts times 10, requirements not met. Special alloy times 5, magic dust times 5. Electronic core, rare, times 2. Charge storing coating, rare, times 2. Effect, full vehicle reinforcement, electrical system. Plan B, enhanced version. Level 4 vehicle, requirements met. Cargo mounts times 10, requirements not met. Special alloy times 10, magic dust times 10. Electronic core, rare, times 4. Telescoping metal, rare, times 4. Power storage coating, rare, times 2. Effects, full vehicle reinforcement, electrical system, transform expansion. Son of a bitch. The moment I saw the requirements clearly, my whole world came crashing down. Rare materials jumping from 5 units to 10, I'd seen that coming. But the parts, 10 whole parts, that was something I never dreamed of. 10 parts. Right now, even maxed out, I've only got 6 installed. I'd have to craft every single blueprint, rare ones included, just to barely scrape together enough. No wonder that, in my past life, 2+ months after the game launched, hardly anyone managed to get their vehicle to level 5. This threshold was insane. Blueprints were hard enough to drop as it was. 2 months in, forget 10. Anyone who could gather 5 was a real badass. Wait, it suddenly hit me. If I need to craft everything to reach 10 parts, doesn't that mean I have to build that grinning ornament again? The corner of my mouth twitched like crazy. In my past life, that thing had smirked at me the whole way through. I got reincarnated, and I still can't escape it? Whatever. Build it then. Upgrading comes first. I shifted my gaze to the upgrade effects. Full vehicle reinforcement was an old friend. It showed up every time. Electrical system was self-explanatory. But transform expansion, that was a term I'd never seen before. It's probably tied to that telescoping metal. What it actually does, I won't know until after the upgrade. I opened the payment screen. My second million was down to just 59,000, nowhere near enough to even buy the materials. Another million, dumped in. Money really doesn't last. The day wasn't even over, and this was already my third million. And it still might not be enough. Once the payment went through, I frowned. Normally, the second I topped up, a VIP upgrade notification popped up instantly. Why was there nothing this time? Don't tell me hitting VIP 3 requires a full 3 million. I pulled up the VIP tab at the top. Recharge 5 million to reach SVP 1 and unlock premium material purchasing privileges. 5 million. SVIP. Premium materials. I narrowed my eyes. The threshold jumping to 5 million made sense. But what got unlocked wasn't a higher allowance for rare materials. It was a brand new tier of premium materials, something I'd never even heard of. There was a tier above rare. Looks like it. But this means I won't be able to upgrade my vehicle today. Rare blueprints each require 1 unit of rare material, and going from level 4 to 5 needs 10 units. Today I could only buy 9 more. Too short. Forget it. Tomorrow, then. It's already 10:30, only an hour and a half left. I shook my head and accepted it. Still, I can go ahead and craft the parts and clear out today's rare material allowance while I'm at it. This stuff refreshes at midnight. No stacking. 900,000 cleared out my rare materials allowance. Then another 150 for 30 units of power chips. The million I'd just topped up was nearly gone. Only 9 grand left. Money just pours out like water. I sighed and started building components. First up, the only rare one, the radar detection system. Good thing I stockpiled a bunch of junk materials from the draws, or I'd have to sink another fortune into this. I confirmed the build. Light flared, and a small, surveillance camera-like device popped up on the van's windshield. Through the glass, the center console screen grew a size bigger too. My first rare component. I really want to test it right now. That's what I said, but my hands didn't stop. I churned out the incense burner and the brake pads one after another and installed them. As for that grinning little ornament, I skipped it. The vehicle wouldn't upgrade until tomorrow, and when it did, the draw would refresh, another 100 pulls. By then I wouldn't just get another rare blueprint. I'd get a whole stack of common ones too. I could just grab a few and slap them on to fill the slots. Why bother making that eyesore and grossing myself out? I checked the time when I finished. Only a few minutes had passed. I stood up, rolled my neck, and stretched. Still over an hour to go. Let me head out and grab a late-night snack first. I patted my stomach, which was growling again, threw on a jacket, grabbed the room key, and headed out. Hangzhou, at the entrance of a residential complex. Lin Ye dragged his day's worth of exhaustion through the door and came home. The apartment was pitch black. He flipped on the lights, changed his shoes, stuffed the leftovers he'd boxed up from the dinner party into the fridge, and grabbed a change of clothes before ducking into the bathroom. After his shower, he sat down on the couch with his hair still wet, lit a cigarette, and pulled out his phone to scroll through his feed. After the divorce, this single father never went looking again. His days were nothing but work and hunkering down at home, scrolling his phone, throwing some punches. He'd read too many martial arts novels when he was young and had gone and learned it on purpose. Dull? Sure, but he was used to it. He even enjoyed it. Being able to sit comfortably with your own loneliness through this one life you get. That's a skill in itself. One post made his finger freeze. The poster was tagged, Precious Daughter. Time, 10 minutes ago. He tapped her profile picture and typed out a line. Sweetheart, still up this late? After sending it, Lin Ye closed the app and opened up his short videos. He and his daughter got along great, but he still scrolled these all the time. Not to kill time, just to get a better grip on what young people were into, to close the generation gap a little. Those memes gave him a headache at first, but once he figured them out, they were actually kind of fun. Ding, ding, ding. A video call popped up. Seeing who was calling, he sat up straight, smoothed his hair, and answered. A delicate face appeared on the screen, fresh out of a wash, dressed in pajamas. Dad, you home? Just got in a little while ago. Lin Ye nodded with a smile, then shot back. You're the one who? Up posting on social media this late. Working overtime again? Nope. Went to the mall with a friend. The mall, nice. What did you buy? Tons of stuff. A pile of snacks, 2 outfits, and I got one for you too. I'll bring it home for New Year's. Lin Wanyin flipped the camera around and proudly showed off her haul. Buying stuff for me? I've got plenty of clothes. You should have spent that money on yourself. No way. You've been wearing those same few outfits for years. I picked this one out special. You're not allowed to say no. Okay. I won't. Lin Ye couldn't wipe the smile off his face. Happiness practically spilled out of his eyes. The conversation jumped all over the place. Other fathers and daughters ran out of things to say, but these two never seemed to run out. Oh, right. He suddenly remembered. Sweetheart, on my way back today, I ran into a young man at the airport who's got a thing for you. Huh. Lin Wanyin froze. He lives in the same building as you. Name's Yuzheng. Yuzheng? She blinked. That name? Why didn't it ring a single bell? Yep. Real shy kid, about your age. Found out I'm your dad and figured he'd win me over first. The corner of Lin Wanyin's mouth twitched. Dad, what have you been watching lately? That's not how you use win over. Besides, I've never even heard of this guy. Now hold on. Lin Ye wasn't having it. Your old man's got a sharp eye. That young man's crazy about you, guaranteed. Huh. She let out a dry laugh. Dad, drop the sharp eye act. You definitely got it wrong. No way. I'm dead sure this time. He shook his head over and over, oozing confidence. Don't believe me? Just wait. That kid's gonna come find you. But keep your guard up. He seems decent enough, but we don't know his background yet. Lin Wanyin rolled her eyes. This is getting more ridiculous by the second. I'm done. But, before he could reply, the screen went black. Lin Ye shook his head helplessly. Strange. She's not usually like this, but bring this up and she gets all bashful. Good thing Lin Ye didn't hear that. Otherwise, she'd have fired right back. Which eye of yours saw her getting bashful? And that's supposed to be a sharp eye? After hanging up, he went back to scrolling through videos. As he scrolled, he remembered the game Yu Zheng had mentioned. It was called Vehicle Simulator? Found it. He opened the game and lit up another cigarette. The cigarette had barely caught when the game finished loading and popped up a 6 yuan first purchase bundle. Cough, cough. He searched all over, up, down, left, right, and couldn't find the X to close it, choking on his smoke. What kind of junk game is this? Won't let you play unless you pay up. Grumbling all the while, he still shelled out 6 yuan, entered the barebones garage, and pulled up the vehicle panel. Let's see how this works. He fumbled around for a bit, and his expression grew darker and darker. Now I've got it figured out. This game boils down to one thing: milking you for cash. And not chump change, either. It goes straight for the big money. That $6 he dropped made him feel so stupid he wanted to slap himself. Wait a minute. His head snapped up, eyes narrowing. This game, it couldn't have been made by that kid, could it? Just to scam me specifically. The more he thought about it, the more it added up. He was starting to lose it. What a scheming little snake. Pretending to be interested in my daughter, buttering me up, when really he was after my wallet the whole time. His finger hovered over the quit button. But right as he was about to tap it, Yu Zheng's face flashed through his mind, along with those words. You've got to play it. You've got to upgrade the vehicle. Maybe. I'll give it one more shot. Things might be different after an upgrade. And that kid doesn't really seem like a con artist. No sooner said than done. He dumped 10 grand in, bought up all the materials, picked the standard option, and upgraded the vehicle to level 2. He waited and waited. On screen, that beat-up van got a total makeover, but the game itself didn't budge an inch. Instead, it kept prodding him to spend more, all the way up to 50 grand. Son of a... Lin Ye's fist clenched, and it all became crystal clear. Yu Zheng was a straight-up con artist. This garbage game was definitely his creation, built for one purpose: to swindle people out of their money. He immediately fired off a message to his daughter, telling her Yu Zheng was a scammer and to watch her back. He was so worked up he couldn't even scroll through his videos anymore. He killed the lights, went back to his room, and lit up another cigarette. He stayed up until dawn, burned through 2 packs, didn't sleep a wink, and still couldn't wrap his head around it. How the hell had he gotten scammed out of 10 grand? Where exactly had he gone wrong? Of course, all of that came later. Sand City, 11:30 at night. The hotel next to the bus station. Yu Zheng had no idea he'd already been branded a con artist. At that moment, he was carrying 2 sets of clothes he'd picked up on the way, along with some daily necessities, as he headed back to his room. Tomorrow he was heading back to his hometown in the countryside, and he didn't have any clean clothes there. So he figured he'd just buy everything now and save himself another trip into the county town. He put everything away one item at a time. It was still early. He went into the bathroom to freshen up. When he came back out, the room had warmed up. He wrapped himself in a towel, settled back into that familiar chair, pulled out his phone, and waited for midnight. Midnight, on the dot, 23:59 flipped to midnight. I immediately opened up the payment screen and threw in 1,000,000, cashing it out for 100 draws. Huh? Another free spin. Just as I finished the exchange and was about to draw, a free draw popped up. That caught me a little off guard. After playing this long, my impression of this game boiled down to 2 words: shameless money grab. But it hands out 1 free draw worth 5,000 every day, something I never saw coming. I'll count that as one thing the game's got going for it. The more perks like this, the better. I shook my head, put it out of my mind, and started drawing. The draw animation kept popping up, and I kept skipping through it, one after another. Pretty much like yesterday, everything that came out was blue common material, across the board. After all 99 draws, I had even fewer purple blueprints than the day before. 2 cards, only pulled 2, and the rest were all materials. The pulls had me questioning my whole existence. They didn't crank the drop rate way down, did they? My luck's bad, but not this bad. 99 pulls. Forget gold light, purple only flashed twice. In other games, 10 pulls guarantees a purple. Sometimes you get several from a single pull. Here, 50 pulls just for the pity purple? Cursing under my breath, I resigned myself and tapped the 100th pull. The gotcha animation played again, a streak of gold slashing across the sky. I instinctively reached to skip it, but my finger froze. Ding! Congratulations, player. You've obtained the vehicle room blueprint, rare. Holy **T. Every ounce of that frustration vanished in an instant, replaced by excitement flooding my face. The vehicle room blueprint. I recognized this blueprint. Anyone from my server who'd survived 2 months in this game knew it. Every single one of them. 2 months after the game launched, some lucky player cracked open a dungeon treasure chest and pulled it, then put it up for sale publicly on the regional channel. It was the first rare blueprint ever offered for public sale, and the whole channel blew up over it, buzzing like a holiday. Back then, I'd stared at those messages with tears in my eyes, tears of pure envy. If I remember right, this thing has a space effect. It can conjure up a 20 square meter room inside your vehicle out of thin air. I closed the gotcha screen and opened my inventory for a closer look. Name, Vehicle Room Blueprint, rare. Crafting materials, steel block times 20, rubber times 20, iron block times 20, plastic times 20, expansion gold crystal, rare, times 3, requirement not met. Installation effect, creates a 20 square meter, fully furnished room inside the vehicle without taking up any vehicle space. Inside the room, recovery speed of all kinds is increased by 50%. It really is 20 square meters, and it boosts recovery too. My eyes lit up. 20 square meters meant 20 extra square meters of vehicle space out of nowhere. Great for storing supplies, too. But the real kicker was the recovery speed. A flat 50% boost, no strings attached, covering everything across the board. Injured, worn out, sick, just lie down inside and heal twice as fast. Plus 20 square meters, fully furnished on top of it. This beats the radar detection system. Just thinking about it, I couldn't hold back my excitement, my eyes growing brighter and brighter as I stared at the blueprint. At this point, my vehicle's defense was already ridiculous. As far as safety goes, I'm solid as long as I stay in the car. With safety no longer an issue, the next thing to focus on was comfort. And when it comes to comfort, nothing matters more than sleep. Reclining the seats to sleep wasn't impossible, but it was genuinely uncomfortable. You never rested easy. With a fully furnished room like this, I could finally get a good night's sleep, even inside the game. It's just these materials. I stared at the materials list, my brow furrowing. Everything else was easy for you to say, but the rare materials need 3 units. That's the most I can buy in a day, and one gigant eats up a third of it. Wait, let me provide the full translation. Easy for you to say, but I need 3 units of rare materials. That's the most I can buy in a day, and one attachment eats up a third of it. But I can't just skip it. Forget it. Let me check what the level 6 blueprints need first, then decide whether to make it later. I closed the description and looked at the other 2 blueprints. Name, Electric Water Condenser Blueprint. Crafting requirements, steel block times 5, electronic chip times 5, plastic times 10, met. Loading effect, condenses 10 liters of drinking water daily. High power consumption. Name, Adaptive Transmission Blueprint. Crafting materials, steel block times 10, rubber times 10, met. Loading effect, increases acceleration and deceleration flexibility by 100%. After reading, I nodded with satisfaction. One fewer blueprint than yesterday, but the quality was a notch higher. The water condenser, a production type attachment, and one that made water at that. With it, I'd never have to worry about water again. 10 liters a day, and every few days I could even take a shower. The transmission was a bit less impressive, but still incredibly practical. It couldn't raise the vehicle's top speed, but it made accelerating and braking far more responsive, which could be a lifesaver at critical moments. Say a mutated creature suddenly lunged at me. A fraction of a second faster on the acceleration meant a much better chance of shaking it off. Paired with the responsive brake pads I'd installed earlier, I could dodge 80% of sudden emergencies. I'll make the water condenser and transmission first and install them, then upgrade. Decision made. I got to work crafting and finished loading them up. By now, the van had 11 attachments, just enough to hit the 10 attachment threshold for reaching level 5. Before I knew it, I've got 11 of them. I looked at the vehicle panel, struck by the moment. Back then, I'd busted my back for over 2 months just to scrape together 3. Now, with a few taps on my phone, in less than 3 days I had 11, a number I never would have dared to imagine. and among them was a rare one, with another rare blueprint still waiting to be made. Don't dwell on it. The upgrade's what matters. I opened the shop and spent 200,000 on 10 units of specialty alloy and 10 units of magic dust. Then another 200,000 on 2 units of rare materials. Once I had everything, I found the level 6. No, level 5 upgrade blueprint, selected the enhanced version, and started the upgrade. The familiar beam of light descended, and the van began to change. This time, the change is, pretty weird. I squinted, thinking hard for a long while, but all I could squeeze out was that one word, weird. First came the metal shell, but this time it wasn't a color change. Instead, a faint, eerie coating surfaced across it, black, like some kind of mysterious symbols, crawling all over both sides of the vehicle. Next was the roof, which gained a thin layer of metal, its color blending seamlessly with the rest of the vehicle. You wouldn't even notice it unless you stared. Finally, the chassis rose another notch, and a ring of running boards flared out along both sides, again matching the vehicle's color. It hardly looks like a van anymore. Looks more like an off-road vehicle. The transformation finally came to an end, and I studied it carefully. There weren't many changes, but every single one pushed it further away from being a van. If someone else looked at it now, I doubt anyone would believe this was ever a van at all. Vehicle, van. Level, 5. Physical defense, 2,000. Magic defense, 500. Additional abilities, autonomous driving, transform expand. Power system, 500 kilowatt hours. Tonnage, 15 tons. Space, 15 cubic meters. Durability, 100%. Fuel, 5%. Loaded items, fresh air incense burner ornament, flexible brake pads, radar detection system, rare, electric water collector, flexible transmission. This change, my face was written with shock. Compared to level 4, it was practically a whole different vehicle. I took a deep breath and pushed down my emotions to take a closer look. Physical defense had doubled from 1,000 to 2,000. That gave me an even greater sense of security. Magic defense had gone from 0 all the way up to 500. Magic defense. I never expected level 5 would grant a full 500 points. In my past life, I'd never heard of anyone's vehicle having magic defense. For a while, I'd assumed the stat was just for show. 500 points is no small amount. Sure, it can't compare to physical defense, but at least it patches up a weak spot. From now on, I won't have to fear those variant creatures with special abilities. Skipping past that, I fixed my eyes on Transform Expand under the additional abilities. I hadn't understood it when I looked at the blueprint, so now was the perfect time to check it out. Transform Expand. Once activated, the vehicle enlarges and its interior space doubles, but it cannot move while expanded. I was momentarily at a loss for words. Was it useful? Sure, it was. The space doubled instantly. Was it useless? Honestly, kind of. You could only expand it while parked. The moment you started driving, it shrank back to normal, and the extra space couldn't hold any supplies at all. If I hadn't rolled the vehicle-mounted room, this would actually be pretty decent. Grab a bed, park at night, expand it, and you could stretch out and sleep in comfort. But now that I've got the vehicle-mounted room, this Transform Expand ability is the most useless of the useless. I shook my head helplessly and looked at the next item, the newly added power system. Now this is the good stuff. The corners of my mouth curled up before I could stop them. With this, a lot of my loaded items won't have to burn fuel anymore. They can run straight off electricity. Take the heavy-duty AC or radar detection, for example. All of them could be switched to electric, saving fuel. Too bad there's no solar panel. I still have to convert fuel into electricity. Otherwise, I could save even more. I let out a sigh and kept reading. The remaining items were mostly unchanged. Tonnage went from 12 tons up to 15, fuel consumption crept up a bit more, and everything else stayed the same. The overall upgrade is still huge. Satisfied, I closed the panel and, unable to wait any longer, flipped back to my backpack to check the 6 upgrade blueprints. I hadn't even glanced at the blueprint I'd drawn from the 200 pull reward. Name, Tier, 6 Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint. Plan A. 1. Tier, 5 Vehicle Met. 2. Attachment times 1, Rare, Met. 3. Light Alloy Metal times 5, Not Met. 4. Mana Dust times 5, not met. 5. Electronic core, rare, times 4, not met. 6. Charge storage coding, rare, times 2, not met. Effect, full vehicle reinforcement, increased charge storage. Plan B, enhanced. 1. Tier, 5 vehicle met. 2. Attachment times 1, rare, met. 3. Light alloy metal times 10, not met. 4. Mana dust times 10, not met. 5. Charge storage coating, rare, times 2, not met. 6. Energy focusing alloy, precious, times 1, not met. Effect, full vehicle reinforcement, increased charge storage, energy absorption. Even more brutal, not only does it want a rare attachment, but it also demands precious grade materials. I could hardly imagine just how ridiculous the upgrades would get down the line. This was only Tier 6, with Tiers 7, 8, and 9 still waiting up ahead. Still, the demand for rare materials dropped way off, slashed from 10 down to just 2. At least I won't have to sweat over that. If the demand for rare materials had kept climbing, sooner or later I'd have had to grit my teeth and make a call, upgrade, or build a rare attachment. You can't have your cake and eat it too. That's always the hardest choice. Now that the demand had dropped, whether it was the vehicle's living quarters or any rare blueprints I drew later on, I could go all in on building them. Amid my relief, I turned my attention to the upgrade effects. Full vehicle reinforcement was an old friend, and increased charge storage was easy enough to understand. Neither one got much of my attention. But when I saw the words energy absorption, I froze. Not because I couldn't understand them, but because I wasn't quite sure. I don't know if it's what I think it is. If it really is, then that's just insane. I stared at those two words over and over. The next second, drowsiness hit me hard, and I let out a huge yawn. I glanced at the time, past 1, almost 2. I rubbed my eyes and decided not to push it any longer. I took a sip of water, used the bathroom, turned off the light, and went to sleep. The night flew by in an instant. At 10 the next morning, I checked out, grabbed a quick bowl of food, and walked to the nearby station. Fewer and fewer people were taking the coach these days. I got my ticket checked and boarded. The car wasn't even half full. I picked a seat by the window and sat down. I remembered back in my school days, when trains were cheap and coaches would drop you off right at your doorstep. The bus stations were always packed to the brim. But now, not a single bus could fill up. The vehicle started up, and outside the window, the scenery started to slide backward. Too lazy to keep reminiscing, I pulled out my phone, opened the vehicle simulator, and figured I'd keep leveling up. Hey man, that's the vehicle simulator, right? The loading screen had barely lit up when a voice popped up beside me. I turned my head. A kid, maybe 18 or 19, had somehow settled into the seat next to me, staring at my screen. Yeah, dude, take my advice, don't play it. It's just a garbage cash grab game. I checked it out a couple days ago. The second you walk in, it hits you up for $6, and you can't even play without paying. He had the tone of someone who'd learned the hard way. Really? Let me take a look. He pulled up a video and opened the comments. See? Everybody's roasting it. I skimmed a couple lines. A few hundred likes, but the comments had shot up to 18,000. Each rant nastier than the last. Robs you of $6 the second you walk in. Straight up mugging, right? $6 is just the entry ticket. Once you're in, there's only one upgrade feature, and the cheapest one runs you tens of thousands. Dropped $6 and just wanted to slap myself. Most of these people probably didn't figure out the connection until they were already in the game, then came back to trash it after kicking themselves raw. Dude, you. The kid's voice suddenly jumped an octave, the words catching in his throat. I looked up. His face was frozen in shock, eyes practically bugging out of his head, locked dead onto my screen. Following his gaze, I saw the loading screen had vanished, and there on the screen sat that slick, badass level 5 van. Ahem. I clicked the screen off. Just messing around. Just messing around? He was completely dumbfounded. Level 1 to 2 cost 10,000, and it only got pricier from there. To hit level 5, you'd have to sink at least a few $100,000 into it. And I just said I was messing around. Thanks for the heads up, though. I gave an awkward smile. He scratched the back of his head, at a loss for words. The air froze solid. When our eyes met, we'd force a couple of dry laughs. When they didn't, dead silence. Thankfully, Before long, we both pulled out our phones and started scrolling videos. He never brought up the game again and swiped away fast whenever something similar came up. 2 hours flew by, and just like that, we reached the county bus station. The moment the bus came to a stop, he shot up, threw on his backpack, and bolted off first like he was running for his life. I let out a breath, shook my head, and got off too. Ujia village sits on the edge of the county, backed up against the river, about 70 households, mostly old folks. The young people had all gone off to the cities for work. Boss, I sent you the fare. At the village entrance, bags in hand, I watched the motorcycle taxi disappear into the distance, then turned to look at the place where I'd grown up. It had been a long time since I'd come back. Ever since my parents passed and I started working, I hadn't set foot here except for the one visit a year to pay my respects, not even during the Lunar New Year. The familiar rice paddies, the houses, every blade of grass, and every tree, all exactly as I remembered. I slowed my pace. I hadn't walked far before I stopped in front of the two-story house by the river. I dug out my key, pushed the door open, and a gust of wind swept in, kicking up a cloud of dust. Asterisk cough, cough asterisk. I choked and coughed, the nostalgia on my face wiped clean, a flicker of regret creeping in. Are you, Yuzheng? You're back. The voice came from behind me. I turned around. A round-faced girl, 2 dimples and a pair of little fangs showing when she smiled, was studying me in surprise. Are you? Sis Jiao. My eyes lit up. Yu Jiao, my next-door neighbor, a year younger than me. Don't let the sweet, cute, short-statured look fool you. She was frighteningly strong. Back in 7th grade, she once decked a 9th-grade boy so hard he cried. As a kid, she was obsessed with those gangster flicks, always going on about brotherhood and loyalty, more macho than any guy, and she straight up became the boss of our whole generation of kids. Don't call me Sis Jiao, it's embarrassing. Her face turned red. Not call you Sis Jiao. You're the one who set it back when we swore our oath. I'll be your Sis Jiao for life. That was back in 8th grade. Something must have short-circuited in her head because she dragged a few of us village kids up the mountain, a bowl in hand, and into the Dragon King temple. She pulled out some rice wine she'd swiped from home, made each of us squeeze out a drop of blood, and we each took a swig and swore an oath of brotherhood right there at the temple gate. That was the first time I ever drank. I still remember that taste to this day, like a ball of fire being poured down into my stomach. Buzzed off the liquor, she gave this grand, passionate speech, and the last line stuck with me the most. Yu Jiao, from this day on, am your Sis Jiao for life. Then she passed out drunk. When she woke up, she'd already been carried home, and her backside had taken a good beating. Thinking about it now, it still faintly aches. Word has it that the whole village thought we'd been snatched by kidnappers that night. They spent all night combing the mountain, and only found us near dawn, passed out drunk in a heap at the temple gate. Stop. Don't say any more. Don't make me remember it. She covered her ears, her face red enough to steam. Asterisk puffed asterisk. Ha! She was the first one to lose it and burst out laughing. I laughed right along with her. After that fit of laughter, most of the awkwardness had melted away. Yuzheng, how come you're back? You never once came home after you started working. Couldn't cut it in the big city, so I came back. TCH, fine, don't tell me then. She paused. Oh, right, didn't you head to Shanghai with that? Li Xiong? Is he back too? The smile on my face froze for a second. Him? He can't come back. Right about now, Li Xiong was probably lying in a hospital bed. Might even be stuck there until he entered the game. Can't come back wasn't wrong either. She leaned in closer and lowered her voice. I heard a lot of people from school are saying Li Xiong racked up a mountain of debt with them, and now nobody can find him. You'd better watch out. I whipped my head around. How had I never heard about this? If I'd known in my last life, I wouldn't have trusted him so easily. You didn't lend him money too, did you? Seeing how strongly I reacted, she furrowed her brow. No, nothing like that. I just don't get how I never heard about any of this. Of course you wouldn't hear about it out there in Shanghai. I only found out recently when I got back and my mom told me. His family's over in Lijia village, right? A ton of people showed up at his door making a scene. It was such a big deal that word finally made it over to our side. I nodded. I hadn't been back in years and had completely lost touch with this place, so there was no way I'd have known. All right, you just got back, so I won't keep you. I'll come find you again some other time. Sure, you go take care of things. Watching her leave, I felt a flicker of unease. Everyone in the village knew Li Xiang and I were close. Once those debt collectors heard I was back, wouldn't they all come swarming to my door? I'm probably just overthinking it. I shook my head, grabbed my things, and headed inside. The main room was empty except for a single bamboo lounge chair on the left. Dust hit me in the face. The only room on the first floor had a bare wooden bed, an old-fashioned storage cabinet, and a black wood table. I ran my hand along the edge of the bed. No one had lived here for so long that everything was damp. I took a look at the kitchen and bathroom too, and a bitter smile crept across my face. When I decided to run, the first thought in my head was to go home. I hadn't thought it through at all. Now I could see it was a mistake. Wouldn't just checking into a hotel to wait for the game to start have been way better than this? Ah well, I'm already here. Might as well get to it. I dug out a broom and mop, filled a bucket with water, and started deep cleaning the place. Sweeping, mopping, wiping. 2 hours later, my whole body felt like it was falling apart. That's it. I'm not doing the second floor. It's only 5 days anyway. I'll just make do down here for those 5 days. I flopped face first onto the freshly made bed, gasping for breath. Cleaning just the first floor nearly killed me. The second floor had 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms. No way in hell was I touching that. After resting for a good while, I pulled out my phone to check. It was almost 4 o'clock. I really was hungry. But at this hour, if I waited a bit longer, it'd be dinner time. So I figured I'd hold off, head into town to eat later, and pick up some groceries on the way back. I rolled over onto my back and opened the vehicle simulator. First things first, get the vehicle up to level 6. Once it finished loading, the familiar garage and van appeared on the screen. I opened the payment menu and dumped in $1 million. After leveling up with my 4th million, I only had 109,000 left in-game. Nowhere near enough for the next level. On top of that, leveling up to 6 required rare materials. I'd have to fill up all 5 million first to upgrade my VIP status to SVP before I could unlock the ability to buy them. Ding! Cumulative recharge has reached 5 million yuan. VIP 2. Upgraded to SVP 1. Unlocked purchasing rights for rare materials. 1 unit available per day. 1 unit? That's stingy. When uncommon materials first opened up, I could buy 5 units a day. But now with rare materials, it shrinks down to just 1 unit? Don't tell me it's the same old trick. Upgrade your vehicle 1 level, and you've got to bump up your SVIP 1 level too? I pulled up the VIP menu. Recharge a total of 10 million yuan to upgrade to SVIP 2. Daily purchase limit for rare materials increased to 5 units. That's it. SVIP 2 is the ceiling? Or do I have to level up before I can see the next tier? I sat up in bed and leaned against the headboard. Whatever. Why bother thinking about all this? Getting the upgrade done comes first. I closed the menu and went into the materials store. I'd long since qualified for uncommon vehicles, and now I had rare material access too. Gather everything up, and I could hit level 6. Light metal alloy, 20,000 per unit, 200,000 for 10 units. Magic dust, 10,000 per unit, 100,000 for 10 units. Uncommon material, 100,000 per unit, 200,000 for 2 units. Huh? Rare material is only 500,000 per unit. I froze. Uncommon material was already 100,000 a unit, so I figured rare material would run me over $1 million. Turns out it's just 500,000. So with the rare material included, upgrading to level 6 comes out to exactly 1 million. I sat up straight. Going from level 4 to 5 cost over $1 million in materials. But going from 5 to 6 not only didn't cost more, it was actually cheaper. There's no way this isn't a bug, right? In my mind, this game had always been the type to squeeze you dry. A sudden price drop just reeked of something fishy. Bug or no bug, let me get the upgrade first and worry about it later. I found the upgrade blueprint, selected the enhanced version plan, and confirmed. The familiar beam of light came down, and the van began to transform. The silver shell first faded to a matte silver, its shine dimming down. Then the reinforced metal layer on the roof thickened a bit more. Finally, the overall lines, the once clunky body slimmed down a little, picking up a few more curves. Last time it went from a van to an off-roader, and this time it's turned back into a supersized van. I rubbed my chin, muttering to myself. Changing back and forth like this, Don't tell me my complaint last time got heard. And that's why it's leaning back toward a van? The beam faded. I immediately pulled up the panel. Vehicle, van. Level, 6. Physical defense, 3000. Magic defense, 1500. Special abilities, autopilot, transform expand, energy absorption. Power system, 1000 kilowatt hours. Tonnage, 15 tons. Space, 15 cubic meters. Durability, 100%. Fuel, 5%. The first thing I tapped was energy absorption. This was the feature I'd been dying to. It's been on my mind forever. Energy absorption. When the vehicle is attacked, it absorbs half of the energy carried by the attack. Effective against both physical and magical attacks. Holy crap, I actually called it. And it's even more insane than I guessed. I bounced off the bed, unable to hide the thrill on my face. Back when I was looking at the blueprint, I'd guessed it might absorb the energy of attacks. Turns out I was not only right, but it didn't even distinguish between magic and physical. It took it all. This basically slapped a layer of armor onto the vehicle that cut all damage by 50%, or in other words, doubled both defenses outright. That's absurd. On top of my current double defense. Unless something's got over 6,000 strength or over 3,000 spirit, there's no way it's breaking through. A mutant creature with 6,000 strength or 3,000 spirit. Even 2+ months into the game, you probably still wouldn't run into one. Now I'm truly invincible. A tier 6 vehicle plus energy absorption. I don't even know how I'd lose. I pumped out a round of goofy shadowboxing before slowly calming down, my eyes landing on the power system. 500 kilowatt hours bumped up to 1,000. Charge it once, and I could go all out for half a year without draining it. A normal family of 3, with a full set of appliances, runs about 300 kilowatt hours a month. My van draws way less than that. 1,000 would easily last half a year. Same old problem, though. No solar panels, so I can only burn fuel to generate power. No idea whether I'll ever pull a solar panel blueprint down the line. Or, you know what? If I could just pull a fuel converter, I'd take it. After installing the power system, the stats didn't change any further, tonnage didn't go up, and the interior was still 15 square meters. The upgrade blueprint for a Tier 7 vehicle required hitting 300 total draws, and I'd still have to wait until tomorrow to finish 100 more draws before I could claim it. I closed the panel and suddenly realized I had nothing to do. Oh right, there was still that vehicle room blueprint. I had plenty of rare materials, so might as well make it too. I topped up my 6th million, spent 300,000 to buy up 3 units of rare materials, opened the blueprint, and knocked it out in one smooth go, transferring it onto the vehicle. The rare vehicle components went from 1 to 2. Now there was truly nothing left to do in the game. I logged out to check. Only a dozen or so minutes had passed. It had just turned 4. I lay back down on the bed, planning to rest a bit before heading into the county town. Yu Zheng. It was Yu Jiao's voice from outside. Puzzled, I got up and went to the door. She had a vegetable basket in her hand. What's this for? My mom heard you were back and told me to bring these over for you. The basket held vegetables, cured pork, seasonings, and a small bag of rice. Take it. You just got back, so there's no way you've had time to buy any of this. All right, I won't be shy about it then. I reached out and took it. Conveniently, I couldn't be bothered to make another trip today either. My mom also. She wants you to come over for dinner later. Huh? You really don't have to. I hadn't been back in years, and here I was about to show up and mooch a meal the moment I returned. It felt a little awkward. Tell my mom yourself. I already passed along the message. She grinned, dimples and a pair of little fangs popping out, like a sly little fox who'd just pulled off a prank. I rolled my eyes. Tell her myself? She just dropped off some food, and I'm supposed to march right over and turn her down the next second? Fine, I'll go. Don't wait around. You're done cleaning up, right? Let me show you around. My head snapped up. Wait, you. No wonder she'd shown up right on time. No wonder she arrived the second I finished cleaning. It was all calculated. Enough with the you. Let's go. I sighed. Let me put my stuff down first. Hurry up. Don't rush me. I shut the door and followed her into the village. The rice paddies along the road were empty. I never asked. Where are you making your fortune these days? Me? Chachung. She pulled out a handful of sunflower seeds and shared some with me. Nothing compared to you. Just a middle school PE teacher. Asterisk cough, cough, asterisk. I choked on a seed and turned my head in disbelief. You? A PE teacher? She couldn't be more than 5'2", soft and adorable, the picture of a cute little thing. And now she's telling me she teaches PE? She stopped cracking seeds, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. I can't be a PE teacher? You can, of course you can. There's absolutely nothing wrong with you being a PE teacher. You'd definitely be the best one out there. Damn right. She lifted her chin, all smug. I quietly wiped the sweat off my forehead. Don't let the small size fool you. She had a startling presence. One sweep of those eyes and I could barely breathe. No surprise, coming from someone who used to run the show. Cracking seeds the whole way, we soon reached the center of the village. As we passed a house, a middle-aged woman spotted Yu Jiao. Xiao Jiao, your mom kicked you out again? Haha, come on, Annie Lee. I was just bored sitting at home, so I came out for a walk. Yu Jiao laughed awkwardly. A walk's good. It's just that you walk a little too often. Out here every single day. For a moment, Yu Jiao had no comeback, silently grumbling about her mom. The first few days after she got back, her mom couldn't dote on her enough. But it hadn't taken long before her mom found everything about her irritating. What could she do? She just had to head out and make herself scarce, only to get teased for it. And this is? Your boyfriend. What boyfriend? This is Yu Zheng. Auntie Lee, you don't recognize him. Auntie Lee frowned and looked me over a couple of times, then said in surprise, Yu Zheng? You're back from prison? They didn't give you a hard time in there, did they? My smile froze, the corner of my mouth twitching like crazy. Prison? When did I ever go to prison? How come I didn't even know about it? I turned to look at Yu Jiao. Uffed. Ha ha. Auntie Lee, he's been in Shanghai the whole time. Prison? What prison? He wasn't. Didn't second uncle say Yu Zheng got arrested for pimping? My face went completely dark. They'd already picked out a crime for me. And pimping of all things? Yu Jiao doubled over laughing, clutching her stomach. Auntie Lee, Yu Zheng works in Shanghai. None of that ever happened. Oh, is that so? Well, I've got things to do. You two go on ahead. Auntie Lee grabbed the first excuse she could find and quickly slipped away. I gritted my teeth. Yu Jiao, who's this second uncle? I wanted to know exactly which jerk was spreading these rumors. Haha, second uncle is the guy who runs the chicken farm. Didn't you always steal his chickens and eggs when you were little? She was laughing so hard she could barely breathe. Oh, him. My anger faded instantly. I remembered that old man well. Never married his whole life. He must be pushing 80 by now. Just then, a middle-aged man passed by carrying firewood on a shoulder pole. He glanced at me twice, and his face suddenly filled with terror. You're Yu Zheng, aren't you? Didn't second uncle say you were dead? Crack. My teeth ground together. The anger I'd just cooled off shot straight back to my head. That damn old man. Wasn't it enough to say I got arrested for pimping? Now he's telling people I'm dead? Uffed. Uncle, don't listen to second uncle's nonsense. It's all made up. Yu Jiao couldn't hold back her laughter. It's not true. That's second uncle. Really? How could he say something like that? The man shook his head and walked off with his firewood. Second uncle's chicken farm hasn't moved, has it? Still in the old spot. I asked with a cold smile. Yu Jiao's smile disappeared. What are you planning to do? I want to bring him a little thank you gift. She rolled her eyes. The chicken farm closed a long time ago. I froze. It was definitely still running a few years back when I graduated, thriving, even. He'd hired 2 workers. A year ago, second uncle got sick and sold the farm off. She sighed. What illness? She was quiet for a moment. Cancer. Lung cancer. I opened my mouth, but couldn't get any words out. That stubborn old man who used to chase me all over the village in my memories. He'd gotten something like that. Have you gone to see him? How's he doing now? No. My mom says he's doing okay. He drinks tea at home every day, goes out for walks and chats. I nodded, quietly weighing whether I should find time to visit him. After all, back then, I'd eaten plenty of his chickens and eggs. Don't just stand there. Let's go check out that spot up ahead. We loved playing there as kids. I shook her off. Never mind, it's getting late. Let's head back. We'd only been out a little while, and already I'd been to prison and died. If we kept wandering around, who knows what wilder rumors would pop up next. Yu Jiao checked the time, almost 5. People in the countryside eat early, so it really was time to head back. We retraced our steps, and shooting the breeze while cracking sunflower seeds. At 8:30 in the evening, I waved goodbye to Yu Jiao's family and headed back to my own place. I shut the door, walked in, and flopped onto the bed. After that smooth chain of moves, I finally let out a sigh of relief. We'd finished dinner a little after 6, but they kept me around chatting until past 8. Well, chatting is generous. It was more like a one-sided interrogation. How's work? Got a girlfriend yet? When are you planning to get married? One question after another, and all I could do was smile and field them one by one. At one point, I got a bright idea and redirected the fire toward Yu Jiao, who'd been snickering the whole time, making her take the brunt of it. Otherwise, I probably still wouldn't have made it back. After lying there for a bit, I got up and fetched a bucket of hot water, washed my face and soaked my feet, then climbed back into bed to scroll videos while waiting for midnight. I have to say, once you start scrolling, time flies. Before I knew it, it was past 12. Time's up, lottery time. Level up. I opened the game. My balance was down to 809,000 points. I didn't add any more money and just went ahead and exchanged for 100 lottery draws. Adding in the 1 free draw and the 2 left over from yesterday, that made a total of 103. I pressed my palms together, closed my eyes, and offered a little prayer. Please, heavens, bless me. I'm not asking for anything rare. Just let me pull a solar panel or a fuel converter blueprint. Superstition rituals complete. Time to draw. This time was different. The past couple of days I'd only skipped the animation, but now I wasn't even bothering to look at the prizes. My fingers were tapping away, moving lightning fast. The draw screen would barely appear, the light not even lit up, before I skipped it. The prize hadn't fully shown before I skipped that too, jumping right back to the draw menu. Over and over, like a stuck cassette tape. I kept tapping like that for who knows how long, until the draws ran out. Only then did it hit me. I was done. Didn't drag my feet this time, skipped the golden light too. Whatever I pulled should be better than yesterday, right? I closed the menu and opened my bag. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 blueprints. My face flushed red instantly. Yesterday, 100 draws plus the guaranteed pull only got me 3, and today I got 5? See, superstitious drawing rituals have been passed down for a reason. There's got to be something to it. I scrolled from the bottom up and tapped the first one. Name, Black Guy Head Shake. Damn it, misread that. Do over. The second the words Black Guy popped up, I immediately closed it. I'd almost forgotten I still had that thing stuffed in my bag. I took a deep breath. Even subtracting this one, I've still got 4 left. I patted my cheeks and tapped the second to last one. Name, Spatial Refrigerator Blueprint, Rare. Crafting materials, steel block times 30, plastic times 20, expansion gold crystal times 2, not met. Loading effect, vehicle-mounted refrigerator containing 5 cubic meters of space. Food stored inside never spoils. Holy crap, rare. I was a little stunned. Today, is my luck finally kicking in? A rare drop on just the first card? Or a spatial type installation? See, I knew it. Winning the lottery is all about faith. I pressed my palms together and bowed again. Thank the heavens. Rubbing my hands together, I couldn't wait to open the third to last card. Name, Faint Fragrance Sachet Pendant Blueprint. Crafting materials, rubber times 5, plastic times 5, satisfied. Installation effect, provides a subtle fragrance inside the vehicle. Not much use. Next one. I swiped it away without hesitation and opened the fourth to last card. Name, Fuel Converter Blueprint. Crafting materials, special alloy times 10, magic dust times 10, not satisfied. Installation effect, converts the corpses of mutated creatures into fuel, with efficiency depending on their level. Holy crap, holy crap. I cried out again. The fuel converter, it dropped. It actually dropped. I lay back on my bed, throwing a few wild punches into the air, so pumped I could have exploded. I'd had my eye on this installation for way too long. Every single time I drew, I'd been praying for it to show up. Now that it was finally mine, I was even happier than if I'd pulled a rare blueprint. No more stressing over fuel ever again. Fuel freedom achieved. Fuel, the hardest currency in any survival game. As long as I never ran short on it, I'd never run short on anything. Except for rare-grade materials and blueprints, everything else I could trade for at the marketplace. Materials, food, common blueprints, all no problem at all. After riding the high for a good while, I pushed down my racing heartbeat and turned my attention to the final blueprint. The guaranteed rare blueprint from 100 pulls. Please, Just give me a spatial type 1. I took a deep breath and let my fingertip fall. Name, Radar Detection System, RARE. Installation effect. Detects in real time the exact locations of all mutated creatures and supply treasure chests within a 5-kilometer radius. I froze. Out of all these rare blueprints, I get stuck with a duplicate? Ding. A duplicate vehicle blueprint has been detected. Installation enhancement feature unlocked. You can use identical installations to boost their effects. Enhancement feature? I propped my chin on my hand and raised an eyebrow. Identical installations could boost each other's effects. That actually sounded pretty good. For something like the radar system, one was plenty. Any extras were just a waste, so using them for enhancement made total sense. But if it were something like a vehicle room, that'd be a whole different story. The more rooms, the better, the more the merrier. Unless the enhancement could straight up double the interior space, no amount of fancy bonuses could beat just adding another room. It all comes down to how big the enhancement ratio is. If it's too low, then enhancing spatial type installations is a total loss. I didn't rush to act. First, I went back to the lottery screen and claimed the Level 7 Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint. Level 7 Vehicle Upgrade. Blueprint. Plan B. Enhanced. Requirements. Tier 6 Vehicle. Payload Part X2. Rare. Light Metal X10. Magic Coating X10. Power Core. Rare. X2. Conductive Coating. Precious. X1. Enhanced Smart Chip. Precious. X1. Upgrade Effects. Full Body Reinforcement. Full Vehicle Intelligence. Conductive Defense. 2 rare payload parts. That threshold alone was enough to stop the vast majority of survivors dead in their tracks. But for me, it was nothing. My guaranteed luck rolls had already scored me 2 rare payload parts, and I still had 2 unused rare blueprints sitting in my backpack. Even if one of them was a duplicate, the precious materials only required 2 units, which I was more than happy to accept. If they'd jumped straight to 5 units like the rare materials had, that one-line item alone would have run me over 2 million. With 2 more tiers left to upgrade after this, there was no way I could afford it. Full Vehicle Intelligence. Conductive Defense. These 2 new effects made my eyes light up. I pulled up the recharge page and dumped the remaining 4 million of my 10 million right into it. Ding. Recharge total of 10 million detected. SVP1 upgraded to SVIP2. Daily purchase limit for precious materials increased to 5 units. I didn't waste time looking. I went straight into the shop and cleaned it out. Light metal, magic coating, rare materials, precious materials. I bought them all. My balance dropped from 4.309 million to 2.709 million. A sharp pang shot through my chest. 10 million. Not even 2 days, and I'm down to 2.7. This wasn't spending money like water. This was spending money like a waterfall. Fighting through the heartache, I closed the shop, selected Plan B, and started the upgrade. The familiar beam of light flared up once again. A layer of golden yellow washed over the matte silver body, flashy and luxurious. Fine, intricate electronic patterns crept across the entire vehicle like climbing vines, lending it an air of mystery. Finally, the body's lines grew even sleeker and more three-dimensional, as if it had slimmed down. The transformation ended there. I brought up the panel. Vehicle, van level, tier 7. Physical defense, 5,000 magic defense, 3,000. Added abilities, autonomous driving, transform expand, energy absorption, full vehicle intelligence, conductive defense. Power system, 1,000 kilowatt-hours tonnage, 20 tons space, 15 cubic meters durability, 100% fuel, 5%. Payload parts, electric water collector, adaptive transmission, vehicle cabin, rare. I got serious. Physical defense had climbed from 3,000 to 5,000, and magic defense from 1,500 to 3,000. Factoring in energy absorption, any mutant creature with strength below 10,000 and spirit below 6,000 won't be able to hurt this vehicle anymore. I said it calmly. Before the upgrade, that pair of defense, it's already been messed up to the point where nothing could break it for the first 3 months. Now it's just pushing that bottom line back a little further, not enough to stir up much of a reaction. I looked further down and tapped on full vehicle intelligence. Full vehicle intelligence, real-time voice control of the vehicle, loading cargo, setting routes, accelerating, decelerating, all doable. This one's great. A gift for lazy people. My eyes lit up. With this, I could just hole up in the vehicle's living quarters, hook up a screen, and command everything with a few words. Shout to speed up, shout to stop, swap out cargo, turn the lights on and off, all with my mouth. Both hands completely freed, comfort maxed out. Just thinking about it felt amazing. I took a deep breath and tapped on conductive defense. Conductive defense. The vehicle body can release electricity to form a defensive barrier. Just like I guessed, my heart, which had just settled, started racing again. With this, even if I'm surrounded by mutated creatures, I can still fight my way out. In my past life, I was surrounded and killed. The mutated creatures piled up densely into a living wall. The vehicle couldn't break through. The defenses weren't enough, and in the end it got flipped over. I died in those gaping, bloody maws. The logic is simple. No matter how powerful the vehicle, if you start right up against a wall, you can't knock it down. When mutated creatures swarm together, they become an even harder wall. No matter how strong the engine or how insane the dual defenses, you can't break through. That kind of situation is the deadliest. Neither side can do anything to the other, so all you can do is wait it out, hoping they get tired and disperse on their own, passive until death. But with conductive defense, everything changes. Electricity strikes back, and as long as there's enough power, the encirclement breaks the moment you charge it. The power drain is definitely going to be staggering. Good thing I already got my hands on the blueprint for the fuel converter, otherwise I couldn't use it more than a few times. I glanced over the remaining stats. Tonnage went up by 5 tons, interior space unchanged. Time to build all the blueprints, especially the radar system. I want to see just how much the upgrade adds. I entered the store, stocked up on materials, and my balance dropped another 160,000. I pulled out the radar detection system and started building it. In that familiar glow, the materials assembled layer by layer, and a finished product took shape. Ding! A duplicate vehicle component detected. Upgrade the already installed component. Decline to install it separately. Oh, it's not mandatory. Good news. For spatial type components, I'd rather install an extra one. But this radar system in front of me. Upgrade. The component turned to light and shot into the vehicle. I waited a moment. Nothing happened. Frowning, I tapped open the panel. Radar detection system, rare, *2. Installed effect. Real-time detection of the exact locations of all mutated creatures, supply chests, and other vehicles within an 8-kilometer radius. 5 kilometers became 8, and it can detect other vehicles now. My heart leapt with joy. The expanded range for the 5 kilometers or 8 kilometers range doesn't matter much to me either way. But that one feature, detect other vehicles, that's a game changer. In this highway survival scenario, the real danger has never been the mutated creatures. It's the other survivors, people just like me. On lawless roads, there are plenty of people who'll kill you over a single blueprint, a scrap of supplies, or just because they don't like the look of your face. They'll stop at nothing, sinking lower and lower, proving again and again that humans can be far crueler than any beast. Of course, there are exceptions, people like Lin Ye, who saved me and countless others. But men like that are 1 in a million. How many could you possibly find out on those roads? Real-time detection of other vehicles, 8-kilometer range, totally worth it. I knew the truth. With a vehicle ranked this high, the moment I entered the game, I'd have a target on my back. No avoiding it. Countless people would do whatever it took to kill me and steal my ride. Inside the vehicle, I wasn't afraid. But the second I stepped out and ran into them, that's where the danger lay. The car was strong, not me. But with these eyes, I can scan the whole area before I even open the door. Anyone getting close, I'll see them coming. Danger, fully under control. Staring at that description, my whole opinion of vehicle mount enhancement flipped. I'd assumed it was just icing on the cake. I never expected it could unlock entirely new functions. It even overturned my old belief that space-type mounts beat enhancement any day. Now I just wonder what a space-type mount unlocks once it's enhanced. I'd have to try it the first chance I got. I headed back to the store and stocked up on the materials I needed for the fuel converter and the space fridge, the ones I couldn't get from the lottery. Another 400,000 spent, leaving my balance at 2.149 million. Then I opened my pack and crafted every single blueprint except that grinning figurine. right down to the faintly scented sachet that duplicated the effect of the fresh air sensor and was basically useless. I loaded them all into the car. Before I knew it, I've got 15 mounts now, 3 of them rare. I couldn't wipe the smug grin off my face. This quantity, this quality, drop it into highway survival, and I doubt more than a handful of people could pull it off within a year. Nobody except the top-tier heavyweights. Those people had built their factions long ago, not one person scrounging for supplies, but an entire organization pooling its resources to prop up a single individual. Maybe I should think about building a faction of my own. I propped my chin in my hand. With my current vehicle and mounts, I'd enter the game with a crushing lead. But without a faction backing me, given enough time, someone would eventually catch up and pass me. One man against a whole organization? No contest. There's strength in numbers. That truth holds up anywhere. With what I've got, building a faction wouldn't be hard. The hard part is finding a core group of people worth trusting first. Without reliable lieutenants to help run things, a faction held together by nothing but resources. They're all castles in the air. But where do you even find someone like that? As far as I know, the powerhouse factions that later rose to dominance, their inner circles had mostly known each other before entering the game. Family, people who'd bled together, or old acquaintances from the same organization who knew each other inside and out. Trust isn't something you can buy with resources. It has to be forged over time, through life and death. You don't realize it until you actually think it through. It's damn near impossible. I let out a sigh. Forget it. Even if I did have someone I could trust, there's no guarantee we'd land in the same zone. And even in the same zone, there's no guarantee we'd ever cross paths. I shook my head and logged out of the game. Almost 2 o'clock. I took a quick trip to the bathroom, drank some water, turned off the light, and went to sleep. The next day, 4 days left until the highway survival game began. I slept in until past 10. After washing up, I hitched a ride into town on a motorcycle taxi, planning to grab lunch and pick up some daily essentials. The moment I left, word of my return reached the neighboring Li village right behind me. As Li Xiong's supposed close buddy, I was a hot topic in their village too. Within a few dozen minutes, the whole village knew. Word spread like wildfire, and all the people who'd come looking for Li Xiong to collect debts, only to find him gone, started flocking toward my house. None of this reached me as I walked into the supermarket. I stood in front of the rice shelf, torn, bulk or bagged. Whatever. It's only 4 days, and I can't bring any of this into the game anyway. I grabbed a small 20-jean bag of rice and tossed it into my cart, then went to pick out salt, soy sauce, and light soy sauce. Not too much, not too little. By the time I'd checked out and stepped outside, another half hour had passed. Almost 1 o'clock. I pulled out my phone and called for a ride. Yuzheng, is that really you? I thought I was seeing things. I'd just put my phone away when a young person with longish curly hair and delicate features came up to me, face lit up with surprise. And you are? I was completely puzzled. Who was this person, and how did they know me? I had no memory of them at all. It's me, Fang Jiala, middle school classmate. Forgot already. Fang Jiala. My eyes widened. You're Fang Jiala? That name I knew. In those awkward middle school years, every class had 1 or 2 kids at the bottom of the pecking order who got picked on. Fang Jiala was one of them, always getting sent on errands. Half her packed lunch snatched away before she could even pick up her chopsticks. That's why the name stuck with me. But I remembered Fang Jiala being a girl. How is she a guy now? Yeah, it's me, she nodded. But I remember you being a girl, weren't you? What do you mean I'm not a girl? I'm still a girl. She shot me a fierce glare. I took a closer look, and sure enough, she was. Her clothes and style leaned androgynous, and her face was delicate. You had to really look to catch those subtle differences. Couldn't tell without a closer look. I clicked my tongue in amazement. I'd seen it in short videos before, but seeing it with my own eyes still felt strange. How could a girl look so much like a guy? Fang Jiala rolled her eyes, completely unfazed. Clearly, she was long used to this kind of reaction. Babe, what are you doing over here? A tall girl with a total boss lady vibe walked over and hooked her arm through Fang Jiala's, her voice so sweet it could practically stretch into threads. Nothing, just ran into an old classmate. Fang Jiala answered casually, then turned to look at me. Oh right, Yuzheng, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend. Girlfriend? My expression froze. I'd assumed it would be her bestie, But instead, girlfriend? My first instinct was to ask, aren't you a girl too? Before the words came out, one word flashed through my mind. Same. Curious, I took another couple of looks at this so-called girlfriend. The moment I did, a wave of familiarity hit me. The corner of my mouth twitched a few times. Huang Zi. The girl turned her head, her pupils suddenly dilating. Yu Zheng. The air froze instantly. Fang Jiala blinked. You two know each other? Ahem, classmates, high school classmates. Huang Zi cleared her throat. Yeah, high school classmates. I nodded along. Huang Zi, my high school classmate, the class beauty, the homeroom teacher's daughter, and one more title. My first love, whom I'd dated for 3 months. What a coincidence. Yu Zheng and I were middle school classmates, and you two were high school classmates. Fang Jiala clicked her tongue in wonder, marveling at how strange fate could be. Huang Zi and I smiled politely at each other. Fate. This was clearly some kind of cursed karma. Otherwise, how could the three of us have ended up together like this? How about we grab dinner together later? Fang Jiala suddenly extended the invitation. I froze, not knowing how to respond. There's nothing wrong with old classmates getting together. But this old classmate's girlfriend was my first love, and she wanted to drag all three of us along. Times had changed. I'd long since gotten over my first love. The real problem was that this old classmate was also a girl. A girl classmate's girlfriend is my first love, and now the girl classmate is inviting me and her girlfriend, my first love, to have dinner, just the three of us? Not even a TV drama would dare to write a plot like this. Next time. I've got something to take care of later. I snapped back to reality and quickly declined. This was one tangled, messy dinner I did not want to get dragged into. Beside me, Huang Zi quietly let out a sigh of relief. Looks like she didn't want to either. All right, let's exchange contact info and set something up next time. Fang Jiala pulled out her phone without pushing it. I added her. Oh right, do you two want to add each other too? Fang Jiala suddenly. Sure enough. Huang Zi and I both froze again. Well, let's add each other, I guess. Huang Zi recovered first, pulling out her phone. Once more I picked up my phone and added this first love/girlfriend of my female classmate as a friend. Ding. A text popped up. My ride had arrived. I felt like I'd just been granted a reprieve, and I smiled at the two of them. My car's here. I'll head out first. Sure, go take care of things. After a quick goodbye, I grabbed my stuff and walked toward the car parked nearby, stuffed my luggage into the trunk, turned to give a wave, and slid into the passenger seat. As the car pulled away, I caught a glimpse of Huang Zi letting out a long breath, like she'd just set down a 1,000-pound weight. Honestly, I felt the same. Once I'd finished marveling at that whole soap opera mess, I put it out of my mind. Life throws you encounters that leave you somewhere between laughing and crying, but what really matters has never been the past. Thanks, man. The car stopped near my front door. I got out, grabbed my things, and watched it drive off. Yu Zheng, what are you doing back at a time like this? Yu Jiao from next door had been craning her neck to look around, and the moment she spotted me, she hurried over. What do you mean? I was completely lost. I went out to buy something. Do I have to check the calendar before coming home now? Your place is crawling with people, all of them looking to collect money from Li Ziang. Somehow they heard you were back, and now they've got the whole place blocked off. I furrowed my brow and turned to look toward my house. A few trees blocked my view, so I couldn't see clearly. But through the gaps in the branches, I could still make out people pacing back and forth by the door. They actually came? Yesterday, when Yu Jiao mentioned that Li Ziang had been borrowing money all over the place, I'd had a vague hunch it would spill over onto me. At the time, I figured it wouldn't come to that. Never thought they'd show up this fast, banging on my door the very next day. Yu Zheng, you should go lay low somewhere first. These people don't look friendly, Yu Jiao advised. It's not my debt. Why should I hide? I paused. Besides, if I hide today, what about tomorrow? I can't hide forever. Yu Jiao thought about it and figured I had a point. Those people had been camped out since 11 that morning, hadn't even stopped to eat. With that kind of determination, if they didn't get what they wanted today, they'd just be back tomorrow. I said nothing more, picked up my things, and headed for the door. Yu Jiao followed behind me. We'd barely taken a few steps, one in front of the other, before they spotted me. The crowd came swarming. Yu Zheng? It's Yu Zheng, right? You're finally back. Long time no see, old classmate. Face after face plastered with smiles, mouths calling out, old classmate. long time no see, but their eyes were locked on me, hemming me in on all sides, terrified I might slip away. I knitted my brows, my face full of displeasure. Let me just put my things down first. I lifted the bags in my hand, signaling for them to move aside. Nobody budged. They all kept chattering away. No rush, no rush, just set it down anywhere. It's been so long, we should catch up. Yeah, hard to believe it's been this many years. Man, I miss our school days. Tell me about it. Back then we didn't have to worry about money. Not like now, with all this pressure. They tossed the lines back and forth like they'd rehearsed it, steering the conversation to money in just a couple of sentences. I wasn't in the mood to dance around with them, so I cut straight to the point. I know you're here about Li Ye, but all I know is he's in Shanghai, probably recovering in a hospital right now. Beyond that, there's nothing I can do. The crowd went quiet for a moment, like they were chewing on the news. A guy with a buzz cut stepped forward. Yu Zheng, everybody knows you and Li Ziang are tight. We're not here to give you a hard time. Just help us get in touch with him, all right? The others quickly chimed in. Right, he doesn't know chump change. Everyone here's out at least 50 grand. We can't reach him at all. You two are close. Do us a favor. And it won't be for nothing. Once we get our money back, you'll get a cut. Clearly, he's in Shanghai, and he's in the hospital were, to them, just excuses I was making to brush them off. My face stayed blank. I already told you. I can't reach him. Coming to me won't get you anywhere. The buzz-cut guy kept pressing. Yu Zheng, don't be like this. We're not even asking you to pay us back. Exactly, it's not that big a favor. We're all alumni. It's just a phone call. Seeing there was no getting through to them, this crowd had already made up their minds that I just wouldn't help. So I dropped the politeness too, my tone turning a few degrees colder. I said I can't reach him. Move, I'm going home. Yu Jiao, who'd been standing behind me, stepped up too. Are you people incapable of understanding plain speech? Can't reach him means can't reach him. What's the point of crowding around here wasting time? You'd be better off going home and figuring out another plan. It didn't work. Forget moving aside. Not one of them budged. To them, I was their only hope of getting their money back. There was no way they'd give up so easily. Yu Zheng, the buzzcut guy, suddenly changed his tune. These loans Li Ziang took out. You didn't happen to get a share of them yourself, did you? The crowd froze for a second, then broke into murmurs. So that's it. No wonder he won't even do us this little favor. We're supposed to be classmates. Yu Zheng, how can you be so cold-blooded? Aren't you afraid of karma coming back around? You'd better give us an explanation today, or you're not going anywhere. Explanation, my ass. Pay up. Give us our money back now. Everyone talking at once, they'd flat out convicted me. From the looks on their faces, an outsider would honestly think I'd committed some heinous crime. Shut up. Before I could even speak, Yu Jiao's voice exploded first. She yanked me behind her, every bit the boss lady. Her aura hit full force in an instant. Facing the whole crowd, she didn't even blink. You bunch of lowlifes, watch your damn mouths. Say one more word out of line and see what happens. She locked her eyes on the buzz-cut guy specifically. Especially you. Spread one more rumor. And if you can walk out of here today, I'll spell my name backwards. The whole place went dead silent. Everyone was stunned by Yu Jiao's outburst. Everyone there was either a classmate or an alum. Who didn't know Yu Jiao? That legendary punch was still fresh in everyone's memory. Nobody dared to run their mouth when she was pissed. I tugged at her. Sis Jiao, let me handle this. Yu Zheng, don't worry, I've got your back. Let's see them try anything. Yu Jiao swept a fierce glare across the room, and nobody dared to meet her eyes. She turned back and patted her chest, making her promise. I smiled. I've got this. Before she could say anything else, I pulled her behind me too. Then I fixed my stare on the buzzcut guy. There wasn't a trace of emotion in my eyes, cold as the December wind. First, I really can't reach Li Ziang. Second, even if I could, what the hell business is it of yours? The buzzcut guy opened his mouth, but I didn't give him a chance. Third, if you think I took a cut of his money, go ahead and sue me. As for right now, get the hell out of here. I walked straight up to him and stopped, spitting out each word, cold as a blade scraping bone. You got that? Cold sweat poured down the buzzcut guy's face. His throat seemed to catch on something. His mouth hung open, but not a single sound came out. Yu Zheng, we're all classmates here. No need to take that tone. Yeah, that's going too far. I swept my gaze across them, and everyone shut up instantly. If you've got nothing to say, then move. The crowd blocking the way ahead scrambled to clear a path. With stuff in one hand and Yu Jiao in the other, I didn't spare anyone a single glance as I cut through the crowd and headed home. Bang! The door slammed shut hard. Only then did everyone snap out of it, exchanging glances, speechless for a moment. After a long while, someone sighed. So, we're just gonna let this go. What else can we do? Yu Zheng's right. Even if he could reach Li Ziong, it's got nothing to do with us. Yeah, he won't make the call. So what can we do to him? Ugh, we're not getting this money back. Let's go. The crowd turned to leave. Wait. The buzz-cut guy hurried to stop them. If we just leave like this, we can kiss that money goodbye for good. One person stopped and looked at him. Give it up. Deep down, we all know, even if Yu Zheng really did reach Li Ziong, we're never getting that money back. Everyone nodded quietly and dispersed. Only the buzz-cut guy was left, unwilling but helpless. In the end, he took a long, hard look at that tightly shut door and let out a long. He sighed, turned, and walked off. I never would have guessed, Yu Jiao said back inside the apartment, staring at me like she was seeing me for the first time. You were downright fierce just now. Looks like those years in Shanghai changed you a lot. I gave a small smile. People have to change a little, don't they? Before I got dragged into the survival games, I'd been introverted and meek, the type who almost never lost his temper. But first I got conned by Li Ziong, and then I had to claw my way through one life-or-death game after another. How could I possibly come out the same? If I'd still been that same spineless pushover, I never would have survived those 2+ months. Sometimes it isn't the years that change a person, it's being backed into a corner with no way out. It's a good change. You're way tougher than before. Yu Jiao rose up on her toes and patted my shoulder, satisfied. Then she let out a sigh. But that Li Ziong really deserves to die, scamming this many people. I'd only heard vaguely that he'd conned a lot of people before, without any real sense of the scale. Now I had the full picture. More than a dozen victims. He'd basically hit up everyone he knew. 50 grand a head at minimum, adding up to well over $1 million. He really does deserve it, I said with a nod, the urge to kill that piece of trash burning a little hotter inside me. Even from this far away, he could still cause me trouble. If I'd known, I would have kicked him a few times harder. All right, just stay put at home and don't go out much these next few days. This crowd left, but there's no guarantee they won't come back. If they do, don't engage, just hole up inside. I nodded. Honestly, she didn't need to tell me. I couldn't be bothered to go out even without a reason. I'd much rather curl up at home and wait for the next game to come. Yu Jiao gave me a few more reminders, said to come find her if I couldn't handle something, and then waved goodbye. I walked her to the door, watched her skip back over to the place next door, shook my head, went back inside, and flopped onto the bed. When you've got nothing to do, time flies. Pick up the phone and a few hours are just gone. Too lazy to cook, I made do with a bowl of instant noodles, then grabbed my phone again. And in the blink of an eye, it was the small hours of the morning. Ding, 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 ding. The alarm went off. I shut off the movie I'd left half-played, opened Douyin, and tapped into the vehicle simulator. While it loaded, I took a sip of the cola on my nightstand and casually washed my hands in the basin of water I'd set out ahead of time. The loading screen vanished. I grabbed a tissue to dry my hands, then didn't hesitate for a second. I pulled up the gacha and cashed in 100 pulls. Heaven help me. I'm not greedy. Just give me the same as yesterday, one extra rare blueprint, and I'll be happy. Yesterday's lucky ritual had scored me a free gold. So naturally, today I had to say a little prayer first. Palms pressed together, I prayed in earnest. Then my eyes fell on the pull button, and my expression turned suddenly grave, like a soldier about to charge, battle lust igniting in both eyes. Let's pull. My finger tapped again and again, so fast it nearly left after images. The screen stuttered and lagged under the barrage of taps. The lottery screen, animation screen, and reward display flickered back and forth, each frame lasting less than a second, turning the whole game into a glorified PowerPoint slideshow. My draw count ran dry fast. First I claimed the Tier 8 vehicle upgrade blueprint from hitting 400 pulls, then opened my inventory. Huh? Only 4 blueprints. I counted them, and my brow furrowed into a knot. Subtract the upgrade blueprint and that black figurine. So I only pulled 2 today? And once you take out the guaranteed drop, That means just one real pull? Yesterday I got 4. Minus the guarantee, that was still 3. This luck-based stuff isn't exactly reliable either. I glanced at the basin where I'd just washed my hands. And to think I'd prepped it ahead of time, just waiting to strike gold today. And this is what I get? Worst luck yet. Even the day before yesterday, I pulled 2 beyond the guaranteed drop. Forget it. I set the thought aside and checked the upgrade requirements first. Name, tier, 8 vehicle upgrade blueprint. Plan A requirements. 1. Tier, 7 vehicle met. 2. Payload modules times 4 rare, met. 3. Wonder coating times 5 units, not met. 4. Titanium refined iron times 5 units, not met. 5. Superconductive alloy, rare, times 5 units, not met. 6. Memory blue gold, precious, times 1 unit, not met. Upgrade effect, full vehicle reinforcement, auto repair. Plan B, enhanced requirements. 1. Tier, 7 vehicle, met. 2. Payload modules times 4 rare, met. 3. Titanium refined iron times 10 units, not met. 4. Memory blue gold, precious, times 2 units, not met. 5. Energy shielding gold powder, precious, times 1 unit, not met. 6. Energy conversion source crystal, precious, times 1 unit, not met. Upgrade effect, full vehicle reinforcement, auto repair, energy shield. The enhanced version, needs for units of precious materials? I glanced at the 1.649 million balance in my account and was momentarily at a loss for words. With this little money, I couldn't even afford 4 units of precious materials. There's still 300K left on my card, but even if I dumped it all in, it wouldn't touch the 2 million needed for 4 units. And that's not even counting all the other stuff besides the precious materials. Going with the standard plan, the money would be enough. But Plan A and the enhanced version were worlds apart. I'd been going with the enhanced route since my very first upgrade. Asking me to fall back to the standard version now? I'd rather not upgrade at all. Oh right, there's also online loans. I haven't borrowed much, but it should be enough to bump the vehicle up another tier. No sooner said than done. I switched back to my phone, opened Wealth Treasure, and first pulled up the 30K credit limit on DrawPay. Cash out the entire credit line. Then I opened Huanbei for a loan, filled out all my info, and applied for a credit limit. No telling how much they'll approve. Huabei gave me 30 grand, so this one shouldn't be any lower. The credit line came through fast. The moment I saw the number, my eyes flashed. 500 grand. They actually gave me a 500,000 credit line. I'd figured it'd top out at 100 grand at most. Never expected the real number to be 5 times my ceiling estimate. Once the excitement wore off, I thought it over and it actually made sense. These past few days, my spending power had been off the charts. Dropping millions in a single day, no problem. For a loan company that could dig up that kind of data with pinpoint accuracy, handing me a credit line this high was only natural. Data never lies. It knows exactly who you are, better than any person ever could. For the next stretch of time, I downloaded every single loan app on the market, one after another. None of the others were as generous as Huanbei, but tens of thousands, even 100 grand or so, were still on the table. A few tens of thousands, 100 grand here and there. That was chump change to me now. But quantity has a quality all its own. Stacking them one by one, in just an hour, I managed to squeeze 2 million out of these loan companies. Too bad the rest all came back saying I didn't qualify. Otherwise, I could have pulled even more. I let out a sigh, staring at the screen crammed full of apps, my brow knit with regret. The first 5 or 6 paid out no problem, high limits, fast payouts. But the further down the list I went, the more they dragged their feet. Limits got slashed in half, payouts got sluggish. By the 14th one, they flat out refused to lend. I tried a few more after that, same result every time. These companies were scared I couldn't pay it back, so they pulled back. 2 million's plenty. After I finish upgrading the vehicle, I'll still have over 1 million left. As for upgrading to level 9 down the road, I'd just hit up Boss Fong again. I stroked my chin, a grin tugging at my lips. These past 2 days back, I hadn't been sitting idle. Every spare moment, I'd been mulling over ways to make money. And I'd actually come up with one, highly doable. But that's a story for later. Right now, let's focus on upgrading. The scene switched back to the game, and I locked my eyes on the vehicle upgrade blueprint once more. Last time, I'd spotted the 4 precious materials right away and lost all interest in reading anything else. Now that I had the cash, it was time for a closer look. For rare vehicle parts, and the requirements already met. I was baffled. I got that the upgrade needed 4 parts, but why was it already satisfied? I'd only installed 3. That's not right. I pulled up the panel and found the radar detection system. Name, radar detection system, rare, times 2. That 2. Was it a quantity? Once the same part was enhanced, it counted as 2 installed instead of 1? Come to think of it, that made sense. Otherwise, how else could 3 parts fulfill a requirement for 4? I shifted my gaze to the upgrade effects. Auto repair, plus an energy shield. The auto repair one's easy to figure out. Just look at the materials, and the memory blue gold pretty much gives it away. The energy shield, though, won't know how deep that rabbit hole goes until I upgrade it. I closed out the info and pulled up the next blueprint. Name, vehicle kitchen blueprint, rare. Materials, steel block times 20, rubber times 20, iron block times 20, plastic times 20, expansion gold crystal, rare, times 3, not met. Effect, installs a 20 square meter kitchen inside the vehicle, fully equipped, generates 50 liters of tap water daily, takes up no vehicle space. A spatial type mod. My face lit up. Not just spatial type, top shelf stuff. 20 square meters, fully equipped, plus 50 free liters of water a day. Drinking water I've got covered. The electric water condenser pulls in 10 liters a day, more than I can ever drink. But 10 liters just doesn't cut it. Cooking, washing up, even rationing it, there's barely anything left. Want a shower? Gotta save up for days. And once it gets hot, you can't even save that much. With this 50 liters, I could shower every single day. Save up a few days and soak in a full bath, no problem. Yeah, spatial mods are where it's at. Built-in resource production, one's worth 2. Not a bad haul today, either. Honestly, even if the guaranteed pull had just been the kitchen blueprint, I'd have taken it. Once the excitement wore off, I looked at the last one. Name, power engine. Materials, steel block times 10, iron block times 10, special alloy times 5, not met. Effect, raises top speed, shortens acceleration time, doubles power output, increases fuel consumption by 50%. Another duplicate? And it's the engine again? I blinked, and the delight crept back onto my face. For where I'm at right now, aside from rares and resource production types, duplicate blueprints are exactly what I want most. Duplicates mean upgrades, new capabilities. Way more useful than pulling something brand new. Just don't know what extra function the engine gets after an upgrade. I closed the backpack, opened the recharge screen, and dumped the whole 2 million I'd scored right in. What does a Tier 8 vehicle look like, and what exactly do the 2 new functions do? That's got me even more hyped than the engine. For units of precious material, 10 units of titanium refined iron. Browsing the materials store, the price of titanium refined iron just about gave me a heart attack. 40 grand a unit? That's practically rare material territory. It's supposed to be a common material, yet it's only half the price of a rare. This pricey, the dual defense has got to shoot way up, right? I dropped 2.2 million buying everything I needed, and as my balance went from 3.64 million down to 1.44 million, I found myself once again marveling at how fast money burns. Back in the backpack, I opened the upgrade blueprint and selected the B-grade enhanced version plan. My finger came down, Tier 7 to Tier 8, begin. A beam of light enveloped the van in the garage. The vehicle began another round of transformation. First, the metal of the entire vehicle shifted from silver to black silver, cooler and tougher. Then the tiny runes across the body suddenly thickened, their lines fluid, deepening that sense of mystery. Finally, the windows took on a black tint, as if the glass had turned to metal, yet without blocking my view in the slightest. So this is level 8? Awesome. As the changes finished, my eyes lit up. Say what you will. This look was hands down the coolest of all the levels, and exactly to my taste. If I could actually touch it, I'd probably have thrown myself at it. After admiring it for a good while, I pulled up the panel. Vehicle, van. Level, 8. Physical defense, 10,000. Magic defense, 8,000. Additional abilities, auto drive, transform expand, energy absorption, full vehicle AI, conductive defense, auto repair, energy shield. Electricity, 1,000 kilowatt hours. Tonnage, 30 tons. Space, 15 cubic meters. Durability, 100%. Fuel, 5%. 10,000 already. The first thing that grabbed me was the physical defense, and my pupils shrank. 10,000 points. Even someone as numb to defense stats as me couldn't help but gasp. Add energy absorption on top of that, and it basically means immunity to any physical attack under 20,000 points. The game had been running for over 2 months now, and a defense in the thousands already counted as high. Anything over 6,000 could shrug off every mutant creature out there. And my vehicle, with the boost, was effectively at 20,000. Forget 2 months from now. Even 2 more stretches of 2 months, and nothing would be able to break this defense. Magic defense jumped from 3,000 to 8,002. More than double. 8,000 points, or 16,000 with the boost. A little behind the physical defense, but still absurd. The vehicle's defense is completely invincible now. Almost too invincible, honestly. A smile tugged at the corner of my mouth, my eyes full of satisfaction. Next up, the additional abilities. My gaze dropped. Auto repair and energy shield. I was dying of curiosity and couldn't wait to open them. Auto repair. As long as durability is no lower than 5%, the vehicle repairs damage on its own over time. Great ability. Totally useless. I narrowed my eyes and shook my head helplessly. Auto repair only mattered if the vehicle actually took damage. But with dual defenses of 20,000 and 16,000, what on earth could hurt it? I closed it and moved to the next. Energy shield. Consumes electricity or fuel to form a shield. As long as energy remains, the shield holds. The range is adjustable. The larger it is, the more it costs. Holy crap. I bolted upright. At first glance, it was just another defensive ability, and defense was the one thing I had in spades. But to me, it was exactly the opposite. This shield was incredibly useful. With this, heading out to gather supplies is way safer. No matter how strong the vehicle's defense was, there was no way I could just stayed cooped up in the car. Getting supplies always meant getting out, and no matter how tough the car was, it couldn't protect me out there. The radar could guarantee I'd get around in complete safety, but the price was that there couldn't be a single mutant creature anywhere nearby. And on the highways, where was there ever a spot that clean? The supplies were pitifully scarce. Now it's different. Pull the car up next to a supply crate, drop a layer of shielding over it. Even if I'm surrounded by mutants on all sides, inside that shield I'm perfectly safe. Grab the supplies, stay alive, both at once, no compromise. The energy drain's definitely going to be steep. But with the fuel converter, why would I sweat a little drain like that? I smiled, confident. The stone that had been hanging over my heart finally dropped. I'd always known, sooner or later, I'd become a target. The safety problem had never been fully solved. But now, with the energy shield, I wouldn't say it was foolproof, but it was pretty damn close. The next change was tonnage, up from 20 tons to 30. That, I no longer cared about. Fuel wasn't a problem, so let it be heavy. I could afford the burn. Interior space hasn't changed. 15 square meters is probably the ceiling. I closed the panel and reopened the materials store. The vehicle kitchen's just 3 units of rare materials short, and the engine's 5 units of special alloy short. Another 350,000 to buy it all. Crafted them, installed them. Ding, duplicate vehicle detected. Enhance. Enhance. Not a moment's hesitation. The powerful engine I'd just crafted turned into a beam of light and shot into the van. No idea how much of a boost this'll give or what new functions it'll bring. Eyes full of anticipation, I opened the panel again and found the powerful engine. Name, powerful engine times 2. Name, powerful engine times 2. Effect, top speed increased by 50%, reduced acceleration time, power boosted 4x, fuel consumption increased by 100%. Overclock mode available, top speed doubled, power boosted to 8x, fuel consumption up 500%. Overclocking for more than 10 minutes risks irreversible damage to the engine. I rubbed my eyes, checking again and again to make sure I'd read it right, and only then, half in disbelief. That big of a boost? These stats aren't any worse than a rare vehicle part, are they? power from 2x to 4x, and the top speed climbed another 50%. One stomp on the gas, and I could probably hit 300 miles an hour in no time. Who could catch me? Factor in the overclock, and I could break 500 miles an hour, fast enough to race a subway train. At that speed, even the mutant creatures known for their speed would be left eating my dust. One press of the pedal, and I'm the fastest kid on the highway. The fuel consumption skyrocketed too, spiking 500% under overclock, but I didn't give it a second thought. So what if it burns more? It just means killing a few more mutants, that's all. The only shame is that the overclock can't hold for long. Anything past 10 minutes and risk of totaling it. I stroked my chin and let out a quiet sigh. If I could keep it overclocked indefinitely, then at 300 miles an hour with the vehicle's defenses, I could plow straight through even a boss-level mutant and kill it on impact. I shook my head and put the fantasy to rest. Checking the time, I saw it was already past 3, so I quit the game. I keep staying up later and later. As long as you don't have a job to get up for, there's no way you'll ever go to bed early. With a sigh, I got up, made a trip to the bathroom, then crawled back under the covers and picked up where I'd left off on a movie. The next day, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. 3 days left before I'd enter the highway survival game. Right after lunch, I grabbed the milk and fruit I'd picked up the day before, called Yu Jiao, and we set off to visit second granduncle. This road is still as rough as ever. You sure second granduncle can still make regular trips into the village to chat with people? Walking along a one-person-wide little path, I glanced down at my mud-caked shoes, my face full of doubt. Even I was scared of slipping on this road. Never mind a sick old man like second granduncle. Even in good health, could someone pushing 80 really manage it? This is the shortcut. Second granduncle takes the main road. I whipped my head around. There's a main road? Why didn't you take me on the main road? Yu Jiao blinked. I was going to take the main road. You're the one who turned down this path first. I figured you wanted to walk down memory lane. I was momentarily speechless. Thinking back, it really had been me who led the way. When I saw the fork, it hadn't even crossed my mind that there was a main road. I just instinctively ducked onto the familiar little path. Pick up the pace, quit dawdling, we're almost there. I snapped out of it, nodded, and dropped my complaining. The path cut through a small hill and was genuinely hard going, but at least it wasn't far. We were both young and quick on our feet, so we soon cleared the hill and the road widened out. It's just up ahead, right? I found a patch of grass to scrape the mud off my shoes and asked casually. Yu Jiao was scraping hers too. Yeah, just a little farther. Once we'd gotten most of it off, we kept walking. This time I deliberately let her go ahead and lead. After a few hundred more meters, we arrived in front of a 3-story old house. The house stood all by itself, with no other buildings around it. In front was a large concrete clearing, and right in the middle grew a good-sized osmanthus tree. Beneath it sat a few bamboo chairs, with a low table set in front of them. Come summer, the shade under that tree would definitely be the perfect spot to beat the heat. Should we just go in? Not seeing second granduncle anywhere, I turned to ask. Yu Jiao nodded. Let's go in. He's probably inside. As soon as she said it, we crossed the clearing together and walked into the old house, its doors standing wide open. Grandpa, you've got to keep taking this medicine. Getting some exercise is fine, but you have to be careful. What? Up to something? Up to what? We'd barely stepped through the door when the conversation drifted out from inside. Yu Jiao and I exchanged a glance, both of us a little baffled. Brain, doesn't second uncle have no descendants? That's about it, Grandpa. I'm gonna head out now. I'll come see you again next time. Next time you'll what, chop me? Who wants to chop me? I said, I'll come visit you again next time. Oh, right. Let me see you out then. No need. You just rest. While we stood there dazed, footsteps sounded, and a girl with a ponytail, looking pretty young, came out of the room next door. Dr. Chiu, you came to see second uncle? I was wondering who it was. Yu Jiao went up to greet her, clearly familiar with her. Jiao, what are you doing here? Yu Zheng and I came to visit second uncle. Yu Jiao pointed at me. Let me introduce you to. This is Yu Zheng. He's from the village too. He's been living in Shanghai all this time. And this is Dr. Chiu, the head doctor at that clinic just outside the village now. Then she leaned in close to my ear. Old man Wang's apprentice. Surprise flashed in my eyes, and I frowned at Yu Jiao. Seriously? I didn't know this Dr. Chiu, but I knew old man Wang. a well-known barefoot doctor of traditional Chinese medicine around these parts. His skills weren't bad. Whenever people in the surrounding villages got sick, the first place they'd go wasn't the hospital, it was to him. I saw him a few times when I was a kid too. That bitter-as-hell herbal medicine was the nightmare of my childhood. But Old Man Wong had no descendants either. He was an odd character who never took on apprentices. He'd already stopped practicing by the time I was in high school, and word was he'd passed away long ago. So how did an apprentice suddenly show up now and end up back in a little place like this? Hi, I'm Chiao Yin. She smiled and held out her hand. I snapped out of it and shook it. Just call me Yu Zheng. Chiao Yin withdrew her hand and turned to Yu Jiao. Jiao Jiao, I'm heading back to the clinic now. Take care, Dr. Chiao. Once she was far enough away, I frowned. Sis Jiao, something's off here. You said she's Old Man Wong's apprentice, but from what I just heard, she's the one treating second uncle? Old Man Wong's skills weren't bad, but that was only for minor stuff like headaches and fevers. With something like cancer, even the man himself would have been helpless, and his apprentice can actually treat it? What are you even thinking? Yu Jiao shot me a look. Dr. Chiao just feels sorry for second uncle, so she comes by often to check on him. She's never even prescribed him anything. She paused, gazing out the door. And her skills are no worse than Old Man Wong's. She was a top student at medical school. The county hospital even tried to recruit her, but she turned them down. Now I was even more baffled. With skills that good, she was stuck out here running a clinic in the countryside, turning down a big hospital to stay in a rural village. What was she even after? Seeing me staring blankly out the door, Yu Jiao gave me a couple of annoyed shoves. All right, enough. Let's check on second uncle first. If you've got your eye on Dr. Chiao, I'll have my mom put in a good word for you. The two of them are close. What kind of nonsense is that? I was just curious why she came here. This whole thing was ridiculous. First Lin Ye accused me of having eyes for his daughter, and now Yu Jiao was cooking up some story about me falling for Dr. Chiao. Sure, Dr. Chiao was pretty, but I wasn't so desperate that I'd fall head over heels the first time we met. Well, stop being curious then. Just go in. Yu Jiao stepped through the door ahead of me. I shook my head and followed, carrying the stuff. Inside, second uncle sat in a chair, his hair gray, one leg crossed over the other as he puffed on a pipe of tobacco. Looking so carefree, you'd never guess he was sick. He glanced up. Xiao Jiao, what brings you here? Yu Jiao smiled and pointed at me. Second uncle, take a look. Guess who this is? Second uncle looked me over a couple times, then said in surprise, Isn't this little Zhengzi? You got out. The smile froze on my face, and the words died in my throat. Good thing you're back. Good thing you're back, he went on to himself. Not dying in there means you got a second shot at life. From now on, don't go pimping folks out for a living anymore. The corner of my mouth twitched like crazy. Suddenly, I felt like I never should have come to see this crazy old man. Yu Jiao burst out laughing again. Second uncle, where'd you hear that? Yu Zheng was never locked up. What? He's got to go in again. Second uncle sat bolt upright. Little Zhengzi just came out to visit family? They lock you up that long for pimping? Yu Jiao opened her mouth, the laughter frozen on her face. Second uncle stood up and patted my shoulder. Look at you. You actually had the nerve to pimp people out, which is against the law. Back in my day, you'd have been shot dead. I shot Yu Jiao a look begging for help. I knew second uncle was hard of hearing, but surely it wasn't this bad? He must have gone completely deaf. Seeing him about to speak again, I quickly handed over the milk and fruit. Second uncle, I came all this way to see you. Please take these things I brought. Second uncle jerked back, his face flushing red, and pointed at me. You came all this way to chop me down? You got out just to chop me? You ungrateful wretch. All those chickens and eggs I gave you, did you feed them to the dogs? I fell silent. Suddenly I felt so tired. Why did I even come here? Second uncle. Yu Jiao raised her voice, enunciating every word. Yu Zheng came to see you. These are for you. He wasn't locked up. He's been working out of town. Second uncle looked puzzled. Huh? He came just to see me? Working out of town. Yu Jiao nodded emphatically. Second uncle laughed and patted my shoulder again. You're a grown man, and you still can't get your words out straight. Not half as good as Xiao Jiao here. I didn't feel like talking anymore. I guess I was just worn out. He took the things and patted me even harder this time. It's enough that you came. Why bother bringing stuff? Waste of money. Still, it's the thought that counts. Those eggs I fed you didn't go to waste after all. For the next half hour, second uncle did all the talking while Yu Jiao and I listened in silence. By the time we said our goodbyes, both our throats. Second granduncle was hard of hearing. Every reply had to be shouted, or he wouldn't catch a word. Skip the shouting, and it went like this. Second granduncle, you're looking pretty spry. What? You think I look old? I work in the big city. What? You're getting beat up in some den. Half an hour later, my throat was hoarse and about to catch fire. Second granduncle, we're heading out now. We'll come back another time. I strained my voice. Second granduncle frowned. Watch your manners. What do you mean you're gonna elbow me? You want to smack me next time too? For the umpteenth time, I was speechless. I cleared my throat and yelled until my voice cracked. I said, we're leaving today? We'll come back to see you next time. Oh, is that so? Then let me walk you out. He stood up without trying to make us stay. Neither of us objected, not because we wanted him to see us off, but because we honestly couldn't shout anymore. Just as we stepped out the door, second granduncle suddenly turned back. Wait, let me grab something. With that, he headed into the back room. Yu Jiao and I exchanged puzzled looks, but neither of us asked. We wanted to, but our throats wouldn't allow it. A moment later, second granduncle returned, clutching a plastic Ultraman in his hand. He held it out to me. Little Zheng, this is yours, isn't it? Here, take it back. I took it, and it was like being struck by lightning. I recognized this Ultraman. It was my favorite toy back in elementary school. I'd cried and begged my parents for ages before they finally bought it for me. Later, I brought it along when I snuck into the chicken coop to steal eggs, and I lost it while second granduncle was chasing me. That day, I retraced my steps and searched forever, but never found it. I even cried about it. I never imagined it had been here the whole time, kept all these years. I meant to give it back to you sooner, but you kept coming around to steal eggs, so it just got tossed in a corner. Held up all these years, so now it goes back to its rightful owner. I looked up and smiled. Thanks for holding on to it for me, second granduncle. Second granduncle's eyes went wide. You expect a warranty too? A grown man wanting a warranty on a toy. Go buy your own at the store. I shook my head, tucked the Ultraman away, and shouted, second granduncle, we're leaving now. No need to see us off. All right then, I won't. Off you go. We waved goodbye, turned around, and left. We crossed the concrete lot, made our way onto the main road, and started the trip home. You like Ultraman that much? You've been staring at it ever since we walked out. Yu Jiao sounded exasperated on the way. You wouldn't get it. This is a memory, I said, though my grip on the toy tightened without my noticing. A piece of my childhood, lost and found again. It came far, far too late, yet it stirred something strange in me. It no longer felt like a toy, but a key handed to me across time from my childhood, a key that could unlock those beautiful memories. Some things are precious precisely because you can never go back. Let's take the main road home. I don't want to walk that little path again. Sure, you're the one who took me down that path in the first place, anyway. 5 o'clock in the afternoon, on the outskirts of the big city, in a 7-story residential building in an urban village. The floor. Xiao Wu, still nursing the bruise on his face from the punch he'd taken, knocked on the second-floor office door. Come in. He pushed the door open. Boss Fong sat on the couch, smoking a cigar. Beside him, a burly man held a cup of tea. Boss, that Yuzhen guy just messaged me. Fong's eyes lit up. Saying what? Xiao Wu hesitated, stammering. Spit it out, Fong said, frowning. He wants to borrow another 5 million. Puffed. The big man sprayed out a mouthful of tea and jerked his head up. Another 5 million? That's right. Has he lost his mind? The big man shot to his feet, seething. He hasn't paid back the 10 million, and now he wants 5 more? Does he think we're an ATM? What else did he say? Fong asked. He didn't think poorly of Yu Zhang. The kid had guts and a sharp mind. There was no way he'd be dumb enough to just ask for money. He had to know 5 million would never get approved, which meant there was more to it. Xiao Wu clenched his fists. He said, the 10 million is already gone, all of it lost. He also borrowed 5 million elsewhere, and if he can't pay it back, he's a dead man. He said if we don't want to lose everything, we'll have to lend him another 5 million. You son of a bitch, the big man roared. That's a flat-out threat. Sit down. Fong's face was expressionless. Anything else? He said we have his account, so we can just wire the money straight to it. Fuck, the big man barked again. This little bastard. Fong narrowed his eyes. a chill radiating from him. Have we tracked down where he is? The big man shook his head. No, he hasn't swiped a card once these past few days. Can't get a location on him. The contract included a management fee agreement that gave them access to Yu Zheng's spending records. At first, they weren't worried about him running. One swipe of a card, and they could trace him. But that trick had completely failed with Yu Zheng. 3 full days, not a single transaction. They didn't even know what city he was in. Are the spending records normal? Not normal. Every time it's 1 million at a shot. Yesterday, he burned through the entire 10 million. Then early this morning, another 2 million showed up, and that was gone fast too. That account he's transferring to, still no way to trace it? No. It's got to be encrypted. From the very first million, they couldn't get a lead on anything, not even what the money was being spent on. Now the whole 10 million was gone, its whereabouts a mystery. Fong rubbed his temples, fingers drumming against the coffee table. The office fell silent. After a long while, he stopped. Send the electronic contract. This 5 million, approve it. Boss. Xiao Wu and the big man both stared, wide-eyed. 10 million unpaid. No idea where he was, and they were going to lend him 5 million more? Release the funds. Fong looked at the two of them. Whether he's telling the truth or lying, he has to stay alive. If he dies, that 10 million would be the real write-off. But what if he comes back for another loan later? Xiao Wu worried. If they paid out this time, wouldn't he just come crawling back for more the next time he was broke? It'd never end. Boss Fong sneered. That's why there's a condition on this loan. We get to track his location in real time. Will he agree to that? The burly man frowned. Boss Fong took a drag on his cigar. If what he says is true, and he wants to stay alive, agreeing is his only option. They want my real-time location? Yujia Village, in my house. I was in the middle of dinner when Xiao Wu's text came in, and my brow furrowed tight. I couldn't hand over my location, but if I didn't, they wouldn't approve the loan. If I gave it to them, there was no guarantee they wouldn't show up at my door the next second. They said they wouldn't come make trouble, but I didn't believe a single word of it. These weren't good people to begin with, and only a fool would take them at their word. But if I didn't, the 5 million was as good as gone. After midnight tonight, I had to upgrade my vehicle to level 9, and the 1 million balance I had in the game was nowhere near enough. Right now, I needed the cash more than anything. I sat silent for a moment, then set down my chopsticks. I couldn't give up my location, but I had to get my hands on the money, so I'd stall. I still had 3 days before entering the game. As long as I insisted on sending the location in 3 days, they should be willing to bend a little, right? I texted back. I can send the location, but only in 3 days, and you have to wire the 5 million first. Sent, and went back to eating. Finished the whole meal, and still no reply. I started to get anxious. If they didn't agree, there'd be no 5 million, and I couldn't get the vehicle to level 9. Ding. My phone buzzed. It was Xiao Wu. I let out a breath and eagerly opened it. Let's both compromise. We'll approve half first, then release the other half once we get your location. Take it or leave it. I frowned. If I'd known, I'd have just asked for 10 million. Back then I'd played it safe and asked for 5 million, afraid they wouldn't approve it. Now half meant 2.5 million. If I'd held firm at 10 million, half would have been 5 million. Whatever. Half it is, just get it in hand first. Better than nothing. I texted back a single word, deal. They quickly sent over a few familiar contracts. I gave them a glance, signed them all, and sent them back. Before long, ding. 2.5 million landed in my account. At least they're businessmen. They really did wire over 250. I shook my head helplessly. Even one extra 1,000 would have been nice. That number just sounds so lousy. Add in the game balance and the 300,000 left on my card, and it comes to almost 4 million. No idea if that's enough to hit level 9. If it wasn't, I really would have to send Boss Fong's crew my location. But I could time it right. Wait until just a few hours before entering the game to send it. If even the first half plus everything else wasn't enough, then I'd accept my fate. Level 8 it is. There was simply no other way to scrape together the money. Ding. Another message from Xiao Wu. If you want the other half, you have to. I saw your location. Asterisk asterisk. I glanced at it, didn't reply, got up to do the dishes. By the time I finished, it was just past 6. I boiled some water and took a shower. The water heater had been broken for years, so washing up meant boiling water every time. It was a hassle, sure, but I made do. Never bothered to fix or replace it. Half an hour later, I came out with wet hair, dried it off with some tissues, and lay in bed watching movies, comfortably waiting for midnight. I watched two straight through. About a fifth of the way into the third, my alarm went off. Without hesitation, I killed the video player, opened TikTok, and tapped into the game inside the mini program. It dropped me right onto the lottery screen. I redeemed 100 pulls. No mysticism this time. Just pull. Yesterday's whole superstition routine had only netted me one blueprint besides the guaranteed drop. It genuinely spooked me. Sure, the quality was top tier, but it left a mark on my psyche. Let's just pull straight. My fingers tapped non-stop, and the game lagged into a slideshow again, jumping frame by frame. Forget everything else for now. First claim the tier 9 vehicle upgrade blueprint. Once I'd burned through all my pulls, I immediately claimed the blueprint and opened my inventory to check. Name, Tier 9 vehicle upgrade blueprint. Plan A. 1. Tier 8 vehicle requirement met. 2. Loader parts times 6 rare. 3. Titanium refined iron times 5 units. 4. Magic energy plating rare times 3 units. 5. Superconductive alloy rare times 3 units. 6. Reinforced core crystal precious times 2 units. Effect: full vehicle reinforcement energy sublimation. Plan B enhanced version. 1. Tier 8 vehicle requirement met. 2. Loader parts times 6 rare. 3. Metal devouring mother iron precious times 2 units. 4. Rune-etched black gold precious times 2 units. 5. Transmission core precious times 2 units. 6. Reinforced core crystal precious times 2 units. Effect: full vehicle reinforcement metal devouring energy sublimation. Are you kidding me? 8 units of precious materials? That threw me. 8 units of precious materials. The price alone was 4 million. No way I could afford to upgrade. So yeah, I still have to send that location. Gotta lock down the other half of the loan. As frustrating as it was, I felt a bit lucky too. At least half the money was already in, enough to buy all 5 units of precious materials I was capped at, so the upgrade wouldn't stall. If that money hadn't come through, I couldn't have afforded even 3 units today, let alone upgraded. Sometimes it takes getting backed into a corner to see which road is the only way out. All I have to do is send the location 2 hours before logging in tomorrow, secure the other half of the money, and I can still hit Tier 9. I shook my head, letting go of the material issue, and my eyes fell back on the blueprint, studying it even more closely. I stared at the upgrade requirements, and the very first line made my pupils shrink. Loader parts required. 6 rare loader parts. 6 of them, and rare ones at that. That number was enough to make any ordinary. The survivor is desperate. Even the big shots are stumped. I rubbed my chin, mind racing through the calculations. The upgraded radar detection system counts as 2 pieces, plus the 5 I've got installed now, plus that rare blueprint I pulled yesterday from the 100-draw pity system. That makes exactly 6 pieces once I build it out. Perfect fit, right on the line. Component load isn't a problem. Materials? The other half of the loan comes in tomorrow, so that's not a problem either. I shifted my gaze to the last column, upgrade effects. My old friend, full vehicle reinforcement, was there like always, couldn't be more familiar with it. But the 2 below it were something I'd never seen before. Metal devour. Energy sublimation. I frowned. Metal devour. The vehicle can devour metal? What's the point of eating it? What does it change? I could read the words, but the logic escaped me. As for energy sublimation, I didn't even have a guess to work with. I'll figure it out once the upgrade's done. I closed out the blueprint and pulled up today's 100-draw haul. I'd been in such a rush to check the upgrade materials earlier that I hadn't even looked at how many blueprints I'd landed. 3. A little luckier than yesterday. The second one. Invisibility vehicle wrap blueprint. Rare. Crafting materials. Magic dust times 10, rubber times 20, optical coating. Rare times 1, not met. Loadout effect. Consumes electricity to enter invisible mode. Undetectable to the naked eye, but does not eliminate sound. I was speechless for a second. It can make the car invisible, but it can't silence the sound. Start the engine, and anyone whose ears aren't deaf can pinpoint your location. If you really want to hide, you'd have to park, hold your breath, and not make a peep. But for a van with my kind of defenses, What's the point of parking to hide? Now, if I had a sound dampening component to pair with this, I could play the sneaky camper picking people off on the highway. The third one, solar panel blueprint. Loadout effect. Generates 50 kilowatt hours of electricity per day. My eyes lit up. I'd been waiting on this blueprint forever. Then the fuel converter came along, stronger, more capable, so I'd stopped thinking about it. And wouldn't you know it, the moment I let it go, it showed up. Fine by me. Saves some fuel I can trade for supplies. The last one, grinning man figurine blueprint. Loadout effect. Reduces the empty feeling inside the vehicle. My face went dark. Pulling a duplicate blueprint means I can enhance a component. That's a good thing. But of all the duplicates to get, it had to be this useless piece of junk I never plan on installing in my entire life. Even pulling a chunk of scrap iron would have been better than this. I took a few deep breaths, forcing down that suffocating disgust I had no way to vent. Recharge screen, 2.5 million plus my original 300K, all dumped in. Balance jumped from 599K to 3.399 million. Materials store, 5 units of precious materials, 1 unit of rare materials, 10 units of special alloy, 10 units of magic dust, bought all at once. Balance dropped back to 599K, 2.8 million, wiped clean. Good thing the common materials come from the draws, so I don't have to spend cash. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have enough for tomorrow's lottery pulls. I crafted the invisible car wrap and the solar panels, then installed them. A sleek black crystal panel now hugged the roof, and a transparent film wrapped around the body, subtly shifting the car's color. That figurine, even with the materials and the option to upgrade it, I still refused to make it. Never in this lifetime. I logged out of the game and checked the time. Not even 1 in the morning yet. The highway survival event kicks off at noon on the 12th, 35 hours from now. Less than 2 days. The next day, 5 in the afternoon. Less than 24 hours until the game begins. I slowly opened my eyes in bed and glanced at my phone. 5 o'clock already? Last night I finished that movie, then binged a whole show. It was already light out by the time I crashed. Works out fine, skipped breakfast and lunch in one shot. I'd just shoved the toothbrush into my mouth when the door slammed open. Yu Zheng, where are you? Yu Jiao barged in like she owned the place, heading straight for my room. Mouth full of foam, I called out, bathroom. Quick footsteps, then her head poked in, her face full of shock. It's almost dark and you're just getting up? I soaked a towel in cold water and wiped my face. Yeah, so what? Her eyes were actually brimming with envy. With her mom around, she'd never get away with this. Never mind me. Why'd you come charging over here? Something happened. Yu Jiao lifted her chin. My parents aren't coming home tonight. So they're not coming home. You ran all the way over just to tell me that. I hung up the towel and stepped past her toward the door. Of course I had to tell you. She stuck close behind me. Because I'm planning to spend a night with you. My feet froze mid-step. I stood there stunned. Yu Jiao slammed right into me. Just as she was about to look up and demand an explanation, I beat her to it, brows knitting together, tight enough to crush a mosquito. What did you say? You want to spend the night with me? Yeah. I can't cook, so I've got no choice but to come mooch off you. I let out a long breath and patted my chest. You mean come over for food? You scared the hell out of me. Yu Jiao blanked for half a second. Then her face flushed bright red as she wound up her little pink fist. What were you thinking? You asking for it? You're the one who didn't say it clearly, and now you're blaming me? Wham! Her fist landed in my gut. A gust of air shot up from my stomach, and I doubled over on reflex. Say something weird again, and I'll really put my back into it. She bared her little fangs, fierce as ever. I was completely numb. Wait, that punch wasn't even her trying? The monster strength girl who made a 9th grader cry with one punch back in 7th grade. The reputation was well earned. Such a tiny thing. Where did all that power even come from? What are you staring at? Hurry up and make dinner. Ugh, I'm starving. She patted her stomach. A complete 180 from a moment ago. I just got up and you're already making me cook? I didn't eat much at lunch. She gave a sheepish grin. I rolled my eyes and resigned myself to the kitchen. Just wait. I'll come help you out. Half an hour later, 6 o'clock. For dishes hit the table, and Yu Jiao, who'd been kicked out of the kitchen earlier, couldn't wait to grab her chopsticks. Her eyes lit up. Not bad. You've got some skills. I didn't answer, just took a sip of water. Living on my own, I cooked everything myself to save money, picking it up bit by bit from online videos. Slow down. There's only 4 dishes. Don't inhale all of them. Seeing how she was going at it, I quickly jumped into the fray. Fighting over food really does make it taste better. I ate more than usual this time, but next to her, it was still pathetically little. She went back for a second bowl of rice and cleaned every plate. I've got her beat on height and weight, but when it comes to appetite, I lose hands down. I'm stuffed, so stuffed. She leaned back against her chair, totally content. I lit up an after-dinner cigarette. Good thing, because all that's left is instant noodles. Oh, right. What are your plans for next year? She sat up straight. Next year. I fell silent for a second. Haven't thought about it. Tomorrow I'm heading into the game. Who's thinking about next year? You're not going back to Shanghai? Nope. Couldn't even if I wanted to. She was quiet for a moment, then offered some comfort. Not going back is fine too. You can find a job anywhere. I just smiled, didn't explain, and turned to look out the window, my expression growing serious. If tomorrow the whole world got teleported into a survival game, what would you do? She grinned. Reading too many novels? The whole world, transported. I said hypothetically. She rested her chin on her hand and thought about it. Hypothetically, huh? Then there's probably nothing you could do. I froze for a second, then the corner of my mouth curled up. She's right. Nothing you could do. Going into the game, you can't bring anything but the clothes on your back. Even knowing in advance, without a vehicle simulator, an ordinary person really is powerless. Sometimes, that's the answer fate hands you. Not every warning can be turned into preparation. To be warned and actually able to prepare for it is a luxury in itself. But don't worry, if we really did get transported, I'd protect you. Yu Jiao thumped her chest. With cooking skills like yours, head chef is a lock. Thanks a lot. I shot back dryly. Then I'll save you a spot too, security? You're strong, it suits you. You jerk, Yu Zheng. She jabbed a finger at me. I make you head chef, and you make me security? There's nothing else you could do. Even a maid has to know how to wait on people. You. Then forget head chef, you can be the janitor. If it's not clean, no food for you. Janitor? Fine. Oh, I've got you covered. We traded barbs back and forth, and 2 hours flew by in a blink. At 8, I walked her to the door, my expression turning serious again. Yu Jiao, if you really end up in the game tomorrow, remember this. Observe more, think more, and stay out of other people's business. The early stages of the game aren't that dangerous, but that's when the most people die. Most of them just can't handle it, or don't take it seriously at all, and end up getting themselves killed. As long as you keep your guard up the moment you go in, don't go charging at everything you see, and your luck isn't too rotten, you can make it through the early stage. The ones who survive are never the toughest. They're the ones who stay the most level-headed. Are you addicted to this or something? She rolled her eyes and waved me off. Fine, I'll remember it. Stop walking me, I'm good. I watched her go inside her place and shook my head. Over the past 2 hours, I'd casually brought up highway survival several times, and even recommended she try the vehicle simulator. But the second she heard it was a game, she wouldn't even give it a shot. I just hope she actually took it to heart. I said what I needed to say. The rest is out of my hands. I turned and headed inside, closed the door, washed up, and got into bed to finish that show I'd left hanging, waiting for the early morning hours. The night passed in the blink of an eye. Having not slept a wink, I got up early, grabbed some joss paper and incense, and went to pay my respects to my parents. After this, I'd never get the chance again. Back home, I cooked 2 packs of instant noodles to fill my stomach. Right before 10, I sent Xiao Wu my location and pushed for the other half of the 5 million loan. But I waited, and half an hour went by. No money, no word from him either. Damn, they're not gonna stiff me, are they? Watching noon creep closer and closer, I paced back and forth in the room. Can't just sit here waiting. Time isn't on my side. I dialed Xiao Wu directly. It rang for a long time with no answer. Just as I was about to hang up and try again, there was a click, and the line connected. I kept my temper in check. What's going on? Where's the other half? Take it easy. There was a little snag, so it'll be a bit late. But it'll definitely hit your account today. It was Boss Fang's voice. I let out a couple of cold laughs. What? Planning to send people after me first? I didn't even have to guess. The moment I sent my location, his men probably set out. Dragging their feet on the payment was just a way to pin me down. Keep me from getting the money and keep me from running. You're overthinking it. There really was a problem with the finances. 2 hours. It'll definitely be in your account in 2 hours. 2 hours? So you can call once I'm already in the game? Boss Fong, let's cut to the chase. Here's my demand. I want to see the money within 10 minutes. If I don't, I'm gone. And you'll never find me either way. You little punk. Are you threatening me? It was that brute who'd nearly sold me off as a slave. Threatening? No. I'm just stating my demand. You're welcome to state yours too. You? Enough. Boss Fong cut in. I'll agree to your terms, but I need a guarantee too. Name it. I'm sending you a tracking app. Install it so we always know where you are. Done, I said without hesitation. There was a pause on the other end. He clearly hadn't expected me to cave so fast. Get it installed, and we'll wire the money immediately. I hung up. Ding, the app arrived. That fast. You had it ready the whole time, didn't you? Once installed, the app actually went invisible on its own. The next second, asterisk ding, asterisk. The money hit my account. I dropped straight down onto the floor, racing against the clock to top up funds and buy materials. I pulled up the level 9 upgrade blueprint and locked in my build. Let's see what you'll look like in the end. I pressed my fingertip to confirm upgrade. The view snapped back to the garage. A beam of light descended from above, enveloping the vehicle. Right before my eyes, it began its final transformation. First the metal, the black deepened, the silver drew inward. Then the whole shape seemed to be remolded, the lines growing sharper and more three-dimensional, streaks of blue light coursing along the body. The cool factor cranked all the way up. The van somehow radiated a hardcore high-tech vibe, looking every bit like a cutting-edge concept car. Finally, minor tweaks to the chassis and tires made the proportions cleaner and the whole thing look even more imposing, even sleeker. At first glance, I almost feel like I'm not worthy of driving it. I didn't linger on the looks. I quickly pulled up the vehicle's dashboard. Vehicle, van. Level 9. Physical defense, 20,000. Magic defense, 20,000. Additional abilities, autopilot, transform expand, energy absorption, full vehicle AI, conductive defense, auto repair, energy shield, metal devour, empowerment sublimation. Power system, 1,000 kilowatt hours. Tonnage, 50 tons. Space, 15 cubic meters. Durability, 100%. Fuel, 5%. Dual defense, 20,000. My jaw nearly hit the floor. Physical and magic, both starting at 20,000. Factor in the boost from energy absorption, and doubling that put it at 40,000. This defense couldn't just be called tough anymore. It was tough beyond all reason. I didn't dwell on the numbers. My eyes went straight to the two abilities I'd never figured out, Metal Devour and Empowerment Sublimation. I opened the first one. Metal Devour. The vehicle can devour metal, continuously boosting physical and magic defense by consuming it, with a cap. Holy crap. My pupils shrank. Dual defense could keep climbing? Was this telling me to forge my car into an indestructible mobile fortress? Even with level 9 as the ceiling and no further upgrades possible, the defense could still be stacked higher by devouring metal. It was just that up. Exactly how much? I rubbed my chin. Something with a starting price of 20,000 had to top out at 50,000 at least. Otherwise, it wouldn't live up to being a Tier 9 vehicle. Whatever. I'd just test it out once I got into the game. I closed the info window and immediately pulled up Ability Sublimation. Ability Sublimation. Choose one of the vehicle's add-on abilities to sublimate. After sublimation, the effect is doubled. Only one ability can be sublimated at a time, lasting 30 minutes, once per day. I nearly jumped out of my seat. Effect doubled. Those two words alone were enough to seat it firmly at the top of every ability I had. If I sublimated energy absorption, the damage reduction would go from 50% to 100%. That meant, no matter how strong my opponent was, they couldn't break through my defense. And that was just one option. Transformation expansion, conductive defense, energy shield, metal devouring. Sublimate any one of them, and it was a total game changer. Short on defense? Sublimate energy absorption. Surrounded? Sublimate conductive defense. Want to power up? Sublimate metal devouring. Offense or defense? It all came down to a single thought. Too bad. Half an hour limit, once a day. I let out a sigh. If I could sublimate infinitely and keep it up permanently, That would be true invincibility. Still, limits aside, it was hands down the strongest and most practical of them all. I narrowed my eyes. From what I remembered, the game also had vehicle add-on ability blueprints, so rare that nobody even knew how to get them. Once I got my hands on one, I could keep stacking more add-on abilities, then pair them with ability sublimation. I didn't dare imagine what kind of monster that would create. Phew. I patted my cheeks and pushed the surging excitement back down. It was still way too early to be thinking about all that. I kept reading. Tonnage, jumping straight from 30 tons to 50 tons. I frowned. Fuel wasn't a problem anymore, but the extra weight would drag down my speed and jack up fuel consumption. Then again, I'd already upgraded the high-power engine once, so this bit of extra weight shouldn't be enough to hold it back. The rest of the stats were no different from Tier 8. I finished scanning the panel and pulled down the notification bar. It was 11 o'clock. I couldn't afford to waste any time. I opened my backpack and looked at the blueprints I'd drawn in the early morning. I went off to watch a show right after pulling them yesterday. Only an hour left. Gotta move fast. 5 blueprints. Setting aside 2 useless decorative pieces, I really had 3. 3 of them. Just don't give me any more junk. Starting from the top, I tapped the first one, the guaranteed rare from the 100 pull. Name, Vehicle Refrigerator Blueprint, rare. Crafting materials, steel block times 30, plastic times 20, expansion gold crystal times 2, not met. Loading effect, contains 5 cubic meters of space. Food stored inside never spoils. A space type? Another duplicate. My eyes lit up, and my body tensed for a second. A rare blueprint. Among all the blueprints, spatial ones are the hardest to get. Not only did I get one, I got a duplicate. Looking back, almost all my rare vehicle mods have been spatial. The vehicle bedroom, the vehicle fridge, the vehicle kitchen, and now another fridge. Beyond those, I've only pulled radar and the stealth car wrap. Could my rebirth have changed my luck? But on second thought, that didn't add up. If my luck had really improved, I wouldn't have pulled just this one card over the past few days aside from the guaranteed drops. Maybe spatial blueprints are just rare in the game itself, yet oddly common in the gacha pool. I didn't dwell on it. I closed the blueprint and moved on to the next. Name, Spiked Front-End Blueprint. Materials, Special Alloy X10, Steel Block X10, Electronic Chip X5. Requirements not met. Loadout effect. The front end can deploy special alloy spikes, greatly increasing collision damage. I rubbed my chin, unsure how to rate it. Was it useful? Sure, when a 50-ton vehicle picks up speed, the damage from those spikes would be devastating. But was it kind of pointless? With my current defenses, I could crush mutated creatures just by ramming them head-on. Whatever. Extra damage never hurts. Closed it. Last one. Name, Repellent Sonic Speaker Blueprint, rare. Materials, Electronic Chip X20, Magic Dust X10, Plastic X10, Frequency Conversion Core, rare. X1, requirements not met. Loadout effect. Emits sound waves that mutated creatures find repulsive, instinctively driving them away. The higher the creature's level, the weaker the effect. Another rare? My pupils shrank. I'd just been lamenting that I'd only pulled one rare over the past few days, and now here came another. Smack. I slapped my forehead. This was no time to be pondering my luck. Drives off mutated creatures. Now that's a good thing. I lit up with delight. Defense keeps you alive, but this thing protects something else, your sleep. In my past life, whenever I parked to sleep at night, the slightest disturbance meant I had to hit the road and flee till dawn. But in this life, I couldn't just run every time something happened. And if I didn't run, the mutated creatures would swarm me. Safety wasn't the issue, but the racket was enough to ruin an entire night. With this, I could just turn it on when I parked at night, and that whole headache would be gone. I could pull over just about anywhere and get a good night's sleep. I nodded, satisfied. If anyone found out I was using a life-saving vehicle mod just to sleep well, they'd probably curse me out for wasting it. Next up, buy the materials, craft them, and wait for midnight. I closed my inventory and went into the materials store, buying everything I needed for all 3 items in one go. The 500,000 I'd just earned, gone in an instant. First, I crafted the spiked front end. Once I confirmed the loadout, a ring of black metal appeared out of nowhere on the front of the van, with 8 holes housing coiled spikes that gleamed with a cold, menacing light. The vehicle instantly looked a lot more vicious. Next, I crafted the repellent sonic speaker. It was an interior mod installed. After the upgrade, there was no change in appearance, but I didn't care about that. Finally, there was that duplicate vehicle-mounted refrigerator. A spatial type rare enhancement. I've been dying to see what this can do. I hit craft. The materials dissolved into light, scattered, then gathered again, condensing into a brand new refrigerator. Ding! Duplicate vehicle blueprint detected. Cargo enhancement function unlocked. Identical cargo items can now be used to boost loading effects. Enhance. I didn't hesitate for a second. The refrigerator turned into a beam of light and shot into the vehicle, merging into it. I reopened the panel and pulled up its info. Name: Vehicle-mounted refrigerator, rare, *2. Cargo effect: contains 10 cubic meters of space. Food never spoils. Can upgrade the quality of 1 unit of ordinary food per day. Wait, upgrade food quality. I stared in disbelief. Doubling the space was one thing, but it could actually raise the quality of 1 unit of food every single day? In this game, food came in grades too. Eating rare food didn't just fill you up, it could temporarily boost one of your abilities. And the top-tier stuff could permanently increase your attribute points. That kind of permanent boost food. A single unit could be traded for rare materials or rare blueprints. And now I'd get 1 unit for free every day. I was trembling all over. Even if I did nothing at all once I entered the game, just relying on that 1 unit a day, I could live comfortably. This wasn't a refrigerator. This was a moving gold mine. Too bad the enhancement function locks up once you're in the game. Otherwise, I could keep upgrading it all the way and even manufacture precious materials. I let out a heavy sigh. I closed the description and glanced at my balance. 599,000. Didn't think I'd have 500,000 left. Shame that once you're in the game, you can't take anything with you except the vehicle and the cargo already loaded. Otherwise, I could have stocked up on some rare goods. I shook my head and just shut the game off. The lottery draws were used up, the blueprints were gone, and even if I spent the 500,000, it'd be wasted. It'd just rot in the account. The time, 11:45. 15 minutes until launch. I changed my clothes, got up, and headed out, turning back for one last look at this old house that was still home. A week goes by so fast. After all the wandering this time, I'll probably never get the chance to come back. I pulled out my phone and stared at the seconds ticking away. 11:57. 11:58. I looked up and called toward Yu Jiao's place next door. Yu Jiao? Uncle. Auntie. What is it? Yu Jiao answered as she came out, her parents right behind her. 11:59. I stared at them and said, word by word, remember what I'm about to tell you. Watch more, think more, stay calm, don't get involved in things that aren't your business. Stay away from any commotion, abandon your kindness, and always stay on guard. The three of them exchanged glances, their eyes full of confusion and worry. Yu Jiao broke the silence. Yu Zheng, you're scaring me. How about I take you to the hospital this afternoon? 10 seconds on the countdown. I gripped my phone tight. No matter what happens next, don't be scared. Don't panic. 5 seconds. Yu Jiao frowned. I really think we should go right now. 3 seconds. I smiled. Let's meet again in another world. 0. A beam of light poured down from the depths of the universe, swallowing the entire world in an instant. I closed my eyes, taking in that absolute silence, counting quietly in my head. Count to 10. Open my eyes. Familiar floor. Familiar rundown room. Huh. I rubbed my eyes, dumbfounded. Why am I still here? Come on, don't mess with me. I'd drained my savings and taken on a mountain of debt, all to max out my vehicle and go back into the game to live it up. The time had come, but I hadn't gone anywhere? Don't tell me. I really didn't transmigrate. The moment that thought hit me, my soul nearly left my body. If that were true, I'd spend the rest of my life on the run, buried under an astronomical debt. Wait, where's Yu Jiao and her family? Next door, the family of 3 had vanished without a trace. So everyone crossed over, and I'm the only one left behind? My head buzzed, my mind went blank. It took a good while before I finally pulled myself together. If I'm the only one who didn't cross over, at least I won't be stuck with the debt. Before the words even faded, everything went black, and the ground dropped out from under me. Dizziness and weightlessness hit me all at once, giving me no time to react. With a sharp whoosh, I vanished into thin air. All that remained was a phone with a shattered screen. Strangely, it suddenly lit up on its own, as if someone were controlling it, and opened the vehicle simulator. But instead of entering the game, it stopped on a loading screen that read, "Vehicle Manifesting." On an endless stretch of highway, a black and silver oversized van materialized out of nowhere, sleek and dripping with a futuristic, high-tech vibe. In the driver's seat, I blinked my drowsy eyes open and groggily glanced around. Seriously? The second I said I could live without transmigrating. You go and throw me over here? Since when does transmigration come with a delay? I ranted like crazy in my head. That whole roller coaster of ups and downs had been way too intense. Ding. Welcome to the highway survival game. This is a migration for all of humanity, and a flight that never ends. Here, you have only one vehicle and one life. You have only one goal, to survive. Now issuing your survival manual. 1. Your vehicle is your only lifeline. Never let it take damage. 2. Stay alert when scavenging for resources. The mutated creatures on the highway crave living flesh and blood. 3. The mutated creatures grow stronger over time. Please upgrade your vehicle immediately. 4. Roadside buildings are worth exploring. Dangerous, but they may hold unexpected treasures. A cold, mechanical voice detonated deep in my mind as subtitles scrolled across my retinas. A flicker of nostalgia crossed my eyes. The first time I heard this, I panicked, convinced I'd been kidnapped. This time, all that remained was nostalgia and an anticipation for the future I couldn't hide. Being alive was never something to take for granted. In this life, I wouldn't just run anymore. Open the vehicle panel. I looked up at the endless highway and expertly pulled up the panel. Vehicle, van. Level 9. Physical defense, 20,000. Magic defense, 20,000. Special abilities, autopilot, transform expand, energy absorption, full vehicle AI, conductive defense, auto repair, energy shield, metal devouring, energy sublimation. Power system, 1,000 kilowatt hours. Tonnage, 50 tons. Space, 15 cubic meters. Durability, 100%. Fuel, 5%. Installed components, heavy-duty AC, high-power headlights, agile steering system, smart massage seats, powerful engine 2, solid wear-resistant tires, fresh incense burner ornament, responsive brake pads, radar detection system 2, rare, electric water collector, smooth transmission, onboard room, rare, space refrigerator times 2, rare, fuel converter, fragrance sachet pendant, onboard kitchen, rare, stealth car cover, rare, solar panels, spiked front bumper, repellent sound system, rare. The panel lit up, and I couldn't stop the corners of my mouth from curling into a grin. Just as I thought, the van from the simulator has been recreated exactly as it was. I clenched my fist, my pupils trembling slightly with excitement. I'd anticipated this, but seeing it with my own eyes still left my heart unable to settle. Ding. Error detected. Attempting repair. Ding. Error detected. Repairing in progress. Huh. The alert suddenly popped up, and my heart lurched. Was it treating my maxed-out vehicle as a bug? Repair failed. Replanning in progress. My fist tightened, my heart pounding like a drum. I stared hard at the screen, terrified that in the next second my van would be locked down into a level 1 piece of junk vehicle. Ding. Vehicle level exceeds level 6. Transferring to the advanced map, Wasteland Highway. Detected that the vehicle's owner, Yu Zhengshi, has negligible combat strength. Transfer time postponed to 1 month from now. Notice, please improve your strength within 1 month. Entering the advanced map below Tier 5 will result in immediate elimination. What? I was completely dumbfounded. The vehicle was too high level. They're sending me to the advanced map. Too weak, they said, 1 month's grace. Failed to hit Tier 5 in a month, and I get erased on the spot. Come on, are you kidding me? I busted my ass maxing out my vehicle so I could live comfortably in this survival game. Not go on a suicide run. Tier 5 in a month? Seriously, every tier you climb, the attribute points you need double. Last life, I grinded for 2 whole months and barely scraped into Tier 2, with each stat sitting just north of 50. Now they want me at Tier 5 in 1 month? I wouldn't dare dream that big. Ding. System error detected causing inconvenience to player. Dispensing compensation. Asterisk asterisk. Congratulations, player Yu Zhong. You have received random talent draw times 1. Vehicle talent draw times 1. My complaint died in my throat. I blinked. Compensation? Talent draws? Talents. I'd heard of those. There were always a few lucky bastards who drew 1 after entering the game, but it was 1 in a million. They came in 4 grades: C, B, A, and S. The higher, the more broken. Those big shots in the late game. Most of them owed it all to their talents. Vehicle talent. What the hell is that? In 2+ months last life, I never once heard anyone mention it. I rubbed my chin, more curious the more I thought about it. Whatever. It had to be something good. The only question was whether it could save my life. I opened my inventory and tapped the random talent draw first. My own talent came first. The vehicle one could wait. Let's see what a talent actually looks like. Confirm. Player Yu Zhong, congratulations on obtaining a unique grade talent. Daily Intel System. Daily Intel System. Gain 1 Intel point per day, which can be spent to acquire intel on crises, supplies, dungeons, and more. Unique grade? An Intel System? My head snapped up. I rubbed my eyes to make sure I'd read it right, then nearly leapt out of the car. I'd figured I'd pull a C or a B at best. An A or S was beyond hoping for. Instead, out popped a unique grade, a tier that sat above S, and an Intel type, no less. I'd read plenty of novels. I knew exactly how absurdly overpowered an Intel-based cheat could be. This kind ranked among the top of every cheat there was, and I'd pulled it on the very first try. With this, tier 5 in a month? Piece of cake. The corners of my mouth curled up, and the shadow in my eyes vanished without a trace. The best way to boost your strength was gene serum, but that stuff only dropped from beating boss-tier mutated creatures or cracking dungeon treasure chests. No matter how souped up my vehicle was, it wasn't much help clearing dungeons. And you couldn't just run into a boss every single day. But with the Intel System, how to beat the dungeons, where the bosses were hiding, it'd all be crystal clear. If I'd known my luck was this good, why the hell did I take out that loan? I should have just bought a lottery ticket and cashed in. I couldn't help but laugh, then shook my head and turned my attention to the vehicle talent draw. With personal talent this insane, how bad could the vehicle talent be? Confirm. Player Yu Zhong, congratulations on obtaining the vehicle unique tier talent. Beauty replication seats. Beauty replication seats. Seats can bind members of the opposite sex with an attractiveness rating above 90. Once bound, they can replicate any item. Higher quality takes longer. The more people bound, the faster the replication dot. Another unique tier? I was actually stammering. Didn't they say even a B tier was harder to get than climbing to heaven? But for me, it's all unique tier. This talent, though, it's a little indecent. I have to bind members of the opposite sex with an attractiveness rating above 90 to replicate things, and the more I bind, the faster it goes. I glanced back at the van, 6 seats in the back rows, plus 1 in the passenger seat, exactly 7. So I can bind 7 beauties? That's way too, way too indecent. Wait. My eyes lit up. If I remember right, there's a vehicle part that adds more seats. If I can get my hands on that, the more I bind, the faster the replication. Right? All I care about is replication speed. Definitely not the lowless, the mature beauties, the sweet girls, or anything like that. After claiming the talent, I contentedly closed my empty backpack. System, open personal panel. Player, Yu Zhong race, human status, healthy. Strength 5, spirit 5, constitution 5, agility 5. Talent, daily intel system, unique tier. Average for an adult is 5. I shook my head helplessly. Exactly like my past life, all 4 stats at 5. The moment I step out of the car, any random mutated creature could tear me to shreds. I closed the panel and opened the constantly flashing regional channel. The chat had already blown up. Panic was spreading like a drop of ink in clear water, blooming out in the blink of an eye. Where is this? What about the house I just finished renovating with my loan? How do you close the convertible top on this sports car? My freshly cut hair is freezing my forehead off. Someone upstairs got a sports car? How come I got stuck with a tractor? Monsters. There are monsters. I want to go home. You can't go back. This is highway survival. Didn't you hear the announcement? There are sounds outside. It's so terrifying. Somebody save me. I'll give you my stockings. Have you guys noticed? This car is identical to the one in that vehicle simulator game from a while back. Holy crap, you're right. I played that game. So many people feel the same way. Could it be that the cars we're in now are the exact ones from the game? I watched the screen scroll and felt a pang of emotion. They'd connected the dots this fast. Just as I was about to close the channel, one message stopped my hand cold. Boss, is the boss with the Tier 5 vehicle here? I'm the one who rode with you back to hashtag county 4 days ago. Are you insane? Tier 5? Having a Tier 2 right now is already burning through your. So fragrant. I regret it so much. I should have spent the money to upgrade back then. I'd sell my house to upgrade. Totally worth going broke over. I stared at the message calling out for a big shot. No need to guess. They were looking for me. The one and only high-tier vehicle in the whole place. It's that guy who told me to quit the game, isn't it? I remembered that man on the bus. He'd caught a glimpse of me upgrading my vehicle to level 5, and now that he'd figured out the connection between the two games, he was taking a shot in the dark on the channel. I didn't think twice. I just shut the channel off. Reply? No way. First, let me get a handle on the loadouts and add-on features. I'd been watching through a screen for so long, but now the van was right here in front of me, real as could be. Time to give it a proper look around. Stepping from the driver's seat into the rear cabin, the first thing I saw was that palm-sized onboard fridge. Only 8 inches long, yet it held 100-square-foot space inside. I pulled the door open. Inside, it was as big as half a room. Damn, unbelievable. I shut the fridge and looked at the 2 doors on the cabin wall that looked almost like stickers. One glance told me all I needed to know. Those were the onboard bedroom and the onboard kitchen. I pushed open the first one. Luxury, pure luxury. Upscale flooring, minimalist LED strips wrapping around the walls. Dead center sat a queen-sized bed, fully made with a complete bedding set. I sat down and it had plenty of bounce, more comfortable than any bed I'd slept on in my entire life. Beside the bed stood a sleekly designed wardrobe, 3 tiers deep, with room to pack and plenty of supplies. At the foot of the bed was a futuristic steel gaming desk paired with a deluxe gaming chair that hugged my spine the moment I sat down. Shame there's no PC, otherwise this'd be the perfect gaming setup. I circled around to the other side of the bed. A sofa faced the curtains, with a tea table and tea set laid out in front of it. I reached out and drew the curtain back, and my pupils shrank. Behind it was a full floor-to-ceiling window, the scenery outside laid out in plain view. I figured the onboard bedroom wouldn't have windows. Didn't expect one this big. My heart leapt. With a view this wide open, hunting down supply crates would be a breeze, even without radar. Truly the top of the line among space-type loadouts. I pushed open the door to the kitchen. A 10-foot counter sat in the center, and against the wall was a full set of Western cooking equipment. Oven, deep fryer, steamer, all of it. Half the counter had a double burner and a sink built in, with a range hood hanging overhead. On the other side was a dining table with a strip light suspended above it. A blend of East and West, clean and elegant. Any chef would go wild over this. Plenty of open space to stockpile goods, too. I walked over to the window. There was one here as well, just an ordinary style. After the full tour, I was more than satisfied. I turned and headed out. If only it came with an onboard bathroom loadout, it'd be complete. Bedroom, kitchen, bathroom. Then this van would be a home on wheels. I shook my head and kept moving toward the back to check out the rest of the loadouts. Most were built in and out of sight, like the high-efficiency AC and the heavy-duty generator. Some were mounted outside the vehicle, like the solar panels and tires. What's visible to the naked eye, aside from a few spatial mounts, is just the fuel converter and water electricity condenser at the rear, plus the incense burner ornament and the incense holder charm hanging up front. I was just about to look into the add-on abilities when a beat-up sedan came tearing toward me from a few miles off, beyond my line of sight. Li Ye stomped the gas pedal to the floor, his face ashen. In the rearview mirror, that sheep-shaped monster, limbs bulging, body covered in pus-filled sores, eyes glazed white, stayed locked on his tail. Didn't they say mutated creatures aren't fast? Why the hell can't I shake it? Before crossing over, he tried to screw over a buddy and ended up getting his own legs broken instead. After crossing over, he'd thought he could finally turn things around and rise to the top, only to get marked by a monster. I can't die. I've still got to make it big. A car suddenly appeared up ahead, and his eyes lit up. If he couldn't shake the thing off, he'd just find himself a scapegoat. The car came into sharper focus. This car, how is it so new? Aren't they all busted level 1 vehicles now? Could it be an upgraded level 2? The game had barely started. How was that even possible? But there it was, sitting right in front of him, plain as day. If I can cozy up to this big shot, maybe I can turn things around too? He rolled down the window, stuck his head out, and screamed, "Help me, boss. I can drive. I can scavenge supplies." The shouting reached me, and I looked up, ran into somebody this fast. The highway stretched on forever. You barely came across a handful of players in a whole day, and I hadn't even started my engine yet. Then I noticed the monster chasing that car, and my eyebrow arched. A boss-level mutated creature? I'd been fretting over not having a boss to practice on, and here one was, delivering itself right to my door. "Save me, boss." That voice. I frowned. That familiar, grating rasp, Li Ye? Through the windshield, I made out that face I'd been dying to beat to a pulp. A cold smirk tugged at the corner of my mouth. What luck! The boss and my enemy, delivered to my doorstep together. I buckled my seatbelt, fired up the engine, and popped out the spikes on the front bumper. Might as well test out what these spikes can do. I floored the gas. The engine roared, and the level 9 van shot forward like an arrow off the string, hitting 100 in seconds. Seeing the spikes deploy from my front bumper, Li Ye figured I was going to help him ram the monster behind him to death. He didn't ease off the gas at all, just waited to yank the wheel at the last second and leave the spikes for the monster. The two cars closed in fast, in the blink of an eye, less than 10 meters apart. He cranked the wheel hard and let out a long breath, as if he'd already been saved. But the next second, he saw my car swing in the same direction, driving straight at him. His eyes went wide, and he scrambled to turn the wheel back. Too late. Both cars were moving too fast. Yu Zheng. Less than 2 meters out, he recognized my face. Crash. The level 9 van slammed hard into the front of the beat-up sedan. The hood caved in instantly. The glass exploded into powder. The spikes, sharp as blades slicing through steel, drove straight in, aiming for the driver's seat. Luckily, the spikes weren't long enough. When they were about 10 centimeters from me, a terrifying force slammed into the entire vehicle. With a deafening boom, the sedan was launched into the air, hitting the ground and rolling several times. Meanwhile, my van came to a smooth stop, not a single scratch on the body. Aside from the sheet of metal hanging off one of the spike tips, it looked exactly the same as before we set out. Roar! The boss-level monster finally showed up, as if furious that I'd stolen its prey. It tucked in its head and charged straight at me. I couldn't even be bothered to look at it. Bam! In the end, the van didn't budge an inch. Instead, the monster was knocked back several meters and smashed into the ground. More than half its pustules burst, spraying white-green slime everywhere until the air reeked. Damn, this thing's filthy. Does that count as some kind of freak magic attack? In the rearview mirror, the spot where it had rammed the van was now smeared with white-green gunk. My face darkened. Roar! The monster staggered back to its feet, its pale, milky eyes locking onto me again. The muscles in its limbs swelled, and it charged once more. What are you screaming about? Feeling energized now, I sneered. Then try a taste of my electric defense. I switched on the electric defense. Not knowing how much current it'd take to kill the thing, I just cranked it all the way to max. Electricity surged across the van's shell. Crackle, snap, sparks flew in every direction, scorching the ground black. Bam! The mutant creature slammed into me again. In an instant, the electric current wrapped around its entire body like flowing water. The sparks flared up, and the whole monster looked like it had been set ablaze, convulsing violently. 10 seconds. Its body turned black, pustules bursting one after another, white-green slime dripping to the ground. 30 seconds. Its skin began to carbonize, the stench of burnt flesh mixing with the reek and creeping into my nostrils. It collapsed to the ground, stiff, with only the occasional spasm. 1 minute. The spasm stopped. All signs of life vanished completely, and a treasure chest appeared out of thin air beside it. I shut off the electric defense and was about to get out. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught the center console screen, the power system. 1 minute of electricity, and I dropped 50 kilowatt hours. I narrowed my eyes. The solar panels had to run a whole day to generate that much. This fight had cost me dearly. No matter how strong the power, you've still got to weigh the price. I made a mental note of that. The radar showed there were still other mutant creatures nearby. I activated the energy shield. A blue, transparent dome of light rose up, and only then did I push the door open and step out. This smell, it's really something. The stench hit me full in the face. I frowned and picked up the pace. First, I loaded the treasure chest into the van, then dragged the corpse around to the back. I opened the trunk, pulled out the fuel converter, hooked it up to the body, and fired it up. The tube pierced into the corpse, slowly siphoning out something. The body visibly shrank before my eyes. I crouched down and wiped my hands on the ground. I need to find somewhere I can secure a seat companion, and not just for the vehicle talent. There's just too much for one person to carry alone. Yu Zheng, Zheng, save me, save me. I whipped around. Li Xiang? A collision that hard. His car had gone airborne and rolled several times, and he was still alive? I circled around to the front of my car and looked past the energy shield at that upside-down sedan, totaled beyond recognition. He hung from the driver's seat, strapped in by his seatbelt, face covered in blood. One of his eyes had been slashed open by glass and was still dripping. Save me, save me. Once the fuel conversion's done, I'll finish you off. Anyone I ran into on the road, there was no reason to let them go. Even without a finishing blow, he wouldn't last long. If he didn't bleed out, the smell of blood would draw in other monsters. But what if? What if he got lucky and someone actually saved him? So no room for what-ifs. I ignored him, turned, and headed back behind my car. Conversion complete. The corpse vanished, leaving nothing but a layer of skin on the ground. I pulled out a fuel canister. 30 liters. 3 units. That's about all an early game boss was worth. I poured the fuel into the tank, stowed the converter, got back in the driver's seat, shut the door, and dropped the shield. I floored it. Boom. The wrecked sedan went flying again. I didn't stop. I swung the car around and rammed it once more. Boom, boom, boom. I didn't hit the brakes until that car was a mangled heap of scrap metal, its original shape long gone. That ought to do it. I stopped and listened carefully. Not a single sound came from that pile of metal. Only then did I relax and scoop up the treasure chest. First boss chest. The lid popped open, and a chime sounded. Congratulations, player, you've obtained Gene Serum ×1. Special Alloy ×10. Electronic Chip ×20. I raised an eyebrow, a flicker of disappointment passing through me. Alloy and chips were hard currency for upgrading vehicles, treasures to a survivor just starting the game. But to me, a little underwhelming. My eyes settled on the Gene Serum. That's the only useful one. Gene Serum, an injection that boosts a player's 4 core attributes. I picked up the syringe and let out an inward sigh. If only I'd already bound a companion to the seat, then I could have duplicated it. The urge to find someone grew a little more urgent. Last time around, it took me nearly a month in the game before I got my first Gene Serum. I stared at the green liquid in the syringe, that hue that symbolized vitality. This time, the first person to inject it would be me. Right now, I rolled up my sleeve, flicked out the needle tip, drove it into my arm without hesitation, and pushed the plunger all the way down. The next second, a stinging sensation swept through my entire body. Not exactly violent, but it hurts. Still, this isn't my first time tasting it. I calmly closed my eyes and let the power surging beneath the pain grow through my flesh and blood. It came fast and left just as fast. In the blink of an eye, everything settled. I opened my eyes. Getting stronger feels amazing. I clenched my fist. This body, now with a weapon in hand, was strong enough to tear an ordinary mutant creature apart head-on. Player: Yu Zheng. Race: human status, healthy. Strength: 15. Spirit: 15. Constitution: 15. Agility: 15. Talent: Daily Intel System, unique grade. All 4 stats up by 10 points each. Ridiculously even. Gene serums aren't supposed to boost you evenly. They scale to your physique, reinforcing whatever's already your strong suit. Even the total varies from person to person, with no rhyme or reason. Being even means no weaknesses, but it also means no standout strengths. Breakthroughs come down to maxing a single stat, so balanced people usually have to burn far more resources. But that's other people. The corner of my mouth curled up. 2 unique grade talents, plus a level 9 vehicle. What are a few resources next to that? Time to keep hunting bosses and grab supplies along the way. I pulled up the daily intel system in my talent panel. Intel points. 1. Please select the intel you need. A. Supplies, food, materials, blueprints. B. Locations, mutant creatures, dungeons. C. Information, dungeons, mutant creatures, special items. 3 options. Once again, I marveled at just how powerful this talent was. Supplies, locations, information, every single one was a lifeline. B. The location of boss-class mutant creatures. An intel point was deducted. My vision flickered, and a map unfolded across my retinas, centered on me. At the far end of the map, a red dot was moving slowly. Label boss. Precise, real-time tracking. I gripped the steering wheel. I'd expected just a rough direction, but it had locked onto the target dead-on. All I had to do was follow it. I set the route and switched on the radar and autopilot. The van started smoothly along the path I'd plotted. There were no supply crates nearby. I opened the regional channel to kill some time. What about that guy? Did the big shot help him out? Is it for real? Somebody actually upgraded their vehicle that fast. There's a pic to prove it. That car is definitely not level 1. Insanely cool. Level 1 cars are all beat-up junk. He must have upgraded it. This is killing me. Why hasn't that guy who tipped us off come back yet? Anybody remember his name? I remember the name, Lin Ye. I'll go at him and ask. Hang tight, everyone. I hadn't paid it much mind, but that one line made my brow suddenly tighten. I scrolled back up through the chat log. Sure enough, 2 messages, along with a picture. In the picture was the exact level 9 van I had on autopilot right now. He posted my car to the channel. Ever since I started the game, I'd been keeping a low profile. Every extra day I went unnoticed was another day to level up in peace. But after all that careful hiding, Li Xiong blew my cover with a single photo. At least he didn't catch me in the shot. Not much info there. They just think it's a level 2 car. Besides, Li Xiong is already dead. He can't leak anything more. Just as I was feeling relieved, a new message popped up in the channel. I found Li Xiong's profile. Why is his avatar black? Black? That's the death marker. You sure you're not seeing things? I checked too. It's black, all right. Guy's gone. Didn't he go get some big shot to help him? How'd he still die? Don't tell me even a level 2 car couldn't hold up? Get real. If the monsters were that strong, none of us would be playing anymore. If you ask me, maybe it was that big shot who did it. Out of nowhere, would a big shot even bother? Confirming that nothing more had been exposed, I decided to stop reading. But the very next second, a message popped up that made me knit my brows again. Knock it off. Does it matter how he died? You've all got it wrong. That picture up there isn't a level 2 car at all. Here's one. Take a good look. This is what level 2 looks like. Image. I clicked the image without thinking. A level 2 vehicle. Same van, just the standard upgrade. For a moment, I couldn't make sense of it. The earliest a level 2 car should appear was tomorrow. How did someone already have one today? Holy crap. A level 2 vehicle big shot. Notice me, boss. I'll do anything. Bro, I'm down for any position. Can I ride with you? Help me out, boss. My car's out of gas and a monster's chewing on me. The moment the level 2 player showed up, the channel started scrolling twice as fast, flushing out a whole crowd of usual lurkers. I wasn't in the mood for any of that. That little knot of worry in my chest was slowly rising to the surface. Of all things, the one thing I feared was happening. Hold on. By the boss's logic, that earlier picture wasn't level 2. So what level was it? What level? Fake, obviously. Hitting level 2 is already ridiculous. You think there's a level 3? Where would this game even get a photo editing feature? Did you bring your phone in? Don't forget this is a vehicle simulator. Right? You can't fake it. And that car in the picture is way better than level 2. Could it actually be level 3? More than that. The jump from level 1 to level 2 isn't really that big, but that picture, it's better by a lot. I'd say level 4. Level 4 is lowballing it. At least level 5. I've got a feeling it's even higher. Wait, do you guys remember? Earlier someone was shouting in the channel, looking for the level 5 big shot. Now that I think about it, was that guy telling the truth? Holy crap, maybe before he logged in, he actually saw someone upgrade their vehicle to level 5 with his own eyes. The theories came flying, one after another. And sure enough, someone eventually remembered the guy who'd been calling out for me. I closed the channel and let out a soft sigh. More people means more eyes watching. One picture, and they've pretty much figured it out. They'd even traced it back to the person who'd been riding with me. Right about now, somebody was probably already grilling him about where I'd gone. Fine, let them find me. I shook my head. Sure, it was a bit more of a hassle, but I had radar. I had shields. As long as I stayed careful, nothing would go wrong. On the radar, supply crates lit up one after another. I pushed the whole thing out of my mind and steered the van toward the nearest one. Meanwhile, Boss Fong sat in the passenger seat, staring at that photo of the level 9 vehicle, lost in thought. Boss, I got the info, said Xiao Wu, the driver, glancing back. Boss Fong snapped out of it, his eyes full of anticipation. What did you find? Only that it's a guy. Good looking, around 23 or 24. That's it. Boss Fong's brow furrowed into a knot. He'd shelled out 10 units of iron for this intel. And all he got back wasn't even a name. Xiao Wu gave a bitter smile. The guy said they just crossed paths on the road. Didn't ask much. Keep watching the channel. Boss Fong looked out the window, his eyes like a wolf's. A car that flashy, if it gets spotted again, they'll recognize it for sure. And then we'll have a location. Having built a criminal organization overseas, he read people and situations a layer deeper than most. The moment all of humanity got dragged into this highway survival game, he'd caught the scent of opportunity. The old order had been wiped clean. Everyone was back at the same starting line. It was an unprecedented chance, a chance for him to claw his way to the top. In a world gone mad, the human heart moves faster than a blade. He believed that. Boss, Xiao Wu said, worry written on his face. If it really is a level 5 car, can we even take it? A car is a car. A man is a man. Don't lump them together, Boss Fong said, narrowing his eyes. Just like this RV we're driving right now. Xiao Wu's pupils contracted. He nodded. This RV wasn't theirs. They'd run into it on the road and snatched it on the spot. The method was simple. Lure the owner out, take him out, and once the vehicle became ownerless, hop in and re-register as the owner. By the way, Boss Fong turned his head. Did the other brothers get in touch? In this lawless world, numbers were everything. Just him and Xiao Wu couldn't support his ambitions. Xiao Wu shook his head. I posted in the channel, but I've already used up all 10 messages for today. Nobody replied. Channel. Speaking isn't unlimited. 10 messages per person, per day. Use them up and want more. You pay in supplies. 1 unit of fuel per message. Right now, they couldn't afford to burn it. Should have kept that RV owner around. Boss Fong thought with a flicker of regret. Keeping him alive would have meant 10 extra messages a day and far better odds of finding people. Huh. Xiao Wu suddenly lit up. Boss, Tiger reached out to me. Oh, where is he? The image of that hulking man flashed through Boss Fong's mind. Song, who had followed him since their days overseas. The sharpest blade in his arsenal. This news was the best kind of surprise. A little over 100 kilometers from us. Go get him. You drive and watch the channel. I'll handle the supplies. The RV swung around. No one spoke again. Xiao Wu focused on the road, keeping the channel in his peripheral vision. Boss Fong stared out the window, scanning for any sign of a supply crate. Fuel ×1 acquired. Iron blocks ×5 acquired. I closed yet another supply crate and shook my head, walking back to the car empty-handed. Well, not empty, just unimpressed. The whole drive here, I'd plowed through 7 crates and 12 mutated creatures, leaving them all in the dust. 55 units of iron, 4 of fuel, 5 of plastic, 4 of rubber, 3 steel blocks, plus bottled water, coarse bread, self-heating hot pot, a lighter, tissues. Plenty of stuff. Barely any of it useful. No new blueprints, so iron and plastic were just dead weight. Water and fuel? I had a water condenser and a converter, never ran short. What actually mattered were those few boxes of food and packs of tissues. Food I couldn't manufacture, and tissues were a necessity. Still gotta count on a boss, I muttered. What ordinary creatures dropped was just too pathetic. But even useless stuff was worth grabbing. If I couldn't use it, I could trade it. To other people, this was survival gear. Huh. The moment I dropped back into the driver's seat, the boss that had been drifting slowly around in my mind suddenly picked up speed. I'd been spotted. Mutated creatures wandered aimlessly with no target, but the instant they locked onto prey, they gave chase at full speed. just like Li Xiang back then. I cut the energy shield and floored it. The upgraded engine roared, 0 to 100 in 3 seconds, blowing past 200 in a blink. The level 9 van transformed into a steel behemoth. The gravel on the road, the mutated creatures that darted into its path, all of it shattered on contact, like flimsy paper. 20 minutes of flat-out speeding, and the target was right in front of me. A wolf-shaped monster, its body covered in fine, dense tendrils, was savagely tearing into an off-road vehicle with alloy-like fangs. The hood was being ripped away strip by strip, like shreds of cloth, almost down to nothing. I deployed the spiked ram on the front of my car and slammed into it at full speed. In the back seat of the off-road vehicle, a girl was curled up into a. The group's delicate face went ghostly pale, her whole body trembling like a leaf in the wind. This is it, this is it. I've never even had a sweet romance. Crack. The front of the car was completely torn open, cracks spidering across the windshield. She scrambled backward, but there was nowhere left to go. The monster locked its eyes on her, thumb-thick drool dripping from the corners of its mouth. Her mind went blank with terror, tears streaming down her face. Ruhar. Its massive jaws clamped down over the entire front row. Glass shattered, and the car rocked violently. The girl squeezed her eyes shut and screamed, the loudest scream of her life. Bang! A deafening blast, and warm liquid splattered across her face. Before she could even open her eyes, a tremendous force flung her through the air. The SUV was launched off the ground, tumbling before crashing back down hard. Not much of a crash test. Only half a body left. Wonder how much fuel that'll even convert to. A voice drifted over. She blinked her eyes open in a daze, only to find herself upside down against the overturned roof of the car. She tilted her head toward the sound. Not far off, a sleek, high-end car sat quietly, its blue shield faintly glowing. The door was open, and a man had just stepped out. That was me. I stood in front of the monster's remains. Only the front half was left now, frowning as I did the math. I knew the destructive power of a level 9 vehicle at full speed, but I hadn't expected it to smash the thing into a half-cloud of blood mist, splattering the ground everywhere. Whatever. I wasn't after the fuel anyway. I scooped up the treasure chest beside the wreckage and tossed it into my car, then dragged the half-corpse toward my trunk with one hand, pulling out the converter's hose. After killing so many along the way, I'd long since skipped the step of hauling out the machine. I just hooked it up and started converting directly. In an instant, the half-corpse shriveled into a hide covered in tiny tentacles. I kicked the thing aside and pulled out the fuel canister, giving it a glance. Only 10 liters. 1 unit. Same price as the common stuff. Fueled up, canister stowed, trunk shut. I climbed back into the car, ready to leave. As for that totaled SUV, I couldn't be bothered to give it a second look. Whether the owner lived or died was none of my business. Hey, wait, hold on a second. The girl, still hanging upside down against the roof, panicked and cried out. I paused, turning to look. Through the shattered window, I caught sight of her dangling comically from the car's ceiling, and couldn't help but smirk. Tough as nails. After going through all that, there wasn't a single drop of blood on her. Noticing my gaze, the girl let out a breath of relief. Drawing on her dancer's training, she nimbly wriggled out through the broken window, glancing around to make sure it was safe before hurrying toward my car. I narrowed my eyes and threw the shield back up. The girl looked harmless enough, but who knew if she was hiding a weapon, planning to strike the moment she got close? Bang! The shield snapped up in an instant, and she had no time to react. Her head slammed straight into it with a crisp thunk. From the sound of it, that was a solid skull. She bounced back and landed on her butt, wincing in pain as she forced out a few tears, rubbing her forehead, looking pitiful and helpless. You. She instinctively wanted to lash out, but the second she met my cold stare, she caught herself and forced a smile, her voice going soft. Hey, thank you for saving me. Don't mention it. Anything else? If not, I'm leaving. I tapped the gas pedal, and the engine roared. Wait. She dropped the act completely. Can you take me with you? Why should I? I asked calmly. She froze, clearly not expecting that answer. In her mind, wasn't it obvious? A girl, her car totaled. Did lending a hand really need a reason? Guess not. I'm out. I shook my head, and the engine growled again. Honestly, I didn't want to take her. She was beautiful, probably met the binding requirements. But her reaction killed the idea. She still hadn't figured it out. The world had already changed. Her head was still stuck in the days before the apocalypse. A girl this used to being fawned over would be nothing but trouble once she got in the car. Wait. She slammed her hand against the shield, her face full of panic. You can't just leave me. If you go, I'll die. Yeah. I nodded. And, and, what does it matter to me whether you live or die? I sneered. You think many people haven't died since we got dragged into this world? Her eyes went wide, and fear crept into them for the first time. She probably wanted to ask, do you even have a shred of humanity left? But in the end, she didn't dare, because she could tell I wasn't one of those desperate guys who'd bend over backwards for her. I'd drive off without a second thought. You want a seat in my car? What can you offer? I paused, then smiled. 10 seconds. If I don't hear an answer I like, I'm not stopping again. Whatever. I still couldn't quite let it go. One more chance. There were plenty of beautiful women in this game, and plenty who met the requirements, but hunting them down one by one? Who knew how long that would take? Aye. She was so flustered she stammered, unable to get a single coherent word out. I shook my head and reached up to roll the window shut. Wait, just one more second. I can find supplies for you. I can cook. I can take care of you. Anything, please. Just don't leave me behind. Her eyes were red, her voice trembling. I rolled the window back down and gave a slight smile. Now that's an answer I can work with. Thank you. She let out a heavy sigh of relief. Take off your jacket. Turn around. Huh. I said, if you want in, take off the jacket and turn around. She bit her lip and did it, humiliated. I looked her over carefully, and only after confirming she had no weapons hidden on her did I lower the shield and open the back door. All right, get in. Her head snapped up, and then she shot into the back seat like a gust of wind. The door shut, and every muscle in her body relaxed. She glanced up at me, then hurriedly dropped her gaze again. But at that moment, my attention wasn't on her at all. It was on the panel floating above her head. Name, Wang Yueying. Age, 20. Appearance, 92. Figure, 94. Talent, none. Binding requirements met. Confirm binding. The vehicle talent required a member of the opposite sex with an appearance rating above 90, and it came with a built-in detection function. The moment anyone of the opposite sex entered the car, I could instantly tell whether they qualified. Wang Yueying. She made the cut, just as I'd expected. Binding successful. Item duplication function unlocked. I let out a long breath, unable to hide the excitement in my eyes. From now on, as long as I had enough time, I could duplicate any item without limit. With that thought, my gaze fell to the boss chest I'd just claimed. I didn't have anything worth duplicating on me right now, but the chest did. I threw it open. Congratulations, you obtained. Gene Serum ×1. Fuel ×10. Loudspeaker Blueprint. Steel Block ×10. A blueprint. My eyes lit up, then dimmed just as quickly. Too bad it's not a rare one. Name, Loudspeaker Blueprint. Materials, Steel Block ×10, Plastic ×5, Rubber ×5, Electronic Chip ×5, unmet. Effect, Amplify sound. Useless. I shook my head, turning my eyes to the vial of Gene Serum. How long would it take to duplicate this? Holding the Gene Serum, I opened the vehicle panel, found the Talent tab, and tapped it. A duplication slot lit up, and without hesitation, I selected the serum. Duplicating Gene Serum. Time required, 12 o'clock. 12 hours. 2 vials a day. My eyes gleamed. The Intel system guaranteed at least 1 vial a day, plus the 2 I could duplicate. That was 3 vials a day minimum. 90 a month. 90 vials of Gene Serum would easily push me all the way to Tier 5. Not to mention some instances have more than one boss, and the chests are guaranteed to drop serum. I muttered, doing the math. In a month, Tier 5 might not even be my ceiling. Just thinking about it made my blood run hot. At this rate, I'd leave every other survivor so far behind they wouldn't even see my dust. In the back seat, Wang Yueying was staring, wide-eyed. Not because of the chest. She'd never seen a single one of those items before, so she had no way of knowing what to be shocked about. What really left her stunned was the car itself. While I was busy opening the chest, she quietly took in the interior. The seats, the doors, the carpeting. Every last detail was luxurious, sturdy, brand new. Compared to that beat-up off-roader of hers, it was like night and day. A thought suddenly shot through her mind. This car has been upgraded, and she didn't even know how to upgrade. Knew it, and I was already way ahead of the curve. There was a quiet flicker of newfound admiration in the way she looked at me. "What's your name?" I turned my head. "Oh," she snapped out of it. "I'm Wang Yueying. Just call me Yueying." "I'm Yu Zheng." I nodded. The panel had already told me her name, but since I'd never actually asked, I had to go through the motions, wouldn't want to give away my talent. I dumped everything out of my backpack in one go. Move these to the back. Put the food in the little fridge up front. The whole way, I'd been focused on scavenging supplies and chasing the boss, cramming every bit of loot into my pack until it was stuffed to bursting. Time to clear it out. A full backpack would only slow down my next search. This much. The moment the supplies came into view, she could barely get the words out. She rubbed her eyes, half convinced she was dreaming. She didn't recognize most of the pile, only the iron ingots, the fuel, and the plastic. But even that was enough to stun her. By her rough count, there were dozens of units of iron and dozens of units of fuel. Meanwhile, she'd cracked open 2 chests and come away with a grand total of 5 units of iron and 1 unit of fuel. The gap wasn't just wide, it was inhuman. Godlike, even. "What are you standing around for?" Right. She scrambled into action. "Hold on," I added. "Put the materials in the kitchen. Go through the second door on the left." "The kitchen? Go through it." She froze, turning to stare at those 2 doors. Those were obviously just stickers, weren't they? And now he was telling her she could walk through them? "Go in and you'll see." I couldn't be bothered to explain. Half skeptical, she got up and walked toward the door. Pretty girl, but why is she so dense? I shook my head and got back to plotting my route, searching chests along the way while picking off the ordinary monsters I ran into. Wang Yueying pushed the door open, stepped into the kitchen, and froze on the spot like she'd been struck by lightning. Tucked inside a single car was a kitchen bigger than the car itself, and lavishly furnished at that. This makes no sense. After struggling for a long moment, that was all she could manage to squeeze out. Once the shock wore off, she started looking around more carefully, and a spark of delight slowly kindled in her eyes. Fully equipped, I can actually cook for myself now. When she said she could cook, she wasn't just talking. She didn't play games in her free time and rarely went out. Her one and only hobby was cooking, especially making desserts, and she'd even taken classes for it. Setting aside the whole makes no sense part, the kitchen alone was enough to make her happy. She stacked the supplies neatly along the wall, then reluctantly backed out. As she turned to go put away the food, she discovered that the palm-sized fridge held 10 cubic meters of space inside. Once again, she was floored. Each time she looked at me, her gaze grew more mysterious than the last. "Yu Zheng, is there anything else you need? Why don't you take a break and let me drive?" After witnessing one impossible thing after another, she decided to stay. Her resolve grew stronger. Without me having to say a word, she was already smiling, looking for something to do on her own. "Want me to drive?" I thought about it, then nodded. "Sure, go ahead." The car had autopilot anyway. Me sitting in the driver's seat was just for show. But since she'd volunteered, I didn't turn her down. This was an opportunity, a chance to test whether she was worth trusting. I switched off the autopilot, stopped the car, and climbed over to the passenger seat. Without a word, Wang Yueying slid into the driver's seat. "While you drive, keep an eye on this screen." I pointed to the center console. On the screen was a 3D map centered on the car, dotted with scattered red and green points. She'd glanced at it before, assuming it was just an ordinary navigation display. "Red dots are mutant creatures. Green dots are supply crates," I said. "Drive toward these points. Run over anything you meet. Open every crate you find." Her eyes shot wide open. The red and green dots, their real-time locations? I could tell something just snapped in her mind. No wonder. She'd busted her but opening 2 crates, while I already had a stockpile of supplies. Turned out she'd been stumbling around blind this whole time, while I'd been following a map. The gap between people sometimes isn't about effort. It's about information. I'll leave the rest to you. I'm gonna catch some shut-eye. "Huh? Oh, okay, Yu Zheng. Leave it to me." Her face turned dead serious as she pulled off toward the nearest green dot. That earnest energy, she was like a rookie straining every muscle to prove herself. I turned on the seat massager and closed my eyes, but I wasn't really sleeping. Beneath my lids, I watched her every move, waiting to see if she'd try to pull anything. She had no idea. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught me asleep, and something like emotion welled up in her. She was probably thinking, he actually trusts me this much, handing me the car, his very life. So she worked even harder. When she reached a crate, she wanted to ask me how to turn on the shield, but couldn't bear to wake me. After confirming there were no red dots nearby, she gritted her teeth, threw open the door, dashed out, popped the crate in a few seconds, dove back in, and floored it toward the next one. The whole way, she opened crates and ran over monsters, hustling nonstop. I slept, secretly sizing her up completely. Night fell fast. The first night on that empty highway, so quiet all around you could hear the wind. All right, that's enough. Stop the car. I sat up and opened my eyes. Okay, Yuzhong. She hit the brakes immediately. I could tell she didn't really want to stop. With a cheat like real-time detection, one step ahead meant staying ahead every step of the way, and not a second should be wasted. But when I said stop, she stopped, no questions asked. Unconditional trust. I was pleased. So tell me, how'd it go? A lot. I opened 10 crates and ran over 8 mutant creatures. She clutched, little fists clenched, eyes shining bright. So what did you pull? She stacked the supplies onto the back seat one by one. 50 iron blocks, 6 units of fuel for plastic, 1 electronic chip, 5 packs of seasoning, 10 bottles of water, 5 pork floss buns, 5 packs of noodles, and 2 bags of rice. I nodded along, my face blank. All low-tier materials. Useless to me. She caught my indifference, but her eyes only filled with more admiration. All this loot had her practically bouncing with excitement, while I didn't so much as raise an eyebrow. She was probably measuring that gap between us in her head again. Yuzhong, there's also this. She fished out a blueprint with a mysterious flourish. This is the real prize. A blueprint. That got my interest. I took it, looked it over, then shook my head. Not a component crafting blueprint. Just a Tier 2 vehicle upgrade schematic. And my car was already Tier 9. Even more useless than the food. She watched my reaction, her shoulders sinking. She was clearly waiting for a word of praise that never came. Good work. I reached out and ruffled her hair. Eat first. After watching her this whole way, I'd made up my mind. She was one of us. I'm not hungry. You eat first. I'll go find more treasure chests. She shook her head. Since I wasn't satisfied, then she'd just crack open more. Pile up the numbers, and someday she'd land something I'd like. That was probably her logic. Otherwise, how could she repay me for taking her in, for trusting her? I froze. The way I looked at her changed completely. I'd been watching her from start to finish and hadn't spotted a single thing out of place. So here was the question. What exactly had happened somewhere I couldn't see? Or had someone swapped her out the moment I closed my eyes? Either something had happened, or she'd been replaced. Otherwise, I honestly couldn't explain it. How? In such a short time, she'd gone from bristling with wariness to this trusting, worshipful version of herself. Yuzhong, you go eat. Leave this to me. She patted her chest, giving me a solemn promise. I gave a dry cough. You've still got to eat. Come with me. The supplies can be found anytime. Even the hardest working horse needs its feed. If everyone starves and no one can work, I'm the one who loses in the end. Her eyes reddened instantly, and she nodded hard. Thank you, Yuzhong. I'll go make you something to eat. With that, she darted off to the vehicle's kitchen. I rubbed my nose, baffled. She'd been working this hard, and one meal was enough to move her to tears? Just as I was about to follow her, I glanced at the supplies piled on the back seat. She was empty-handed. What was she going to cook with? That's when it hit me. After upgrading the vehicle's refrigerator, it could raise the quality of 1 unit of food per day. Before, there'd been no food, so the function got shelved. Later I got caught up scavenging for supplies, hunting bosses, and feeling her out. So busy, I nearly forgot about it. So which one should I upgrade? I mused, rubbing my chin. My current food stock: self-heating hot pot, plain bread, meat floss bread, rice, dried noodles. And, if I was being generous, water. Not too many options, but not too few either. I knew the rule by heart. The rarer the food, the stronger the effect once you upgraded its quality and ate it. In the end, I went with the self-heating hot pot. It was the hardest to drop and the rarest of the bunch, so upgrading it should give the best payoff. Inside the fridge, One box of self-heating hot pot suddenly lit up, looking far more premium than the others beside it. I took it out and examined it. Aside from the layered glow effect, nothing else had changed. Self-heating hot pot, rare. Effect, restores fullness and grants the user plus 50 strength and plus 50 agility for 10 minutes. Timed, huh? I felt a twinge of disappointment. If it had been permanent, its value would have rivaled a rare blueprint. But a box of hot pot wasn't going to hand me that kind of luck. Still, good enough. 50 points to 2 stats, even if it's just 10 minutes. At a critical moment like this, that's a treasure. I put the rare hot pot back in the fridge, grabbed 2 regular boxes for dinner, then packed the non-food materials into my backpack before heading to the kitchen. The moment I walked in, Wang Yueying's face went red. She'd come rushing over, only to realize her hands were empty. I didn't hold it against her. I just handed her the 2 boxes of hot pot. We're having this tonight. Self-heating hot pot. Her eyes lit up. She loved spicy food, and getting to eat hot pot in a hellhole like this was a total treat. Leave it to me. She took them and immediately got to work. There's water in the kitchen. It produces 50 liters a day. That electric water condenser in the trunk pulls in another 10 liters of purified water daily. Don't skimp, I mentioned offhandedly. She froze again, then snapped her head up, pupils shrinking. She'd opened so many crates and mowed down so many monsters, and not a single bottle of water had dropped. Her entire stash was just the 5 bottles I'd saved up earlier. She'd actually been planning to use the water that came with the hot pot to cook, trying to save every drop she could. And now she was being told, 60 liters a day, 10 of them purified. There was no shortage at all. Don't just stand there, get going, I said, stacking the materials by the window and rolling my eyes. All right, brother Yuzhong. She came back to her senses, tore open the packaging, and didn't bring up conserving water again. I sat down at the dining table and opened the regional channel. Anyone got food, folks? Just begging for a bite. Water. I'm so thirsty. Whoever's got water, I'll trade a blueprint for it. A blueprint? It wouldn't happen to be a vehicle upgrade blueprint, would it? I've got water. Show me the blueprint first. If it's good, I'll trade. Screen blueprint can build a 32-inch screen. Anyone want to trade? I only want water. A screen? Now we're talking. Spirit. Ever since I built the in-vehicle room and hooked it into the whole car's smart system, I'd wanted to install a screen in there. With it, I could lie in bed, say a few words, and control the entire vehicle, plan routes, run radar scans, deploy energy shields, all of it. Everything at my fingertips, without ever getting up. The more I thought about it, the more I knew I had to get that screen. But in the channel, the mood was all wrong. What's the point of a screen? It's not like you can watch TV on it. Doesn't the car already have a center console screen? What do you need that thing for? These blueprints are all junk. I pulled a vehicle blueprint today, and it turned out to be a seat blueprint. Just adds a chair to your car. What? Adds a chair? You're kidding, right? They might as well just give us more materials or some food. What's scrap paper in someone else's eyes might just be treasure in mine. Seat blueprint. Before I could even reach out to the guy about swapping for the screen, another blueprint useful to me popped up in the channel. Worthless to others, but a treasure to me. I had to have it. I already had plenty of seats. Even after binding Wang Yueying, I still had 6 open binding slots. But so what? One more chair might mean one more binding slot. The question was, would adding a seat actually increase the binding slots for the vehicle talent along with it? I honestly couldn't say. It was just my guess. Nobody had ever installed a seat blueprint, so no one could say for sure. I shook my head. Why sit here overthinking it? Trade for it, build it, install it, then I'll know. I didn't put out a public buy order in the channel. Instead, I sent private messages to both of them. Brother Yuzhong, dinner's ready. Just as I was waiting for a reply, Wang Yueying came in carrying dinner. I had no choice but to set the blueprint aside and eat with her. Somewhere else, on another highway, a tier 1 SUV was parked on the shoulder. Damn it, what's wrong with the screen? It's still a blueprint. Everybody's so picky now. In the driver's seat, Zhu Yining puffed out her cheeks, clenched her fists, her lips so dry they'd started to peel. Stupid heavens, why'd you dump me in this crappy place? I've got a whole month of episodes saved up that I haven't even watched yet. As a hardcore anime fan, she'd planned to binge through a month's worth of stockpiled shows tonight. only to get teleported to this godforsaken place before the sun had even gone down. What made it worse? It was like the transmigration came with a curse. She'd opened 9 chests all afternoon, pulling piles of materials and fuel, even cracking 2 blueprints, and yet, not a single bottle of water. "Do I really have to trade materials for water?" she said, her face twisting into a grimace. 2 blueprints, one of them a tier 2 vehicle upgrade blueprint. With today's luck, she'd have the materials rounded up to upgrade by tomorrow. But if she traded those materials for water now, the upgrade would be up in the air. If I'd known, I wouldn't have poured all the fuel into the tank. Then I could have traded it for water. She was grinding her teeth with regret. But without water, she really would die of thirst. Materials could be gathered again if lost, but a life, once gone, was gone for good. Resigned, she got ready to post a materials for water message. Then her DM window lit up. Somebody's interested in the screen blueprint? She quickly clicked it open. "Yuzheng, I've got water. How do you want to trade? How much would be fair?" She bit her lip. "Let's say 10 bottles. What if I still can't get any water tomorrow?" She fired off a message asking for 10 bottles, then glanced at the channel and snorted twice. Bunch of people who wouldn't know quality if it hit them. A 32-inch screen. You won't be able to get one later even if you want it. After that little rant, she actually felt a bit better. She lowered the back of her chair and lay down, propping her 2 pale, straight, if unfortunately a little short, legs up on the control console. She kneaded her sore lower back and stared at the private chat window, waiting for a reply. She waited a good while. Nothing. She started to panic. He's not backing out again, is he? She quickly shot off another message to hurry him along. Level 9 van, in the kitchen. Wang Yueying and I were quietly eating hot pot, the rich aroma filling the air. Good thing nobody else could see us. Most players out there could barely scrounge up a single steamed bun, while the 2 of us were digging into a fragrant hot pot. We'd be dead from envy for sure if anyone saw. Beep, beep, beep. As we ate, my DMs practically blew up. Frowning, I set down my chopsticks and opened them, the corner of my mouth twitching uncontrollably. "Zhu Yinin, I can trade. I want 10 bottles of water. Zhu Yinin, are you trading or not? If not, I'll find someone else to." "Zhu Yinin, don't think you're the only one who wants it. Plenty of people are coming to me. Zhu Yinin, last time I'm asking. If you don't reply, I'm really giving it to someone else to." "Zhu Yinin, hey, forget 10 bottles. How about 8? "Zhu Yinin, answer me, come on. 7. Just 7. Zhu Yinin, listen, you, don't push your luck. Final offer, 6 bottles. "Zhu Yinin, fine, you win. 5 bottles. For works too. Say something. "Zhu Yinin, you man. You're too greedy. I'm not trading anymore. "Zhu Yinin, please, 3 bottles. I'm begging you. 10 messages, all in a row. In the time it took me to eat 1 meal, she'd been haggling with herself, talking herself down from 10 bottles all the way to 3. Before I could even react, another one came in. "Zhu Yinin, come on, 2 bottles? Have a heart. I'm seriously about to die of thirst." I couldn't help but smirk. Wow, she just knocked another bottle off her own price. "Yuzheng, I was eating just now. Didn't notice that." A moment later. "Zhu Yinin, you didn't see anything just now. 10 bottles of water. Deal." The corner of my mouth twitched like crazy. Didn't see anything, huh? I didn't feel like playing games with her. "Yuzheng, final price, 5 bottles. Agree and we trade, or forget it." Instant reply. "Zhu Yinin, seeing as you're so. Fine, I'll take the loss. 5 bottles it is. Zhu Yinin, screen blueprint." She sent the blueprint right away? I blinked. Man, she must really be terrified of losing out. Handing over the goods first, not even worried about running into a scammer. I claimed the blueprint and sent over 5 bottles of water. She grabbed them instantly, then added a quick, "Thanks." I flipped to the other person's DM. They'd agreed too, opening at 20 units of iron. This one had more patience than Zhu Yinin. Once they named their price, they didn't push. I countered with a take it or leave it offer. In the end, 15 units of iron landed the seat blueprint in my pocket. Name, screen blueprint. Materials, plastic times 10, iron times 20, electronic chip times 5, not met. Effect, adds a 32-inch screen to the vehicle. Name, seat blueprint. Materials, iron times 10, Rubber times 10, not met. Effect, seat count plus 1 die. Blueprints in hand. All that was left was the crafting. I had plenty of plastic and iron, but electronic chips? I'd spent the whole afternoon grinding and only managed to scrape together a single unit. Let's do the seat first. I swallowed the last bite of hot pot, chased it with a gulp of water, grabbed a napkin to wipe my mouth, and got up to pick out materials by the window. Yuzheng, what are you doing? Wang Yueying set down her chopsticks and leaned in, curious. Making a vehicle part. I pulled out the seat blueprint and confirmed the craft. The next second, the pile of materials came alive. Iron and rubber snapped together, locking tight, and a brand new seat took shape out of thin air. A seat. She frowned. There are already tons of empty seats in the car. Making another one just takes up space. What's the point? I didn't explain. I stashed the seat in my backpack, circled around to the outside of the vehicle's kitchen, and installed it with a flick of my wrist. The layout of the back changed. It used to be 3 seats across 2 rows. Now the back row had forcibly gained 1 more, making it 4 across in a single row. It changed. The seat changed. Wang Yueying had chased after me, her eyes going wide. That seat had looked completely ordinary, identical to the ones in her tier 1 vehicle. But the moment it snapped into place, it transformed instantly, gleaming leather, dripping with class. I see it. I nodded, saying nothing more. The reason for the change was simple. I'd already had a massage seat part. Once the new seat was installed, the two stacked together, giving it the look in front of me now. Congratulations, player Yuzheng. Your vehicle part count has surpassed 20, successfully activating the part enhancement feature. Identical parts can now be selected for enhancement. The mechanical voice detonated in my mind. I froze in place, my pupils trembling slightly. Part enhancement. I'd actually activated part enhancement. On day 1 of the game, I'd lamented losing this feature. Now, somehow, it had come knocking on my door all on its own. Yuzheng, are you okay? Right? Wang Yueying looked utterly baffled. It was just 1 extra seat. Was that really worth getting so worked up over? Phew. I let out a breath and waved my hand. It's nothing. Yueying, do me a favor. What favor? My eyes lit up. Go post in the regional channel. I'm buying up vehicle part blueprints. With the enhancement feature, even the junkiest part could turn things around once it was fully upgraded. The more times you enhanced it, the more powerful it got. Even the most unremarkable blueprint could rival rare materials, as long as you had enough of them. That being the case, why not buy them all? Not stockpiling a few extra would be the real waste. Buying blueprints. She scratched her head. What blueprints? 1 seat isn't enough for you. I curled the corner of my mouth. What blueprints? As long as it's a blueprint, I'll take it. Huh? But a lot of blueprints are totally useless. You want those too. All of them. I paused. Oh, except for those grinning ornament ones. Aside from that, I'll take everything, no questions asked. She looked like she half understood, but nodded anyway. Got it. I'll get right on it. She turned and headed back to the kitchen, picking at her unfinished dinner while broadcasting the message in the channel. I turned my attention back to the vehicle panel and opened the Talents tab, curious whether adding a seat would change anything. After looking it over, I breathed a sigh of relief. It was exactly the same as before. More seats means more binding slots. The talent spelled it out clearly. Aside from the driver's seat, each seat could bind 1 member of the opposite sex with an appearance rating above 90. If the number of slots were fixed, the panel would have listed a specific figure long ago, instead of just saying 1 per seat. Living up to being a unique tier talent. I shook my head with a wry smile. Too bad the people who qualify are hard to come by. The highway world was just too vast. You barely ran into a handful of players in a day, let alone someone of the opposite sex who met the binding requirements. Take it slow. They'll show up eventually. Just as I was about to close the panel, I glanced at the vehicle part count and frowned. Counting the seat, there should clearly be 24, so why did it only just pass 20 to meet the activation requirement? I rubbed my chin. Could it be that an enhanced part only counted as 1? By that math, it landed right at just over 20. I didn't dig any deeper. I closed the panel and went back to the kitchen to scroll through the regional channel. Wang Yueying's buying announcement had already gone out, and the comments instantly blew up. Holy crap, buying blueprints? And with no limit. Big shot, look at me. I'm obedient. Tell me to go west, and I'll never go east. Don't call them big shot. Call them sis. Sis, I'm 6 feet tall with an 8-pack. Nobody curious about why they're buying blueprints? It couldn't have something to do with upgrading vehicles, could it? Makes sense. Otherwise, why bother collecting all those junk blueprints? Anyone with blueprints better keep their guard up. Anyone with blueprints. Anyone with paper, come find me. We can work out a good price. Once a crowd gathers, the clever ones and the copycats all come crawling out of the woodwork. It annoyed me a little, but there wasn't much I could do. I couldn't exactly reach through the channel and pick these people off one by one. Zhang, the LED light blueprint. They want 30 units of iron. Offer 15. If they take it, close the deal. Air purification system. They're asking for 10 bottles of water and 5 units of steel. Tell him to get lost. 10 bottles of water, max. No steel. Anti-slip tire chain blueprint. 5 units of food. Done. Give him those 5 stale loaves of bread. Over the course of an hour, some tried to guess our angle. Others just chimed in to stir up trouble. But Wang Yueying still managed to burn through every last unit of iron. 5 liters of purified water, 10 units of fuel, and 5 stale loaves of bread, all in exchange for 6 blueprints. If she hadn't hit her daily message limit, she could have gotten even more. On my end, I hadn't planned to jump in at all. But watching the private messages keep rolling in and the blueprints keep popping up one after another, I couldn't help myself and picked up a few too. Just nowhere near as many as her. Maybe because she's a woman, most people flock to her side. I spent 10 liters of water and 1 Tier 2 vehicle upgrade blueprint, and in the end only came away with 3. Exactly half of hers. Zhang, here you go. Once the private messages stopped, she handed over the 6 blueprints. Thanks for the hard work. Heh, it was nothing. I spread the blueprints out. 6 plus 3, 9 total. The number honestly surprised me. On the very first day in the game, just being able to roll a blueprint yourself is insane luck. I'd figured I'd pick up 2 or 3 at most. Add in the 2 I'd traded for earlier, and I'd somehow gathered 11. Faster and easier than before I got pulled in here. Too bad this kind of efficiency will only last a few more days, I said, shaking my head. The moment someone figures out that Tier 3 vehicle upgrades require a certain number of installed components, who's still going to trade blueprints for water, common materials, or food? The second you post an offer like that, you'd probably get roasted alive. I flipped through them one by one. There were plenty, but most were useless. LED lights, air purification systems. The rooms and kitchen in the vehicle are already lit up with LEDs, so what's there to purify? Cracking a window open is enough. I held on to blueprints like these. If I get duplicates later, I can look at upgrades. Whether I end up using them or not, I don't really care. The 2 that really caught my eye were something else entirely. Ridiculous luck. I actually pulled blueprints for components I already have. 2 of them, all at once. One was a high-power headlight blueprint. The other carried a lot more weight, a solar panel blueprint. That's right, solar panels. My heart skipped when I saw it. At this stage, someone had actually managed to roll this one. I didn't hesitate to throw down a Tier 2 upgrade blueprint, +1. 0 bottles of tap water, and snatched it up. Too bad. I'm way short on the materials to build a solar panel. I stashed it in my backpack and glanced at the high-powered floodlight, shaking my head in disappointment again. It needed fewer materials than the panel, but I still couldn't scrape enough together. Looks like I'll have to gather some materials next. Blueprints alone won't build anything. It's all just talk without them. Problem was, I'd already used up my messages for the day, so even if I wanted to gather stuff, there was no way to collect it. As for burning fuel to buy more message credits, not worth it. Yu Zheng, what's next? Keep hunting for supply chests. Wang Yueying asked as she finished clearing the table and saw me put the blueprints away. I turned to look out the window. The night was pitch black, impenetrable, and every so often a distant roar drifted in. I nodded. Go for it. Just remember to turn on your energy shield when you get out of the car. Staying alive comes first. I will. Before she'd even finished speaking, she darted out of the kitchen and set off treasure hunting again. She left me feeling both pleased and helpless. Pleased that she was so willing to work, never able to sit still. Helpless that she worked so hard it made me look like a total deadbeat. Whatever, I'll just check the channel. I leaned back in my chair, settled into a comfortable position, and started scrolling through the regional channel again. Hey everyone, It's totally dark out now. I'm low on fuel, and tomorrow's food hasn't dropped yet. Should I keep looking for chests or wait until daylight? Wait for daylight. Yeah, right. Mutant creatures come out more once it's dark. You think you can just stop? Huh? More at night. I didn't notice that. You didn't notice? In the time it took me to stop and grab a bite, I ran into 4 of them. All afternoon, I only came across 4 total. Same here. I thought I'd driven straight into a nest. I froze. Mutant creatures increase at night? How did I not know this? The next message cleared things up for me. Don't spread nonsense. The numbers don't go up at night. It's that the mutant creature's senses get sharpened. Who are you? You say they don't increase, so they don't? Where's your proof? Yeah, where's the proof? Image, here's your proof. I found a mutant creature's lair, and there was an explanation inside. I hadn't cared about the explanation. I'd known for ages that mutant creatures grow stronger at night. And not just their senses. The further along you get, the more their raw power climbs too. But the moment I saw that image, I shot to my feet. Is this a highway dungeon? In the picture, an ancient castle stood towering. I narrowed my eyes. On the highway, there shouldn't be any buildings besides the road itself. And if there was one, then it had to be a highway dungeon.